Chapter 882. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Huang dog immediately coughed twice and put on a serious look. However, when he was serious, he looked even more frivolous than usual. That kind of narcissism had already penetrated deep into his bones. Jiang Chen shook his head and distanced himself from this guy. This bastard pretended to clear his throat and said to the people below, "Everyone, don't kneel anymore. Get up." That kind of arrogant tone showed that he really regarded himself as a totem. However, in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was already not easy for this guy to not say that he should get up. However, in the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Chen was a totem. At least, the totem had descended on him. No matter how bad it was, he was still the messenger of the totem. No one dared to disrespect the Huang dog. From today onwards, the Huang dog's position in the demon race would be unshakable. Although Lang Xingtian still had the final say on important matters, even Lang Xingtian himself wouldn't dare to neglect the Huang in the slightest. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King were the first to stand up, followed by all the people of the demon race. The whole scene was still incomparably quiet. De Huang, you have brought great luck and opportunity to the demon race this time. This kind of contribution is irreplaceable. Lang Xingtian said. Patriarch, Great Elder, come forward. De Huang dog looked at Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King and said. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King looked at each other. In terms of the internal conflicts of the demon race, they should be considered enemies. However, at this moment, when the Huang called for them, they didn't dare to disobey. They immediately walked to the front of the Huang dog and cupped their fists at the Huang dog. Just now, when the totem divine seal descended, it conveyed a decree, saying that the world will be in chaos soon. The demon race must be at peace to deal with this chaos. If there is internal strife, it will definitely accelerate the decline of the demon race and lead to destruction. The totem hopes that the two of you will look at the big picture and make the demon race peaceful. The Huang dog said solemnly. The decree of the totem, we dare not neglect it. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King spoke at the same time. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the current situation. It seemed like the power of the totem was still very great. In the demon race, the position of the totem was unshakable. Just a word from the totem had solved the internal conflict of the demon race. As a matter of fact, the internal strife of the demon race had been going on for a long time. In order to solve this conflict, the arrival of the totem was the only way. It was also the simplest and most effective way. It was conceivable that from today onwards, the internal strife of the demon race would gradually disappear, and eventually, the demon race would be united. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. He wanted to build a good relationship with the entire demon race, not just one of them. The suspended tower was closed. The Huang dog went into closed-door training. He had obtained the totem divine seal and needed some time to digest it. This time, the demon race's harvest was not small. The holy light had brought great benefits to all the demon race. Many of them had advanced directly under the holy light. Leopard Wei had also obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. After he came out, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Chen returned to the courtyard to explore the secret of the blood charm. Unfortunately, the blood charm was very calm in Jiang Chen's Qi Si. It was like a big boss. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood charm ignored him. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. At first, he thought that he had obtained a peerless treasure. But now, it seemed that even a peerless treasure was useless. It was like inviting a big boss back. Lang Xingtian, Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King came to the courtyard together. This was probably the first time the three of them walked together so harmoniously. It was all because of De Huang. Jiang Chen knew that they were here to ask about the situation in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. After De Huang came back, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Chen was also someone who had entered the 9th floor. He was the one they wanted to ask about. Patriarch, Great Elder, Peacock King. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the three of them. As for Heavenly Leopard King, he didn't have any enmity with him. Previously, it was just a matter of position. Now that the position had been resolved, they were on the same side. Jiang Chen, you guys have created a miracle for the demon race by entering the 9th floor. De Huang has directly attracted the totem divine seal. I wonder what benefits you have obtained in the 9th floor. Lang Xingtian asked. Jiang Chen was enlightened. It turned out that the three of them were concerned about the benefits he had obtained. But it was reasonable. After all, he had also entered the 9th floor and De Huang Dog had obtained a great benefit. He was afraid that he wouldn't return empty-handed. To be honest, I didn't obtain anything in the suspended tower this time. There is an altar in the center of the 9th floor. Probably because I am a human, even though I have the bloodline of a divine beast, I was still rejected by the altar. However, when De Huang summoned the totem divine seal, a beam of light fell from the void and was absorbed by me. It pushed my cultivation grade to the 7th grade minor saint. I am very satisfied that I have advanced to the next grade. At least, I didn't return empty-handed from the suspended tower. Jiang Chen said with a sigh. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone about the blood talisman. It was related to the dragon transformation skill. He must never let anyone know about it. I see. The three of them nodded. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. When the totem divine seal descended, the suspended tower became transparent. They could clearly see the situation inside the tower. There was indeed an ancient altar in the tower and there was only De Huang Dog on the altar. Jiang Chen was just waiting below the altar. So, Jiang Chen wasn't lying. Besides, the reason given by Jiang Chen was reasonable. After all, he was still a human. If he could really stand on the altar like De Huang Dog, they would feel very depressed. After all, the suspended tower was the inheritance of the demon race. If a human obtained a great benefit from it, they wouldn't feel comfortable. De Huang has obtained a great benefit this time. He is now in seclusion to study the other uses of the totem divine seal. I estimate that he will be able to advance to the great saint realm by the time he comes out. Jiang Chen said. He was very confident about this. Once the bloodline of the dragon horse divine beast was perfectly stimulated, the improvement would be unimaginable to ordinary people. More importantly, the totem divine seal must have other uses. That's right. It seems like a true monstrous genius is going to emerge in our demon race. After De Huang has advanced to the great saint realm, we will send him to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation, said Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King didn't object to Lang Xingtian's suggestion. All the great saint geniuses of the 8 major families of Pure Land were cultivating in Saint Origin Palace. Alright, Jiang Chen. You should have a good rest. We won't disturb you any longer. Peacock King said to Jiang Chen. Then, the three of them left. Jiang Chen looked at the place where Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog were in seclusion. He found a stone chair and sat down. He didn't choose to go into seclusion. Given his current situation, seclusion was useless. His current cultivation base was very stable. What he needed the most right now was to fight. Moreover, he could foresee that after he killed Xiao Liang, the real geniuses of the sky ranking would also take action. Early the next morning, Golden Fur Lion King came to the courtyard with an old friend, Gu Mu. Young Master Jiang. When Gu Mu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately clasped his fists. Seeing that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the 7th grade minor saint, apart from being shocked, he was more delighted. Although the ancient people didn't show up these few days, they were clear about the situation outside. Now that the situation in Pure Land had changed, many geniuses had been dispatched to kill Jiang Qin. Facing such a situation, Jiang Qin could only increase his cultivation base to deal with it. "Gumu, why are you here?" Jiang Qin said. "Young master, I'm afraid that you will have to follow me to visit the ancient people. You are the only one who can solve the problem of the ancient people," Gumu said with a frown. His tone was filled with worry. "What happened to Sister Ning?" Jiang Chen's expression changed. If Gumu came to find him, the problem of the ancient people must be related to Wu Ningzhu. At least, it must be related to Wu Ningzhu's mother. Otherwise, Gumu wouldn't come to find him. Young master is wise. After Miss Ningzhu went to the ancient people, the patriarch opened up the bloodline of the ancient people for her. Her cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, she obtained a great opportunity in the ancient people. Now, she has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. Given her outstanding talent, she has won the admiration of many young people of the ancient people. Among them, there were many monstrous geniuses from the ancient people. The clan meeting of the ancient people will be held 3 days later. The patriarch will betroth Miss Ningzhu to Gu Lufeng on that day. As long as Miss Ningzhu agrees to marry Gu Lufeng, the patriarch will pardon Gulan's wrongdoings and release her from her imprisonment. You should know that Miss Ningzhu's main purpose in coming to Saint Origin World is to find her mother, Gulan. Gumu told Jiang Qin everything that was going to happen in the ancient people. He didn't need to say too much. He believed that with Jiang Chen's wisdom, he didn't need to point out the key points. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the ancient people. Otherwise, his wife would become someone else's. Besides, he had promised Wu Ningzhu that he would help her find Gulan. Now that Gulan had been found, he couldn't use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulan's freedom. If that was the case, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be happy and Gulan wouldn't feel at ease. "All right, I will go with you to the ancient people now." Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest hesitation. Since the matter with the demon race had been settled, he originally planned to make a trip to the ancient people. Currently, he was only on good terms with Gumu, but he was still far from being on good terms with the ancient people. During this trip to the ancient people, he wanted to settle everything, including the matters of Wu Ningzhu and Gulan. "Oh right, brother Jiang Qin, I heard that the second ranker of the heavenly list, Shi Han, has come out of seclusion and threatened to take your life. You have to be careful," the Golden Fur Lion King said. Chapter 883. Second on the Sky Ranking. Sure enough, he couldn't hold it in anymore. But it doesn't matter. Even the second on the sky ranking is a dead end for him. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. What he needed the most right now was a battle. The second on the sky ranking wouldn't be too weak. This would make things more interesting. "Brother, you can't be careless when facing this Shi Han. Even Kong Yang, who had entered the 8th level of the suspended tower, is no match for him. Only the super monstrous genius of the Desolate family can suppress him." The sky ranking is divided into 3 levels. The top 10 of the sky ranking and the bottom 10 are 2 completely different levels. The top 3 of the sky ranking is another level of difference. The Shi family is different from the other families. This family is innately warlike. Their bloodline has a petrifying ability. Under the petrifying state, their combat strength will be greatly improved. Although Shi Han is a half-step great saint, an ordinary first-grade great saint is no match for him. Golden Fur Lion King was afraid that Jiang Qin would be careless, so he quickly reminded him. None of the top 3 in the sky ranking were easy to deal with. Thank you for the reminder, Lion King. I know what to do. Jiang Chen held his fists at golden for Lion King. He knew very well about the 8 families of the Pure Land. Although the Desolate family was the strongest among the 8 families, when it came to warlike nature, even the demon race couldn't be compared to the Sure family. The people of the Sure family were born warriors, especially when they were petrified. Each of them was abnormal. Since Sure Han was able to become the second on the sky ranking, he naturally wouldn't be weak. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Jiang Chen was. He was eager to fight with such an expert. It was imaginable that Leopard Wei and Sure Han were both half-step great saints, but Jiang Chen didn't care. He could already defeat Leopard Wei when he was still a 6th grade minor saint. Now that he had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint, he had enough confidence to defeat Sure Han. Sure Han could defeat an ordinary 1st grade great saint, and so could Jiang Chen. Given his current combat strength and dragon form, an ordinary 1st grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him. I've heard about the matter between you and Miss Wu Ningzhu. I hope you can handle this matter well when you go to the ancient people. The Golden Fur Lion King reminded him again. Jiang Chen's temper was too fiery. He was afraid that he might offend the ancient people. Now, he had already offended 5 of the 8 races of the Pure Land. Ancient people could be friendly to him, but if he offended the ancient people, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, Sister Ning is from the ancient people, and so is Auntie Gulin's mother. Even if it's for their sake, I won't go against the ancient people. I have my own methods to deal with this matter. Jiang Chen said confidently. Because of his relationship with Wu Ningzhu and Gulin, it was impossible for him to offend the ancient people. Moreover, it would be beneficial for him to make friends with the ancient people. After that, Jiang Chen bade farewell to the Golden Fur Lion King. Without saying goodbye to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King, he followed Gu Mu and left the spiritual space mountain, flying towards the direction of the ancient people. Gu Mu, what's the cultivation of Gu Lu Feng? On the way, Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lu Feng is the #1 genius of the ancient people. He's ranked 4th in the sky list. Although he can't be compared to Sure Han, he shouldn't be underestimated. Not long ago, Gu Lu Feng went out to experience the world and had a fortuitous encounter. He's only 1 step away from the Great Sage realm. Patriarch estimated that Gu Lu Feng is already qualified to compete with Kong Yang and Sure Han. Gu Mu said. The #1 genius of the ancient people. Interesting. Jiang Chen smiled. It would be more interesting to fight with such a person. Young master, this time when you go to the ancient people, you mustn't act forcefully. After all, this is the family of the ancient people. No matter what, you are still an outsider. Gu Lu Feng is personally trained by the Patriarch. He is highly valued by the Patriarch. Gu Mu kindly reminded Jiang Chen. His current worry was the same as Golden Fur Lion King. With Jiang Chen's temperament, a single mistake would cause a huge problem. Don't worry. Your Patriarch is able to train Sister Ning with all his heart, allowing her to advance to the 7th grade minor saint in a short period of time. This point alone is not bad. Jiang Chen said. After all, the Patriarch and Gulin are siblings. Miss Ningzhu is also considered as the Patriarch's niece. When the Patriarch brought Gulin back from the Southern Great Road, he was indeed very angry. At that time, the Patriarch was still in power. However, during these years, the Patriarch would visit Gulin every once in a while, but because Gulin refused to admit her mistake, she had been locked up. Now that Miss Ningzhu is here, the Patriarch wants to make up for his guilt towards Gulin with Miss Ningzhu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrothed her to Gu Lu Feng. Gu Mu said. Although his position in the ancient people wasn't high enough to talk to the Patriarch, everyone could see the sibling relationship between the Patriarch and Gulin. It seems like he isn't a heartless person. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't forget how Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth when she mentioned her uncle. Jiang Chen and Gu Mu's speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, Gu Mu told Jiang Chen everything about the ancient people, especially about Wu Ningzhu's situation in the ancient people. Generally speaking, Wu Ningzhu didn't suffer any grievances in the ancient people. Suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned. A cold intent burst out from his body. His eyes became as cold as a knife. What's wrong? Gu Mu sensed the change in Jiang Chen. He looked around vigilantly, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen looked at the void behind him. Leng Leng said, "You're haunting me. Come out." Gu Mu was stunned at first. He immediately looked at the place where Jiang Chen's gaze landed. He saw a distortion in the void and a person wrapped in black appeared there. The person's face was covered with a black cloth. His eyes were emotionless, giving people a very gloomy feeling. "Your perception is really sharp." The black-clothed person spoke. It was the voice of an old man. Looking at his cultivation, he should be a half-step great sage. The people of the dark shadow are really reckless. It seems that the lesson left by the full moon inn isn't enough. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. The matter of the full moon inn was really done by you. The coldness in the opponent's eyes became more vigorous, with a cold killing intent. The people of the dark shadow. Gu Mu's complexion changed. He had naturally heard of this assassin organization. This organization was very special. They wouldn't appear normally, but once they did, they would kill. This organization was very deep-rooted and had a very strong background. Although the overall strength of this organization was inferior to the 8 families of the Pure Land, even the 8 families of the Pure Land didn't want to provoke this organization. Once they set their eyes on you, they would follow you like ghosts. However, Gu Mu admired Jiang Chen's perception more. The people of the dark shadow were experts in hiding and assassination. He didn't expect that they would be discovered by Jiang Chen before they could even make a move. "That's right. It's me. Unfortunately, the information of the dark shadow is too outdated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to assassinate me, because that's no different from courting death." Jiang Chen said coldly. "I know that you have killed Desolate Liang, but killing a 9th-grade minor saint and dealing with a half-step great saint are 2 completely different concepts. Brat, you have made my dark shadow suffer a great loss. Today, I will take your life." The assassin completely unleashed his murderous intent. "As I said, your information is too outdated. You only know that I have defeated Desolate Liang, but you don't know that I have defeated Leopard Wei, who is ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. You also don't know that I have already advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. One day, I will make your dark shadow disappear from this world." Jiang Chen revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He wouldn't show any mercy in the face of these specters. "What?" the assassin exclaimed. They really didn't know that Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei. Not only him, even Gu Mu didn't know about it. One should know that the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei took place in the spatial zone of the suspended tower. Except for the people of the demon race, no one else knew about it. Pu Chi at this time, an ice-cold long sword pierced through the assassin's head, killing him on the spot. Upon seeing this, Gu Mu's expression changed dramatically because the one who killed the assassin wasn't Jiang Chen. The sword had pierced through the assassin's head from the back. It was a stone sword. It didn't have any luster, but it was incomparably sharp. A powerful force rippled out from the stone sword, shattering the assassin and turning him into a mist of blood. A youth in bronze robe appeared. He was holding a stone sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was curved into a smile as he looked at Jiang Chen. This man had a majestic appearance. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. His whole body was emitting a domineering aura. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful he was to be able to kill a half-step great saint with a single sword strike. Shirhan! Gumu exclaimed. This youth wasn't someone else. He was the second in the sky ranking, Shirhan. The appearance of these trash is really disappointing. I have helped you to clean them up, but now I want to kill you. Your life is mine. Shirhan slowly kept his stone sword and said indifferently. There are many people who want to kill me. In the end, they all died in my hands. You, Shirhan, will not be an exception. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He didn't panic at all. He had already noticed Shirhan's appearance, but he didn't expect that Shirhan would kill the people of the Dark Shadow. Moreover, facing Shirhan, who killed a half-step great saint with a single move, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was immediately aroused. The second in the sky ranking was indeed extraordinary. Good. You're really arrogant. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you. Shirhan was even more arrogant. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. Young master, be careful. This person isn't easy to deal with. Gumu reminded. He couldn't help in dealing with Shirhan. If he fought with Shirhan, he would be instantly killed. It's okay. Wait for me in the distance. After I kill Shirhan, I will go to the ancient people. Jiang Chen said casually. His face was always full of confidence. Good. If you can bring Shirhan's head to see the Patriarch will be very happy. Chapter 884. Oh. Jiang Chen was stunned. For a moment, he did not understand the meaning behind Gumu's words. The Patriarch of the ancient people was high and mighty. Why would he be interested in Shirhan's head? He's right. I once killed Gu Xuantian's youngest son. He hates me to the core. If you can bring my head to the ancient people, Gu Xiantian will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. However, it seems like you won't have the chance. Shirhan shrugged his shoulders as if he did not care about it at all. He's right. However, it was a life-and-death battle. Although Shirhan killed the Patriarch's youngest son, the Patriarch could not say anything. Gumu said. I know what to do now. Jiang Chen stretched his body and transformed into his dragon form. Since it was a life-and-death battle between Shirhan and the Patriarch's son, Gu Xiantian had nothing to say. However, the pain of losing his son was unforgettable. One could imagine how much hatred Gu Xiantian had for Shirhan. If Jiang Chen really killed Shirhan and brought Shirhan's head to the ancient people, it would undoubtedly be a great gift to Gu Xiantian. This would be extremely beneficial to his trip to the ancient people. Shua. Seeing that Jiang Chen had entered his battle state, Gumu didn't want to delay their battle any longer. He immediately flashed far away. With his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between Jiang Chen and Shirhan. Currently, Gumu was incomparably nervous. After all, Shirhan wasn't an ordinary genius. Although Jiang Chen was abnormal, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Shirhan. On the contrary, if Jiang Chen really killed Shirhan, then the ancient people would have enough confidence in their trip to the ancient people. Not to mention the greeting gift to Gu Xiantian, it would not be a problem for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lufeng if he could defeat Shirhan. Looking at the transformed Jiang Chen, Shirhan could not help but feel shocked. He could sense that Jiang Chen's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. What a powerful transformation skill. It's even more powerful than my Stone Clan's petrification. But so what? The difference in strength is something that can never be made up for. Shi Han was still arrogant. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was quite big. Shi Han was a powerful existence ranked second on the heaven list. He looked down on the younger generation. Even if he had to fight against the monster from the Shao clan, he would not be afraid. Come, let me see just how powerful you are after transforming. Shi Han's imposing aura fluctuated. The powerful aura of half-step great sage was completely released. It was like a tidal wave that impacted the surrounding void and made a crackling sound. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen immediately used the True Dragon Palm. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, coupled with the dragon transformation, his True Dragon Palm was getting more and more powerful. A casual move of his had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Shi Han also moved. He lightly shot a palm towards the void. This palm looked ordinary and did not have any powerful force. However, it erupted with an earth-shattering momentum. This was a powerful combat skill. It was not the skill of the Stone Clan. The combat skills of the Stone Clan were generally pure and fierce. This combat skill should have been obtained by Shi Han in a fortuitous encounter. Rumble, the True Dragon Palm collided with Shi Han's giant palm. An earth-shattering roar erupted. That part of the sky was destroyed in an instant. The turbulence in the void overflowed. The destructive energy was agitated everywhere. Such a huge movement could not be hidden even if one wanted to. It immediately attracted a lot of people. Someone is fighting over there. What a powerful fluctuation. Let's go and have a look. I don't know who is fighting. It looks powerful. Let's go and have a look. In an instant, many people started to fly towards the location of the battle. Ever since Jiang Chen returned, the Pure Land had not been peaceful. Now that another battle had erupted, everyone was naturally very interested. On the battlefield, Shi Han's giant palm was shattered by the True Dragon Palm. He was pushed back more than 30 meters before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed dramatically as he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated in the first exchange. This was simply unimaginable. Good. Gu Mu applauded from afar. He couldn't contain his excitement. Jiang Chen's combat strength had once again surprised him. He was very worried about the battle between Jiang Chen and Shi Han. After all, Shi Han was just too powerful. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would gain the upper hand in the first move. Of course, Gu Mu also knew that it would be incomparably difficult for Jiang Chen to kill Shi Han or even defeat him. The current Shi Han was still in his original state. He hadn't used the petrification technique of the Stone family. What a good Jiang Chen. You are only a 7th grade minor saint, yet you can push me back. This is really surprising. It seems like I will have to spend a lot of effort to kill you. Petrification. Shi Han roared and entered a petrified state on the spot. Crackling sounds could be heard from the surface of his body as layers of stone chips appeared. Shi Han's already powerful body doubled in size once again. He was now 30 feet tall. At this moment, Shi Han had completely turned into a stone man. Every part of his body seemed to be pieced together by stones. Look, that is Jiang Chen. That stone man is Shi Han. Shi Han said yesterday that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that the two of them would fight now. Oh my god. Jiang Chen has left the demon race and the two of them have started a fierce battle here. Fortunately, we came here in time. Otherwise, we would have missed such an exciting battle. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It must be Shi Han. Shi Han is the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. Not even a first-grade great saint can defeat him. Although Jiang Qin could kill Desolate Liang, his cultivation is too weak. He won't be a match for Shi Han. It's hard to say. I can see that Jiang Chen's qi is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. Didn't you see that even Shi Han was forced to use the petrification technique? Many people had already appeared outside the battlefield. Ever since Shi Han came out of his seclusion and said that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, this battle had been closely watched. They didn't expect that the two of them had already started fighting here. It would be a great loss if they missed such an earth-shattering battle. Shi Han, who was in the state of petrification, had increased his combat strength by a lot. Judging from his qi, he was no weaker than Jiang Qin. This was the most dazzling battle between the young geniuses. Shi Han was the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. If Jiang Qin could defeat Shi Han, it would undoubtedly create a legend and establish his unshakable position in the young generation of the Pure Land. Jiang Qin, do you dare to fight me with your physical body? Shi Han provoked. The Shi family was most confident in their physical body, especially after they entered the state of petrification. Their physical body had reached an indestructible level. Sure. Jiang Chen's answer was clean and straightforward. He liked to fight with physical body the most. The body of the Shi family was naturally strong, but his dragon body was not inferior to his opponent's. Come on then. Shi Han moved. His attack was incomparably fast. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiang Qin. His stone pillar-like fist shattered the void and attacked fiercely at Jiang Qin. Ha! Jiang Qin let out a deep roar. He clenched his dragon fist tightly and dazzling sparks appeared. He attacked Shi Han's fist. Both of their fists carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When they collided, nobody knew what kind of impact it would have. Rumble. The two of them collided. This was a collision of pure physical strength. It was the most barbaric and primitive way of fighting. Needless to say, under such a collision, the two of them were pushed back at the same time. But in the next second, they collided again. They were both proud and strong. They would not give way to each other and neither would admit defeat. Bang bang bang. The following battle made everyone truly feel what was called barbaric. Every time they collided, the spectators couldn't help but feel their souls tremble. They couldn't imagine that there were actually such barbaric people in this world. However, they were certain that if they were to collide with any one of them on the battlefield, they would end up with their bodies smashed to pieces. The two of them continued in this barbaric contest of physical strength for a few minutes, but there was still no clear winner. The physical body of the Shi family is really strong. The second in the heaven ranking is also extraordinary. Other geniuses can't be compared to him. But this is exactly what I want. This kind of battle can stimulate my potential. Jiang Qin was secretly shocked. He couldn't help but say that Shi Han's strength had exceeded his expectations. But Jiang Qin didn't care. No matter how strong Shi Han was, he had ways to deal with him. He still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Compared to Jiang Qin, Shi Han was even more shocked. Before he came out of seclusion, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. From his point of view, the gap between their cultivation bases was too big. If he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, it would be a piece of cake. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. His opponent's physical body had reached a level where he could fight against him. In the previous collision, Shi Han didn't have the slightest advantage. Because of the violent collision, his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. But looking at Jiang Qin, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Not even the slightest fluctuation in his qi. Jiang Qin, Shi Han, will kill you today. Shi Han was furious. Light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Sky Tyrant Stone Fist." Shere Han casted out the powerful heavenly domineering stone fist. This was the most powerful combat technique of the Shere family. Its power was astonishing and unpredictable when it was casted by Shere Han. Shere Han could already see that it was impossible to kill Jiang Qin with just his physical strength. He had to use a more powerful combat technique. Chapter 885. This was a punch that carried unparalleled divine might that could destroy everything. Everyone's facial expression changed. Shere Han was too strong. Even a first-grade great saint wouldn't be able to withstand this sky-dominating stone fist. Gu Mu looked incomparably nervous. He had no idea how Jiang Qin would deal with Shere Han's punch. In the face of Shere Han's punch, Jiang Qin's facial expression didn't change at all. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if no matter what kind of situation he encountered, there wouldn't be a ripple in his eyes. It was a kind of confidence, a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart, from his bones. Jiang Qin moved. He mobilized all the dragon marks in his chi. 72,000 dragon marks rippled. Some of them rushed out of his body, rippling around Jiang Qin's body, producing deep dragon roars that made Jiang Qin look incomparably mystical. Swoosh! Jiang Qin flew up into the sky. His body made a big turn, and he dashed towards the incoming fist. Someone noticed that there were dragon marks all over his feet, and they contained powerful energy ripples. They formed into a terrifying whirlpool that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. That's right. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps had unimaginable destructive power. This powerful combat technique was far above the sky-dominating stone fist. Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. When he collided with the huge stone fist, he had already taken the 5th step. He took the 5th step horizontally and collided with the stone fist heavily. Ka-cha! Hong long! Jiang Qin's body was like a beam of light. Even the powerful energy of the stone fist couldn't knock him away. On the contrary, Jiang Qin's stomp caused countless cracks on the huge stone fist. Then, the stone fist exploded with a loud bang. It was crushed by Jiang Qin's stomp, turning into countless fragments that drifted in the air. Dang dang dang. Under such a counterforce, Shere Han couldn't control his body. He retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. On the other hand, nothing happened to Jiang Qin. Shere Han had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. How is this possible? Why am I retreating? Shere Han couldn't believe that he, a half-step great saint and the second on the sky ranking, would lose to a 7th grade minor saint. This was too funny and he couldn't accept it. My God! This Jiang Qin is too scary. He is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. I remember that he was still a 6th grade minor saint when he killed Desolate Liang, but now, he is already a 7th grade minor saint. This speed of advancement is truly heaven-defying. Have you all noticed that Jiang Qin and Shere Han's combat strength is actually on par with each other? There wasn't a clear winner in the previous competition of physical strength. This means that there isn't much difference between the two of them. Now that they are competing in combat techniques, Shere Han has lost. This means that Shere Han's combat technique isn't as strong as Jiang Qin's. That's right. The sky-dominating stone fist is the strongest combat technique of the stone family. However, the combat technique that Jiang Qin used looked even scarier. It gave people a feeling of superiority. Judging from the grade of the combat technique, Jiang Qin's combat technique is far superior to Shere Han's. That's why Shere Han is in a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. Let's see. Shere Han isn't that easy to deal with. I'm sure that he has more powerful techniques. It's still uncertain who will be the winner in the end. However, the battle between the two of them is much more interesting than when Jiang Qin killed Desolate Liang. Desolate Liang couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. Many people were shocked. When the stone spear disappeared, he could not feel the connection between him and it. This had never happened before, but it was enough to prove that the stone spear was completely under Jiang Qin's control. His natal weapon had been taken away by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, give me back my stone spear. Shi Han's eyes were bloodshot. He could not lose the stone spear, he could not afford to lose it. Humph. Shi Han, you don't have a chance anymore. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Qin coldly snorted. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he immediately conjured the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, 9 identical Jiang Qin appeared in the sky. Each Jiang Qin had transformed into a dragon and was holding a dazzling heavenly saint sword, completely surrounding Shi Han. What? Shi Han cried out in shock. His mind was in a mess, he couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin would not give him time to observe carefully. The heavenly saint sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. Puchi! The heavenly saint sword pierced into Shi Han's body from behind, piercing through his entire body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the rocks on the surface of Shi Han's body began to fall off. Stone chips were everywhere, and Shi Han's body had also changed. Currently, he could no longer maintain his petrified state, and had reverted to his human form. Shi Han was in an extremely sorry state. Blood was constantly spurting out from his mouth, and the light in his eyes was slowly fading away. Feeling the life force in his body being drained away, he suddenly had a feeling that all his hopes had turned to dust. He was the #1 genius of the Stone Clan, the monstrous genius ranked 2nd on the Sky ranking. He stood at the peak of the world. In his world, he had always been the one to kill, but he had never thought that he would be killed by someone else. He had never thought that death would befall him, and so quickly. Swoosh! Jiang Qin quickly pulled out the sword from Shi Han's body, and with another swift slash, he beheaded Shi Han. He had no interest in Shi Han's head at first, but since there was enmity between Shi Han and Gu Xiantian, Shi Han's head would be of great use to him. This was a great gift, and Gu Xiantian would definitely accept it. Shi Han was dead. For a moment the entire scene was silent. Everyone's face was filled with shock. No one had thought that the battle between Jiang Qin and Shi Han would end with Shi Han being killed. Even though Jiang Qin had been suppressing Shi Han, causing him to be in a disadvantageous position, no one had thought that Shi Han would die. After all, with Shi Han's ability, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, no one had thought that Shi Han wouldn't even have the chance to escape. The peerless genius ranked 2nd on the Sky ranking had died in the hands of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin carried Shi Han's head and approached Gu Mu. At this moment, Gu Mu was a little dumbfounded. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Good, good. Young master, let's go to the ancient people. Gu Mu was incomparably excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. If Jiang Qin went to the ancient people previously, he would be rejected. But now, with Shi Han's head, Gu Xiantian would definitely not reject Jiang Qin. In terms of personal enmity, Jiang Qin had killed Shi Han and resolved one of Gu Xuantian's worries. Let's go. Jiang Qin casually nodded his head. He and Gu Mu quickly disappeared from the crowd sight and headed towards the ancient people. At this moment, the scene was completely stirred up. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Jiang Qin killed Shi Han. I wonder how many people will be shocked if this news spreads out. The 2nd-ranked Shi Han on the heavenly list is dead. I'm afraid that fellow from the Shao clan will be able to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen has killed Shi Han. This means that his current strength is enough to be ranked second on the heavenly list. He might even be able to compete with the first on the heavenly list. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Pure Land. Shi Han's death will make the Pure Land more and more chaotic. In the future, the Pure Land will no longer be peaceful. Everyone was shocked. Sighs could be heard everywhere. It wasn't hard to imagine that the news of Jiang Chen killing Shi Han would spread throughout the Pure Land in no time. At that time, the higher-ups of the 8 clans would not be able to sit still. That fellow from the Shao clan would probably take action. Other than the monstrous genius from the Shao clan, no one else could be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had declared war against all the young geniuses in the Pure Land. Now, it seemed that only one person could fight against Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about this at all. All his thoughts were on the ancient people. This time, he would go to the ancient people to fulfill his promise to Wu Ningzhu and build a good relationship with the ancient people. As one of the 8 great clans, the scale of the Gu clan was naturally huge. They occupied a large mountain range, but looking at their imposing manner, they were not the slightest bit weaker than the spiritual space mountain. This place was filled with the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth, and was definitely one of the places with the most vigorous yuan qi in the entire Pure Land. Every space here was suitable for cultivation, and it was a true holy land for cultivation. All along, countless people had tried their best to join the ancient people. However, the ancient people's recruitment was extremely strict. Unless one had great luck or was overflowing with talent, it was simply impossible for an ordinary person to join the ancient people for cultivation. Jiang Chen and Gu Mu arrived at the mountain range of the ancient people. As far as the eye could see, above the ancient people, the sun was lingering and colorful rays of light were drifting. There were many palaces and buildings floating in the sky. There were even mountain peaks floating in the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a fairyland. This was the prestige of a big clan. Just the noble aura alone made people couldn't help but worship them. Young master, this is the ancient people. Gu Mu looked at Jiang Chen, only to discover that Jiang Chen's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. Even when facing the imposing manner of the ancient people, Jiang Chen still didn't have any reaction. This person's temperament had actually reached such a level. One must know that when an ordinary person came to a place like the ancient people for the first time, they would be so shocked that their mouths would be wide open. They would exclaim in admiration at every place they saw. Of course, Gu Mu didn't know that when Jiang Chen was unhindered in the world, which of the 8 clans of the Pure Land hadn't visited? Even the ancestors of the ancient people didn't dare to neglect him. Gu Mu, go and inform the upper echelons of the ancient people that I, Jiang Chen, am here today to propose marriage to the ancient people. Chapter 887. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Gu Mu was dumbfounded. His mouth was slightly agape as he suspected that he had misheard Jiang Chen. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would come to the ancient people in such a way and propose marriage. This was too exciting. However, what surprised Gu Mu the most was the betrothal gifts from Jiang Chen. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones. Oh my god! What a huge amount of wealth. Back when Jiang Chen was in Void Triangular Domain, he had promised to give the ancient people 500 million high-grade true metastones. Today, Jiang Chen came to propose marriage and added another billion, increasing the wealth to 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones. Even Gu Xiantian would be moved by such a huge amount of wealth. However, Jiang Chen's betrothal gifts were far more than that. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones were just the appetizer. 3 9-sun-less Rond Pill. The 9-sun-less Rond Pill actually existed in the heavens and earth. It was a supreme elixir that only existed in the legends. It had never appeared before. Let alone 3, even one would be a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured by its value. Moreover, 10 bottles of 9 Sun holy water and so many supreme elixirs were casually taken out by Jiang Qin. If these treasures were to be used by the ancient people, the overall strength of the ancient people would be unimaginably enhanced. Gu Mu couldn't help but be shocked. It was imaginable that if these betrothal gifts were taken out, it would cause a sensation among the ancient people. Young master has a great spirit. You're indeed a rare hero. Miss Ningzhu's eyesight is indeed amazing. Gu Mu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. A person like Jiang Qin was domineering and didn't care about trifles. Moreover, he was powerful and had the aura of a king. If you were his enemy, it would be your greatest misfortune. But if you were his friend, it would be your greatest fortune. Let's go. Jiang Qin smiled. All right. Gu Mu nodded his head. After calming himself down, he took the lead and walked towards the ancient people's hall with Jiang Qin following behind him. At this moment, outside the entrance of the ancient people's hall stood 4 youths from the ancient people's hall. When the 4 of them saw Gu Mu, they immediately went forward to welcome him. When they saw that it was Gu Mu, their faces were instantly filled with respect and they quickly bowed to Gu Mu. Elder Gu Mu. They didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Gu Mu. Gu Mu was an inner disciple of the ancient people and had a very strong cultivation grade. He was a mighty 9th grade minor saint. Compared to him, their status and identity were on a completely different level. Go tell Miss Ningzhu that Jiang Qin has come to propose marriage. Gu Mu explained to the 4 that he had to inform Wu Ningzhu of Jiang Qin's arrival. What? Marriage proposal? What marriage proposal? He is that Jiang Qin. The 4 of them were stunned. For a moment, they didn't understand what Gu Mu was trying to say. What did the marriage proposal have to do with Wu Ningzhu? Wasn't Wu Ningzhu betrothed to Gu Lufeng by the patriarch? Listen, I am Jiang Qin. Wu Ningzhu is my woman. I have come to the ancient people's hall today to propose marriage. If Gu Lufeng isn't convinced, he can come and find me. You can tell him that I have just killed Shi Han. Jiang Qin clasped his hands behind his back and said to the 4 of them. After that, he followed Gu Mu and walked towards the ancient people's hall. The 4 of them heard Jiang Qin's words clearly. Because of that, they were shocked. They widened their eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. Is this man Jiang Qin? He looks so young. What did he say just now? He killed Shi Han. How is this possible? Shi Han is a supreme expert ranked 2nd on the sky list. Even big brother Lufeng isn't his match. How could he kill Shi Han? Did you guys hear it clearly? He said that Miss Wu Ningzhu is his woman and he is here to propose marriage. Damn it, looks like something big is going to happen. The patriarch has already said that Miss Wu Ningzhu will be betrothed to Gu Lufeng 3 days later. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would appear out of nowhere? However, if he really killed Shi Han, I'm afraid that Gu Lufeng won't be his match. Let's go and spread the news. We will go and tell Miss Wu Ningzhu. You guys go and find big brother Lufeng. If Jiang Qin wants to propose marriage, the patriarch will definitely not agree. How can it be so easy to marry the genius of the ancient people? The 4 of them immediately split into pairs and flew towards the ancient people's hall. This matter was too big. If Jiang Qin came to propose marriage, the ancient people would not be able to remain calm. Currently, Jiang Qin's name had already spread across the entire Pure Land. This person was a devil incarnate. Wherever he went, chaos would follow. If what Jiang Qin said was true, that he really killed Shi Han, then no one in the younger generation of the ancient people would be a match for him. Even if Gu Liufeng's cultivation had improved, he wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Qin. Gu Mu brought Jiang Qin to his own residence. With Gu Mu's current status and identity, the ancient people had their own mountain and a place to cultivate. Young master, you are an outsider after all. You can't just barge into the inner palace of the ancient people. You should rest here for a while. I will go and inform the inner clan about your intention. I believe that the patriarch will see you directly. Gu Mu said to Jiang Qin. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He knew that Gu Mu was right. After all, he was here to propose marriage. If he followed Gu Mu to the inner palace, it would be extremely impolite. One should know that the inner palace of the ancient people was the core place of the ancient people. Even Gu Mu wouldn't be able to enter under normal circumstances. However, Jiang Qin wasn't worried at all. He knew what kind of condition he had proposed. Even the higher-ups of the ancient people wouldn't be indifferent after hearing the amount of betrothal gifts he had proposed. They would definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Moreover, there was no enmity between him and the ancient people. In fact, he had given a lot of benefits to the ancient people when he was in Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people hadn't returned from the inner palace yet, but the entire ancient people was in chaos. The news spread too fast. The news of Jiang Chen's proposal was like a whirlwind. Everyone knew about it. That Jiang Chen has actually come to the inner palace of the ancient people. That Jiang Chen has actually come to the Gu family. I've seen his divine might in Void Triangular Domain with my own eyes. He's truly incredible. Chapter 888. Not long after that elder entered the inner hall, he immediately came out. He walked towards Gu Mu and said, Gu Mu, bring your kid over now. The patriarch wants to see him. All right, I'll go now. Gu Mu was overjoyed. He knew that Gu Xiantian would definitely want to see Jiang Qin. After all, no one would be able to accept such a huge betrothal gift. How could a person who could take out such a gift be an ordinary person? Even if Gu Xiantian didn't betroth Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Qin, he still wanted to see this young talent who had recently caused an uproar in the Pure Land. Ancient people were very clear about the current situation of the 8 great clans. If someone could disrupt the situation, it would also be what the ancient people wished to see. Gu Mu quickly returned to his residence and brought Jiang Qin to the inner hall. On the way to the inner hall, they coincidentally met Wu Ningzhu, who was rushing over after hearing the news. Seeing Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu's face immediately revealed joy. I knew it. You wouldn't just watch me marry another man. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. That beautiful smile made the entire world look beautiful. Even if I didn't come, Sister Ning wouldn't marry another man. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Wu Ningzhu's heart towards him was unique. From the moment he unveiled Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was the only man that Wu Ningzhu had set her eyes on. Furthermore, in Wu Ningzhu's heart, there wasn't a man more outstanding than Jiang Qin. Humph. Are you that confident? Wu Ningzhu snorted. When has your husband's confidence ever been lacking? Jiang Qin wasn't going to be polite. He immediately pulled Wu Ningzhu into his embrace, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, there was nothing to be embarrassed about being hugged by her man. In fact, it was a form of happiness. She asked Gu Mu to look for Jiang Qin because she was sure that Jiang Qin would definitely come after knowing that Gu Xiantian was going to betroth her in 3 days. Cough cough, Gu Mu immediately coughed. This pair of lovebirds had completely treated him as heir. Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu laughed. Thereafter, Jiang Qin released Wu Ningzhu. He had to consider this old fellow's feelings. Young master, young miss, let's hurry to the inner hall. Gu Mu said with a sigh. Little Chenzi, I don't know what the patriarch thinks of you coming here to propose marriage. He has already agreed to marry me to Gu Lufeng and release my mother. Now that you suddenly appeared, I'm afraid. Wu Ningzhu didn't finish her words, but the meaning she wanted to express was very clear. She knew Jiang Chen's ability, but after all, this was the territory of the ancient people. There were so many experts here that Jiang Chen couldn't do anything here. If she was alone, she could directly leave the ancient people and go far away with Jiang Chen. But now, she was most worried about Gulan and her mother. Gulan was the main purpose of her coming to the Divine Land. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand. Feeling his broad and strong palm, Wu Ningzhu's heart gradually calmed down. To a woman, no matter how strong and independent she was, she would always need someone to rely on. A man was a woman's reliance, and Jiang Chen was her reliance. He was a man who would never allow his woman to suffer any grievances. Jiang Chen was Wu Ningzhu's reliance. In the inner hall of the ancient people, 7 or 8 people were sitting. All of them were great sages of the ancient people. They all had high status and power. The most important person sitting at the top looked about 40 years old. He had a medium build and wore a very clean blue shirt, giving people a very neat feeling. He just sat there, giving people the feeling that he was as tall as a mountain. He didn't look angry, but his eyebrows were full of domineering aura. This person was the patriarch of the ancient people, Gu Xiantian, the first person of the ancient people in the Pure Land. When Gu Mu brought Jiang Qin over, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Jiang Qin was so young. You are Jiang Qin. One of the elders opened his mouth and asked. Yes, I am Jiang Qin. Today, I come to propose marriage. I believe that the patriarch of the ancient people should know that I and Wu Ningzhu have been engaged for a long time. If Gu Mu didn't go to Danyuan City to stir things up, we would have been married by now. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to propose marriage today. Jiang Qin didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. How dare you? Jiang Qin, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in the inner hall of the ancient people? An elder immediately shouted at Jiang Qin. I, Jiang Qin, never liked to beat around the bush. I'll be frank with you. I came here with enough sincerity. Here are 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones, 3 9 solar lightning dragon pills, and 10 bottles of 9 solar holy water. Don't tell me that I have to be humble when I come here to propose. If you think that me bringing so many things to the inner hall is disrespectful to you, then I, Jiang Qin, have nothing to say. Jiang Qin waved his hand and took out a golden interspatial ring, 3 9 suns less Ron pill and 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water. They floated in the air above the inner hall. The 9 suns holy water emitted a strong aura, causing the air in the inner hall to ripple. Not to mention other people, even the great sages on the scene couldn't help but feel excited when they saw these treasures. The elder who scolded Jiang Qin before didn't say anything. Jiang Qin was right. No one would bring these things to disrespect the ancient people. Any of these things proved that Jiang Qin was sincere enough. 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones was a fortune that made people salivate. As for the 9 suns less Ron pill, it was a legendary pill. It was the first time for the people on the scene to see it. Their eyes fell on the 3 pills. They saw that the pills were full of medicinal efficacy. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon and a deep rumbling sound of thunder. The medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. It was exactly the same as the legendary 9 suns less Ron pill. Such a pill would have a great effect even for great sages like them. As for the 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water, they were also rare sacred objects. With so much 9 suns holy water, it was unknown how many talented disciples the ancient people could cultivate with it. At the same time, they were also surprised by Jiang Chen's performance. This was the inner palace of the ancient people. No young man could be so calm in this place. His calmness was absolutely not an act. In the eyes of a great saint, all pretense was useless. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they knew very well that no one in the younger generation of the ancient people could be compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, where did you get this 9 suns less Ron pill? A 4th grade great saint elder asked. The 9 suns less Ron pill was concocted by me. This pill requires a large amount of 9 suns holy water and the fusion of different medicinal herbs. The most important thing is that it has to be concocted under the heavenly tribulation. I am an alchemist who has gone through 4 lightning tribulations. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything. He wanted the ancient people to see his ability and raise his status. He wanted the ancient people to know that they wouldn't suffer a loss if they befriended him. Wu Ningzhu, who was at the side, was stunned. Her pair of beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Chen's handsome face. She couldn't move her eyes away. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would take out such a precious thing for her. A man could give up everything for her. That kind of happiness was like an unstoppable flood to a woman. What? This time, even Gu Xiantian almost exclaimed. They thought that the 9 suns less Rond pill was obtained by Jiang Chen in a fortuitous encounter. They had never thought that it was concocted by Jiang Chen himself. Moreover, they could feel that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. He wouldn't lie, and there was no need for him to lie. Everyone on the scene had experienced the heavenly tribulation before. They knew how terrifying it was. When they advanced to the great saint realm, the terrifying saint tribulation almost took their lives. Jiang Chen was merely a 9th grade minor saint, but he had already experienced so many heavenly tribulations. This meant that Jiang Chen was a heaven-defying existence. Only a heaven-defying existence could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people had never triggered a heavenly tribulation before they advanced to the great saint realm. To be able to concoct pills in the midst of a heavenly tribulation was an inconceivable thing. Based on this point alone, Jiang Chen's concoction skill was enough to kill anyone in Dan family. Ancient people had no reason to reject such a peerless genius. Jiang Chen, did you say that you killed Shirhan? Gu Xiantian didn't keep Jiang Chen's betrothal gift. Although these treasures were very important to the ancient people, it was still a betrothal gift after all. If he kept it, it would mean that he had agreed to marry Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Gu Lufeng. Moreover, he had already said that he needed Wu Ningzhu to marry Gu Lufeng before he released Gulan. Of course, on the way to the ancient people, Shirhan wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. Jiang Chen turned his palm again. Shirhan's head and the stone spear appeared at the same time. The head and the stone spear automatically flew to Gu Xiantian. Seeing that it was indeed Shirhan's head, Gu Xiantian's emotions fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and stared at Shirhan's head and the stone spear. It was as if a stone had been lifted off his heart. He is only a 7th grade minor saint, but he was able to kill the 2nd-ranked Shirhan on the sky ranking. This is unbelievable. That's right. Such a monstrous genius is too heaven-defying. There has never been such a genius in the history of Saint Origin world. He is still so young and a powerful alchemist. It's hard to imagine how far he will go in the future. Now that Dan family has befriended him, if we, the ancient people, befriended him, it won't bring any harm to the future of our ancient people. Chapter 889. Ancient people's view on Jiang Chen had changed tremendously. First of all, even before Jiang Chen took out those treasures, they didn't hate Jiang Chen. After all, although Jiang Chen was a troublemaker, he didn't do anything harmful to the ancient people. He even helped the elders of the ancient people advance to the next level and brought Wu Ningzhu to the divine continent. Jiang Chen's performance just now was indeed amazing. Plus, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World wouldn't last much longer. Ancient people wanted to see the emergence of a peerless genius to disrupt the situation. Moreover, to the other elders, they didn't care who Wu Ningzhu was going to marry. What they cared about was the future of the ancient people. A young man like Jiang Chen had left a good impression on them. After Shi Han's head was placed on the table, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat depressing. Everyone could feel the change in Gu Xuantian's emotions. No matter how tenacious a supreme expert was, he was still a human. He couldn't remain calm in the face of the death of his son. Bang! No one saw any movement from Gu Xiantian, but an invisible wave of qi suddenly overflowed from his body. Shi Han's head and the stone spear shattered with a loud bang, turning into powder and completely disappeared from the hall, as if they were never there. Jiang Chen, I owe you a favor, but I can't agree to your marriage proposal. Gu Xiantian sat back on his seat and said. Patriarch. Wu Ningzhu's expression changed. Gu Xiantian raised his hand and said, Ning, you don't need to say anything else. I have already decided to betroth you to Gu Lufeng. Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people. He is the focus of our ancient people. Moreover, don't forget about your mother. As long as you marry Lufeng, your mother will be free. I don't want to marry Gu Lufeng. I've been engaged to Jiang Chen for a long time. If it wasn't for your interference, we would be officially husband and wife now. Wu Ningzhu refuted. Of course, she had to refute. Although Gu Lufeng was the #1 genius of the ancient people, in Wu Ningzhu's heart, Gu Lufeng and Jiang Chen could not be compared at all, no matter which aspect. Ning, my words carry enormous weight, so how can I go back on my word? Not to mention, could it be that you're not thinking about your mother? Why did you come here from the southern continent? Isn't it so that your mother can regain her freedom? You have to marry one of the ancient people to erase the mistakes your mother has made in the past. If you insist on marrying Jiang Chen, your mother will still be imprisoned. Gu Xiantian said. As the patriarch of the southern continent, although it wasn't the official day of the clan gathering, he couldn't simply change his words. Otherwise, where would his prestige be? If he were to marry Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen now, how would Gu Lufeng feel? Jiang Chen was an outsider after all. Gu Xiantian, your words are simply bullshit. Ridiculous. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter and called out Gu Xuantian's name. He was completely unscrupulous and did not leave any face for Gu Xiantian. His Gu Mu, who was trembling at the side, gasped in shock after hearing Jiang Chen's words. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. What he feared the most had happened. He was most worried about Jiang Chen's violent temper. Once he gets angry, he wouldn't care about the occasion or who the other party was. Now, what he was worried about had happened. This was the inner palace of the ancient people, an incomparably sacred and honorable place. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, nor had anyone dared to disrespect the patriarch. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was so harmonious. Why did it suddenly change? Presumptuous. The great sage elder who was seated at the side bellowed and released a powerful aura. It was true that they admired Jiang Chen, but if Jiang Chen were to behave atrociously here, they wouldn't be polite. Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with anxiety. She grabbed onto Jiang Chen's arm tightly, fearing that Jiang Chen would do something out of line. Why don't you tell me why my words are so ridiculous? Why are they bullshit? Gu Xiantian squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he was being disrespected by a junior. Then, I'll tell you. You said that I brought Shi Han's head and natal weapon. You owe me a favor. You don't have to return this favor. You just have to let me ask you a few questions. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, completely ignoring the anger of the great sage elders. Ask. Gu Xiantian said. He wanted to hear what Jiang Chen wanted to ask. Ancient people's matters were not something that an outsider could interfere with. Let me ask you, what did Gulan do wrong? Why did you trap her for so many years? Jiang Chen asked. As the saintess of the ancient people, Gulan secretly went to the southern continent and married a lowly person like Wu Tianyang. Isn't this a grave mistake? Where is the face of the ancient people? Gu Xiantian said indifferently. Hearing Gu Xiantian call her father a lowly person, Wu Ningzhu's face showed a hint of anger. In her heart, Wu Tianyang's position was unshakable. Humph. Gu Xiantian, do you think you have the face to say such words from the mouth of the patriarch? In my opinion, you are a typical example of shamelessness. Jiang Chen shouted. Brat, you're courting death. A great saint was infuriated. He was about to attack Jiang Chen, but was stopped by Gu Xiantian. Jiang Chen, you better give me a good reason. You're the first person to say that I'm shameless. Even if I owe you a favor, it's enough for me to take your life because of what you just said. Gu Xuantian's tone turned cold. Gu Mu, who was standing at the side, was already scared silly. He was thinking that ancestor Jiang Chen should be more mindful. I, Jiang Chen, a 7th grade minor saint, could easily kill Shi Han. Even if the ancient people's 1st grade great saint were to attack me, I would still kill him without hesitation. Such talent, such ability. Let me ask you, is there anyone among the ancient people who could kill a great saint while being only a 7th grade minor saint? If you think that I'm bragging, you can find a 1st grade great saint and have a try. Jiang Chen said loudly. For a moment, everyone, including Gu Xiantian, fell into silence. Jiang Chen was right. Putting aside the ancient people, even the greatest saint in the entire saint origin world couldn't kill a great saint when he was only a 7th grade minor saint. But what did this have to do with Gu Xuantian's shamelessness? What did it have to do with Gulan? Since you ancient people couldn't do it, can I say that I, Jiang Chen, am higher than you ancient people and that you ancient people are inferior? However, I, Jiang Chen, came here today to propose marriage with great sincerity. I came here with the identity of a junior. I will address you as patriarch. If Sister Ning and I get married, I will also address you as uncle. I will never have the slightest feeling of being superior to the Gu family. In my heart, everyone is equal. There is absolutely no distinction between nobility and inferiority. The Gu family is a human, Wu Tianyang is also a human, he has his own personality and dignity. Jiang Chen didn't conceal his voice at all. He didn't care about the expressions of everyone present and continued, do you know why Gulan married Wu Tianyang and gave birth to a child for Wu Tianyang? Because Gulan was seriously injured at that time and was on the verge of death. It was Wu Tianyang who saved her life. In other words, the inferior person that you are referring to is Gulan's savior and your sister's savior. You, Gu Xiantian, are able to become the patriarch because you are a person who values relationships and righteousness. Only you know your feelings for your sister. So, what qualifications do you have to say that your sister's savior is an inferior person? This time, Gu Xiantian was stunned. Surprisingly, he didn't get angry because he suddenly felt that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. He and Gulan grew up together. The brotherly love between them was something that others couldn't understand. All these years, he had always thought that Gulan was wrong and imprisoned his sister for so many years according to the clan rules. However, in his heart, Gulan was a sore point. Moreover, what did Gulan do wrong? In my opinion, Gulan is the one who truly values friendship and righteousness. She doesn't care about trifles and married Wu Tianyang with the identity of the ancient people saintess. It's not only because Wu Tianyang is Gulan's savior, but also because Gulan and Wu Tianyang already have feelings for each other, very deep feelings. As far as I know, your wife, Gu Xiantian, seems to also be from a poor family, right? Since you can marry a poor woman, why can't Gulan marry Wu Tianyang? Let me ask you, what did Gulan do wrong? Jiang Chen looked around. He was not only asking Gu Xiantian, but also asking all the people present. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They had always thought that Gulan should bear the punishment she deserved since she had violated the clan rules. However, they never really thought about what on earth Gulan had done wrong. Wu Ningzhu, who was standing aside, had already burst into tears. These were the words she had buried in her heart for many years. Today, Jiang Chen said them out loud. She felt wronged for her father, Wu Tianyang, and for her mother, Gulan. The two loved each other, but they were forcibly separated for so many years. Wu Ningzhu knew very well how Wu Tianyang had spent so many years. This was also the reason why she insisted on coming to the Divine Land. Gu Xiantian, I said that you are shameless, but I'm definitely not slandering you. If Wu Tianyang hadn't saved Gulan, you would have lost a sister. Have you ever thought about what would have happened to you if Gulan had died at that time? I'm afraid it would have been a lifetime of pain for you, just like Shirhan had killed your son. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls. Gu Xiantian had never really thought about these questions. He just took it for granted that Gulan was wrong. Gu Xiantian, let me ask you again. For so many years, you have been imprisoning Gulan and your own sister. Every time you go to the prison and see your sister's increasingly thin face, have you ever felt guilty? Have you? Chapter 890. Boom. Jiang Chen's words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen had deliberately used the Great Soul Derivation technique. Every word was like a knife drilling into everyone's heart, especially Gu Xuantian's. Ancient people's elders were all experts of the older generation. In their eyes, Gulan was just a junior, a child. Some of them had watched Gulan grow up. It was impossible to say that they didn't love Gulan at all. Jiang Chen's words shocked Gu Xiantian the most. He was stunned. For 12 years, he had imprisoned Gulan for 12 years, but he had never thought about it from another angle. He only thought that Gulan had made a mistake and should be punished. However, he had forgotten that Gulan was his sister, his biological sister. Gu Xiantian, don't you feel guilty about Gulan all these years? Jiang Chen's words were still lingering in his ears. Did he really not feel guilty? No, as Jiang Chen had said, every time he saw Gulan's haggard face, his heart would ache. Therefore, he rarely went to see Gulan. Gu Xiantian had felt guilty more than once. He had always wanted to release Gulan. He only needed Gulan to admit her mistake. Even if Gulan said that she was wrong, he would set her free. After all, she was his biological sister. However, Gulan would rather be imprisoned for 12 years than admit her mistake. How difficult it was to exchange 12 years for the 3 words, I was wrong. Gu Xiantian had never known. Until now, Gu Xiantian finally understood why Gulan didn't want to say it. It was because Gulan wasn't wrong. It was him who was wrong. It was the rules of the ancient people that were wrong. Why were humans human? Because humans had feelings. Gulan knew how to repay kindness and even promised to marry him. That was her true nature. As the patriarch, Gu Xiantian had forcibly separated a pair of ill-fated lovebirds and imprisoned Gulan. It was simply unreasonable. Mother, Wu Ningzhu, couldn't bear it anymore. She fell to the ground with a plop. Tears streamed down her face and she burst into tears. 12 years. She would never forget Gulen's appearance. She would always remember that year when she was 10 years old. A 10-year-old child could already remember everything. Every word of Jiang Qin was like a knife stabbing into Wu Ningzhu's body. She couldn't imagine how Gulen had survived these 12 years. Jiang Chen squatted down and hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulders. His eyes were filled with heartache. This was an extremely strong woman. Jiang Chen had never seen Wu Ningzhu shed a single tear. She was countless times stronger than other men. However, only Jiang Chen knew that behind this strength, there was a lot of bitterness that outsiders couldn't understand. Jiang Chen's words made the bitterness that had been hidden for 12 years pour out. It was like a broken river, unable to be controlled. Wu Ningzhu's bitter cries had completely destroyed Gu Xuantian's psychological defenses. His eyes were a little moist. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how high his position was, he would always take on different roles. Gu Xiantian was a high and mighty patriarch, but he was also a big brother and an uncle. No matter how high he stood, they were all his family. Only he himself would understand the meaning of the word family. Gu Xiantian had lost someone before, so he knew the importance of family. Could it be that I was really wrong? Gu Xiantian shook his head. He seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Jiang Chen's words could be said to be disrespectful to him, but Gu Xiantian didn't hate Jiang Chen at all. He was even grateful to Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's words had enlightened him. He suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years, but in terms of awareness, he was still inferior to a young man. That's right, not only were you wrong, you were gravely wrong. She couldn't watch her daughter grow up day by day. She couldn't stay with the man she loved. She didn't even have the chance to see him. She spent every day in pain. Wu Tianyang also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. She saw her father grieving in the middle of the night more than once. Wu Tianyang also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. More than once, she saw her father grieving in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen enunciated each word clearly. So, you blamed yourself for 12 years, Gulen missed her for 12 years, Wu Tianyang suffered for 12 years, and Wu Ningzhu suffered for 12 years. If you are still a man, you should put an end to these 12 years of mistakes. Everything is not too late. I hope that you will release Gulen personally, and not use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulen's freedom. If that's the case, Wu Ningzhu won't be happy, and she will suffer for the rest of her life. Even if Gulen comes out, she won't forgive you. Shut up, don't say any more. Gu Xiantian shouted at Jiang Chen. His eyes were red. Obviously, Jiang Chen's words were like a mirror, illuminating everything and collapsing Gu Xuantian's psychological defense. How could Gu Xiantian not want to release Gulen? If Gulen didn't admit her mistakes, he had to find an excuse to release Gulen. Marrying Wu Ningzhu to the youngest genius of the ancient people was the best excuse. He did feel guilty towards Gulen, and he did blame himself for 12 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much effort to cultivate Wu Ningzhu. However, he didn't think about whether Wu Ningzhu would be happy or not if Wu Ningzhu married Gu Lufeng. You don't want me to say it, but I want to say it. You have already harmed Gulen, don't tell me you want to harm Gulen's daughter. You said that Gu Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people, but I don't even put him in my heart. If Gu Lufeng doesn't accept it, I will use a battle to convince him. AI. Patriarch, regardless of whether Gulen was right or wrong, you have already locked her up for 12 years. In my opinion, this punishment is enough. That's right, Patriarch. Although Jiang Chen was impudent today, I can see that he is a man of love. It is rare for a man to disregard everything for his woman. If Ning He marries him, I don't think it is a disgrace to the bloodline of the ancient people. Patriarch, it has been 12 years. I think we should end it here. The other great sages were also moved. Although she was only a first-grade great saint, it was enough to show that she was very talented. A powerful first-grade great saint would have sharp senses, but Gulen didn't notice the three of them. It showed that Gulen's heart had been completely immersed in the sound of the zither. It was as if the sound of the zither could bring her back to Dancing Sun City, back to her family, back to her carefree and happy life. The moment she saw Gulen, Wu Ningzhu couldn't hold back her tears again. That's right, this was her mother. Although 12 years had passed, the face of Gulen had always been so clear in Wu Ningzhu's heart. Her mother didn't age at all. She was just a little thinner. Wu Ningzhu always felt that her mother was the most beautiful woman in the world, whether it was in the past or now. That kind of beauty was unique. Mother is the word great. In every child's heart, their mother is the most beautiful and unique. Mother! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a very loud voice. Bang! Gulen's body shook violently. One of the zither strings broke in her hand. She slowly raised her head. When she saw Wu Ningzhu, her pupils began to dilate and her body began to tremble. At this moment, her whole world seemed to have undergone a great change. Ning! Ning Air! Gulen's voice trembled even more. She felt that she was dreaming, but this dream was so real. Although they hadn't seen each other for 12 years, Wu Ningzhu had undergone a great change. She had grown from a little girl to a slim and elegant peerless beauty. Gulen could still recognize her daughter at first glance. Ning Air, is that really you? Without anyone seeing how Gulen moved, her body had already arrived in front of Wu Ningzhu. Mother, it's me. I'm your Ning Air. Wu Ningzhu was unable to control her emotions. She directly threw herself into Gulen's embrace and burst into tears. Gulen raised her trembling hands and placed them on Wu Ningzhu's back. She still didn't dare to believe that this was real. This is a dream. It must be an illusion. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiantian and Jiang Qin looked at each other and tacitly walked to the side. They didn't want to disturb this scene. They knew that this scene would definitely last for a long time. 1 or 2 hours might not be enough. Jiang Chen, thank you for today. You've untied the knot in my heart for many years. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. To be able to say the word thank you from Gu Xuantian's mouth was an extremely rare and difficult thing to do. At this moment, he put down his high and mighty posture and chatted with Jiang Chen like a friend. The one who untied the knot in your heart was you, not me. If you were really a heartless person, there wouldn't be today's Gulen and Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen also smiled. He seemed to have seen through Gu Xiantian. Do you know that you might be killed by me with a palm strike for being so disrespectful to me today? Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, never do things that I'm not sure of. If you, Gu Xiantian, are heartless, you wouldn't be able to sit in this position. If that's the case, I won't use this method to deal with the ancient people. I will wait until I'm strong enough to fight my way to the ancient people and forcefully take away Wu Ningzhu and Gulen. I will make all of you ancient people disappear from this world. Jiang Chen didn't hide his words at all. Gu Xiantian gasped. In Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen was the first person who could make the ancient people sink. However, Gu Xiantian had a feeling that as long as Jiang Qin said it, he would be able to do it. He was a very scary young man. Chapter 892. Jiang Chen, do you think that I will agree to marry Ning to you? Gu Xiantian asked. Yes. Jiang Chen's reply was firm and confident. Aren't you being too confident? Although you have helped me unravel the knot in my heart and fought for Gulan's freedom, this is completely different from your marriage proposal. As the patriarch of the ancient people, my words carry enormous weight. I have already agreed to betroth Ning to Lu Feng 3 days later. If I were to betroth Ning to you now, where would I put my face as the patriarch? Gu Xiantian, do you know what I admire about you? The betrothal gifts that I have brought are enough to make anyone lose their cool. But you, under such a heavy betrothal gift, still cared about your patriarch's face and insisted on marrying Sister Ning to Gu Lu Feng. This is something that I admire very much. You, Gu Xiantian, are a person who values friendship, so the person that you, Gu Xiantian, would definitely not be a bad person. If Gu Lu Feng wants to marry Wu Ningzhu, he will definitely make Wu Ningzhu be willing. If he is forced, with his pride, I'm afraid that he will not accept this marriage. Moreover, this is a matter between me and Gu Lu Feng. In this world where only the strong are respected, the simplest and most direct way to solve a problem is to fight. Every genius is a warrior. I will personally defeat Gu Lu Feng and snatch Sister Ning over. I will make Gu Lu Feng withdraw himself and not damage your patriarch's prestige. Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiantian looked at the expression in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was getting more and more shocked. This young man was too terrifying. His vision was farsighted and everything was under his control. He could even see through a person with a glance. This was a person who would never give up. He dared to come to the ancient people alone and even brought such a heavy betrothal gift. This was enough to show the importance of Wu Ningzhu in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen had never seen Gu Lu Feng before. He was able to judge Gu Lu Feng based on his own vision. What surprised Gu Xiantian was that Jiang Chen's judgment was right. Gu Lu Feng was indeed a rare genius among the younger generation of the ancient people. He was an outstanding existence in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Gu Xiantian. Moreover, the ancient people aren't fools. Plus, Patriarch Gu isn't a fool. Your foresight is sharper than anyone else. Nowadays, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin world has become more and more obvious. The strength of Desolate family is growing day by day, and it's already strong enough to suppress any one of the 7 major families. If this situation continues for a long time, you should be very clear about the consequences. You won't believe it if I say that Desolate family doesn't have any ambition. Gu family should be aware of the crisis in advance. Saint Origin world has been peaceful for such a long time, but it will eventually usher in chaos. You know very well that only I, Jiang Qin, can completely turn the situation of Saint Origin world upside down. You, the ancient people, are the only ones who will be able to turn the situation upside down in the future. You know very well that only I, Jiang Qin, can turn the situation of Saint Origin world upside down in the future. AI. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had to admit that Jiang Qin was too smart. He was so smart that he could see through everything. He even spoke out his own thoughts and the thoughts of those great sages in the inner palace. The Saint Origin world had been peaceful for so long. It was only a matter of time before chaos would descend upon the Saint Origin world. The emergence of Jiang Qin was like a dazzling star that was destined to stir up this muddy water. There was indeed no harm in befriending Jiang Qin for the ancient people. Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still weak. How could he be compared to the ancient people? Alright, I will send Gu Mu to the southern continent to bring Wu Tianyang back and let your family reunite. Gu Xiantian nodded in agreement. After all, he felt that he owed Gulan too much. Letting Wu Tianyang come was also a form of compensation. Similarly, this was suggested by Jiang Qin, so he treated it as returning a favor to Jiang Qin. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, uncle. Gulan and Wu Ningzhu were instantly overjoyed. A family reunion. Their dream of 12 years was finally going to come true. How could they not be excited? It was hard to imagine that when Wu Tianyang heard the news, he would probably cry for the whole night. Chapter 893. Jiang Chen and his friends had disappeared from the condensing mist world for a few hours. During these few hours, the ancient people were in an uproar. They didn't know what had happened in the inner palace. They didn't even know that Jiang Qin had gone to the inner palace of the ancient people, but the news that Jiang Qin had come to the ancient people was true. However, everyone was guessing whether Jiang Qin had killed Shi Han or not. Just now, the news of Shi Han's death had reached the ancient people. Just today, not long ago, when Jiang Qin and Gu Mu were on the way to the ancient people's palace, Jiang Qin and Shi Han had a world-shaking battle. Shi Han was killed by Jiang Qin during the battle. My God! Jiang Qin's words are true. He really killed Shi Han. Shi Han is ranked second in the Sky ranking. I heard that Jiang Qin is only a 7th grade minor saint. This is too scary. Yeah. The second in the Sky ranking has been killed. This is a big event. The ranking of the Sky ranking is going to be rewritten. I have no idea what kind of monstrous genius Jiang Qin is. He has appeared out of nowhere and is simply unstoppable. I'm afraid that Brother Lu Feng won't be a match for him. That's right. Although Brother Lu Feng has gained a lot of benefits from this training and gained the ability to compete with the top 3 in the Sky ranking, it is still impossible for him to kill Shi Han. I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Jiang Qin. I heard that Jiang Qin is here to propose marriage. He wants to marry Miss Ningzhu, but the patriarch has already decided to betroth Miss Ningzhu to Big Brother Lu Feng during the family meeting 3 days from now. There's going to be a good show to watch. Ancient people were talking about Jiang Qin. No one wouldn't pay attention to a person who could kill Shi Han. Not only the ancient people, the news of the battle between Jiang Qin and Shi Han had spread across the Pure Land in the shortest time possible. This battle had pushed Jiang Qin's fame to the peak. Back then, Jiang Qin had declared war against the young generation of the Pure Land and the spiritual Space Mountain. Until now, no one in the young generation of the Pure Land was his match. No, the #1 expert of the Desolate family hasn't appeared yet. They guessed that only the guy from the Desolate family could deal with Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about Jiang Qin's strength. However, Jiang Qin had come here to propose marriage. While everyone was marveling at the strength of Jiang Qin and the fact that he was able to kill Shi Han, another news came out. Jiang Qin had brought a super betrothal gift. 1.5 billion true meta stones, 3 9 sun less Ron pill, and 10 bottles of 9 sun holy water. Such a super betrothal gift had set off an unimaginable uproar. Oh my God! This Jiang Qin is too ruthless. He is willing to take out so many treasures. It seems that he is determined to get Miss Ningzhu. Brother Lu Feng is in danger. That's right. Although the patriarch has already announced it, the betrothal gifts that Jiang Qin has taken out are too tempting. The benefits to us ancient people are unimaginable. From this point of view, Miss Ningzhu marrying Jiang Qin is beneficial to us ancient people. The news of the super betrothal gift was naturally spread by Gu Mu. This old guy was doing his best to help Jiang Qin build momentum. Now, everyone was waiting for the family meeting in 3 days. It was imaginable that because of Jiang Chen's arrival, the family meeting would be incomparably lively. In this family meeting, Wu Ningzhu was the protagonist, Gu Lufeng was the protagonist, and now, Jiang Chen, this outsider, had also become the protagonist. But what was surprising was that Gu Lufeng was abnormally silent. It was as if he couldn't hear the voices outside. But the young ancient people knew that Gu Lufeng wouldn't remain silent. It was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. Both of them were holding hands, looking incomparably affectionate. This scene made the eyes of many people who had pursued Wu Ningzhu almost spurt out fire. The noble goddess in their eyes was actually holding the hand of an outsider. This was simply a blow to them. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He's too young. You don't say. Looking at him, he and Miss Ningzhu are incomparably compatible. I wonder how Gu Lufeng would feel if he saw this scene. Of course not. But since Jiang Chen could kill Shi Han, I wonder if Gu Lufeng would dare to challenge him. Chapter 894. As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, he became the center of attention. It was the kind of hateful one. His and Wu Ningzhu's public display of affection was a great stimulation to many young ancient people. Of course, stimulation was one thing, but these people still had self-awareness. They knew that they had no qualification to compete with Jiang Chen. But it didn't mean that Gu Lufeng didn't. Today was the family meeting. Gu Lufeng certainly wouldn't swallow his anger. However, Jiang Chen was after all an existence that killed Shi Han. If Gu Lufeng fought against Jiang Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't be great. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu turned a deaf ear to these discussions, as if they didn't hear anything. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum became more and more urgent. Suddenly, more than 20 tyrannical figures appeared on a high platform in front of them. After these people appeared, the whole scene became quiet. A faint majestic aura permeated the void. All the ancient people were looking at the high platform with incomparable respect. Any one of the figures on the platform was a high and mighty existence. The lowest cultivation grade of these people was a first-grade great saint. More than 20 great saints gathered together. Even if they didn't deliberately release their qi, the invisible pressure caused by them would still make people feel uncomfortable. As one of the 8 major families, ancient people naturally had more great saint experts. However, there was no need for all the great saint experts to be present in a family meeting. On the platform, standing at the forefront was Gu Xiantian. He had a majestic look on his face. This was the supreme existence of the ancient people. He was like a god in the hearts of all the ancient people. However, at this moment, many people's eyes fell on the white-clothed woman next to Gu Xiantian. Look, that's Elder Gulan. She has been imprisoned by the patriarch for 12 years. I didn't expect her to appear today. Elder Gulan is so beautiful. It seems that the grudge between her and the patriarch has been resolved. That's great. I have long heard that Elder Gulan not only has the appearance of a fairy, but also has an extraordinary talent. Seeing her today, she really is extraordinary. Gulan's appearance caused an uproar. Most of the young people present had never seen Gulan before. After Gulan left the ancient people, she had been living in the southern continent and had never returned. 12 years ago, when Gu Xiantian brought her back, he immediately threw her into prison. It was normal that many people had never seen Gulan before. However, just because they hadn't seen her didn't mean that they hadn't heard of her. Ancient people all knew about Gulan, and even Gulan's deeds. It was just that the topic of Gulan was too sensitive, so no one dared to bring it up. Now that Wu Ningzhu was here and Gulan was released, this matter had finally come to an end. Patriarch, everyone is almost here. We can start now. An elder said. Alright, let's begin. Gu Xiantian nodded. Just as Gu Xiantian nodded, a silhouette turned into a ray of light and landed on a fighting platform. The newcomer seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was extremely handsome and wore a purple robe. His whole body was filled with domineering aura. After he arrived, his eyes immediately locked on Jiang Qin. It's Gu Lufeng. He finally appeared. Let's see what he will do. The newcomer was Gu Lufeng. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Gu Lufeng looked at Jiang Qin and said loudly, Jiang Qin, I know why you are here. But if you want to marry Ningzhu, let's see if you are capable enough. I, Gu Lufeng, challenge you now. As long as you can defeat me, I will withdraw from the competition. Lufeng. Gu Xiantian knitted his brows. Patriarch, this is between us. Let us settle it ourselves. Gu Lufeng cupped his fists towards Gu Xiantian. Gu Lufeng was a very smart person. By saying this, he gave Gu Xiantian a way out. He and Jiang Qin would settle it themselves. If he lost, he would withdraw from the competition. Even if he married Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Qin, it would be considered as him withdrawing from the competition. It wouldn't affect Gu Xuantian's prestige. More importantly, they had to settle their own matters by themselves. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon by others. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. Sure enough, he didn't choose the wrong person. Gu Lufeng didn't disappoint him. Swish! Without saying a word, Jiang Qin jumped onto the stage and stood opposite of Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng, you are a real man. But you don't have to feel unconvinced. Don't think that my arrival will affect you and Wu Ningzhu. You probably heard that Wu Ningzhu and I are already engaged. She doesn't have you in her heart. Of course, I agree with your words. Only the strong is worthy of Sister Ning. Therefore, I accept your challenge. I have promised Sister Ning that I will defeat everyone for her. Jiang Qin said faintly. Gu Liufeng's temperament was extraordinary and he didn't act bashfully. Even after knowing that Jiang Qin had killed Shi Han, he still dared to challenge Jiang Qin. Firstly, it was to give Gu Xiantian a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Gu Lufeng didn't appear today and fight with Jiang Qin alone, it would put Gu Xiantian in a very difficult position. After all, the marriage between Wu Ningzhu and Gu Lufeng was agreed by Gu Xiantian himself. As the saying goes, the words of gold and jade carry enormous weight. Ancient people's patriarchs were much more noble than those emperors in the secular world. Jiang Qin, I know that you've killed Shi Han. But I've gained a lot of benefits from my trip out this time. My cultivation has improved a lot. I wanted to find Shi Han and Kong Yang for a fight. Since you've killed Shi Han, let me see how terrifying the person who killed Shi Han is. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Gu Liufeng's aura fluctuated. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was also a battle-hungry person. Unfortunately, you're still not my opponent. Jiang Qin shook his head. I know that with my current strength, it's impossible to kill Shi Han. But the battle between us is unavoidable and I will not retreat. As soon as Gu Lufeng finished speaking, his qi erupted like a volcano. He pressed his palm forward, sucking in the void. Then, his palm turned into a sky, pressing down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't seem to care about Gu Liufeng's qi. Bang! Without any delay, Jiang Qin transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form to deal with a monstrous genius like Gu Lufeng. This point was very obvious when he was fighting against Shi Han. Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu said at the same time. Jiang Chen's expression was good, but Wu Ningzhu's face was full of happiness. Chapter 895. Jiang Chen, Ning heir, since your marriage has been decided, why don't you choose an auspicious date for your wedding? Said Gulan with a smile. That's right. From now on, you, Jiang Chen, will be one of us, the ancient people. Gu Xiantian laughed. It was a great thing for the ancient people to have a genius like Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was very happy. After going through so much, she could finally have a happy ending. She looked at Jiang Chen and said, Uncle, Mother, the marriage between me and Jiang Chen can be decided for now. As for the wedding, let's talk about it in the future. After all, Jiang Chen still has many things to do. My father-in-law is still in the eastern continent. Let's wait for little Chenzi to solve all his problems before we think about the wedding. Said Wu Ningzhu. Others might not know what Jiang Chen was thinking, but she was very clear about it. In Jiang Chen's heart, she was not the only one. There was still Yan Chenyu. If they got married in front of the ancient people today, it would be very unfair to Yan Chenyu. Since she and Yan Chenyu had already decided to marry the same person, the wedding would be held in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu with a gratified expression. A considerate woman would always be a man's favorite. That's fine. Since it's like this, let's consider it as your engagement today. When the time is right, we will consider holding a wedding. Gu Xiantian said. It was better to let Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu make their own decisions. He had already harmed Gulan and Wu Tianyang in the past. Now, he could see Wu Ningzhu's happiness. After that, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu left the martial arts field directly. They were not interested in the clan meeting of the ancient people. Jiang Chen's purpose of coming to the ancient people this time had been achieved. From now on, he, the monster race and the ancient people would be tied together. For Jiang Chen, it was a good thing to have two people to rely on. For the ancient people and the monster race, what they valued was Jiang Chen's potential and future. At the same time, it was also for their future. Sister Ning, the matter of the ancient people has been resolved. I have done what I promised you in the past. Now, you and your daughter have reunited. In the future, your father will also come to the ancient people. Your family will be reunited. It's perfect. I will leave the ancient people now. Jiang Chen said. I will go with you. Wu Ningzhu said. No. You should be very clear about my current situation. I have offended too many people. There will be people who will jump out to kill me at any time. The people of the 5 major families and the assassins of the Dark Shadow are all hidden dangers. Although the patriarchs of the 5 major families said that the grudges between us will be settled by the younger generation, Shirhan's death will make them understand that none of their young geniuses is a match for me. So, even if their great saints won't attack me openly, they might attack me secretly. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Staying with the ancient people is the safest choice. Moreover, you and your daughter have just met. It's not appropriate to separate now. Jiang Chen said. All right, then you must be careful. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Although she was reluctant to part with Jiang Chen, she knew that what Jiang Chen said was the truth. Although she was a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, she would still be a burden if she followed Jiang Chen. The opponents were just too strong. Don't worry. There have always been a lot of people who want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. Jiang Chen shrugged. After that, he bid farewell to Wu Ningzhu. He didn't disturb any of the ancient people. When the ancient people were still having their family meeting, he left the Pure Land and headed to Xuanyu. When Jiang Chen left, Nangong Wendian and Han Yen were in seclusion. He was afraid that they didn't know that such a big thing had happened. Jiang Chen had gained a lot of benefits in Void Triangular Domain. He shouldn't forget about his brothers at this time. Putting aside Nangong Wendian, the dark spirit that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain was absolutely beneficial to Han Yan. Han Yan's physique, Gu Tianma, could absorb all kinds of dark energy. A powerful dark spirit was much more useful than a devil soul. The distance from the ancient people to Xuanyu Nebula sect was much further than the distance from the demon race to the ancient people. Xuanyu wasn't in the territory of the Pure Land, but to Jiang Chen, this distance was nothing. He would arrive there in no time. High up in the sky, Jiang Chen was flashing and disappearing. Every time he disappeared, he would travel a few thousand miles. He was walking in the void, shuttling back and forth casually. He had already mastered the power of space to an incomparably exquisite degree. Suddenly, the void in front of him was blocked by a layer of shadow. This shadow forced Jiang Chen out of the void. Two figures appeared in front of the white clouds. One was a man and the other was a beast. It was an old man in black clothes. His body was emitting a cold murderous aura. This was the signature of the dark shadow. Beside the old man was a huge beast that was as big as a mountain. The huge beast looked extremely ferocious. Its body was more than 10 zhang in size. Its body was covered with black scales. There was a black flame on the surface of its body. It was a steaming devil chi. The huge beast had 4 eyes. Each eye was emitting a cold light as if it came from the depths of hell. There were 2 long fangs on the side of its mouth. It looked ferocious. Earth Devil Beast. Jiang Chen exclaimed. He wasn't unfamiliar with this huge beast. Back in Inferno Hell, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the Earth Devil Beast. He didn't expect to see another one here today. However, the strength of this Earth Devil Beast was incomparable to the one in Inferno Hell. Both of them were on a completely different level. The cultivation of the Earth Devil Beast in front of him had reached the 2nd grade Great Saint. The old man was also a powerful 2nd grade Great Saint. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he basically had no chance of winning against a 2nd grade Great Saint. He could only choose to run for his life. The combat strength of the Earth Devil Beast was super strong. A powerful Earth Devil Beast was enough to deal with an ordinary 3rd grade Great Saint. You Dark Shadow people are really annoying. Jiang Chen said coldly. Brat, since the establishment of the Dark Shadow, we have only suffered a great loss in the hands of one person. You are the second one. I have to say that your strength has surprised us, but this is the end of it. Today, I will personally deal with you. I won't use assassination methods. I will make sure you die without an intact corpse. The elder said. He and the Earth Devil Beast had already sealed off the entire void, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. That's right, Jiang Chen. Ha! A 2nd grade Great Saint wants to deal with me and you still dare to talk nonsense like not using assassination methods? I'm afraid that only the Dark Shadow would say such shameless words. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me today. Jiang Chen sneered. The old man didn't know that the 2 people he mentioned were actually the same person. You are just a puny 7th grade minor saint. It's just a piece of cake for me to kill you. The old man didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all, and he did have the capital to do so. If you come alone, you might be able to severely injure me or even kill me. Unfortunately, you have brought an Earth Devil Beast with you. I have killed an Earth Devil Beast before and I have a special method to deal with Earth Devil Beasts. It will be a piece of cake for me to kill him. Jiang Chen said to the Earth Devil Beast. Obviously, he said these words on purpose. He knew the Dark Shadow too well. Once he was entangled with them, they wouldn't give up. This time, the Dark Shadow had sent a 2nd grade Great Saint to kill him. This was enough to show their determination to kill him. The appearance of the Earth Devil Beast had given Jiang Chen a chance. Because he did have a way to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't choose to run away. This Earth Devil Beast might become a great helper for him in the future. The Earth Devil Beast was the king of devils. That was why the edifying light came in handy. Of course, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the edifying light given his current cultivation grade, but he still had another method, the blood talisman. Jiang Chen wouldn't forget that it was the blood talisman that helped him deal with the Earth Devil Beast in Inferno Hell. This blood talisman had a great suppressive effect on the Earth Devil Beast. Of course, the blood talisman in Inferno Hell didn't only suppress the Earth Devil Beast, it could also suppress all other demonic beasts. Plus, the blood talisman in his hand came from the 9th level of the Suspended Tower, which was the top existence of the demon race. Therefore, Jiang Chen was ready to risk his life. He would provoke the Earth Devil Beast with his words and let it attack him. In that case, he could edify it with the help of the blood talisman and the edifying light. Once the Earth Devil Beast was under his control, the one who would die would be the Elder instead of him. Edifying the Earth Devil Beast would be equivalent to having a powerful helper in the future. However, there was still one thing that troubled him. The blood talisman was immersed in the Qi Sea, completely motionless like a master. No matter how Jiang Chen summoned it, it was useless. If the blood talisman didn't help him, it would be too difficult to deal with the Earth Devil Beast. But in any case, Jiang Chen had to give it a try. Roar! Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, the Earth Devil Beast instantly became violent. Let me kill him myself. How dare he look down on me and kill my descendant? He is courting death. I will tear him into pieces. The Earth Devil Beast was completely enraged. Alright, Earth Devil Beast, I'll leave it to you to kill him. Don't make any mistakes this time. The Elder said. Dong, the Earth Devil Beast moved. Its majestic body appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge mouth and said with a thunderous voice, "Damn brat, how dare you look down on me? Do you know how to write the word death?" "Humph. Whether I look down on you or not, we will know in a while." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He immediately transformed into a dragon and struck out a powerful fire dragon seal without saying anything. His flames could restrain the Earth Devil Beast to a certain extent. Die, brat. Chapter 897. Arg! In the end, the Elder couldn't resist the Earth Devil Beast. He let out a shrill scream and was crushed to death by the Earth Devil Beast. This old man's death could be said to be a tragedy. Today, he came to kill Jiang Chen with certainty. Even if he didn't bring the Earth Devil Beast with him, killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake for him. Originally, he brought the Earth Devil Beast with him to act tough. He wanted to scare Jiang Chen to death. So, when the Earth Devil Beast appeared, it was in its original form instead of a human. Sadly, Jiang Chen wasn't scared to death. In the end, he died tragically in the hands of the Earth Devil Beast. This was the most useless way to die in the heavens and earth. Once again, the Dark Shadow suffered a heavy loss in the hands of Jiang Chen. A powerful second-grade Great Saint and a powerful Earth Devil Beast. Such a loss was enough to severely damage the Dark Shadow. To Jiang Chen, the Dark Shadow had finally given him a big gift. With the help of the Earth Devil Beast, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to be so cautious in his actions anymore. Earth Devil Beast, let me ask you, do you know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow is? Jiang Chen asked. I know. The Earth Devil Beast replied. How many great saints are there in the Dark Shadow? What is the highest cultivation grade? Jiang Chen continued to ask. He hated the dark shadow to the extreme. This group of people haunted him like ghosts, making him restless all day long. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to destroy this organization completely and make it disappear from this world. There are a total of 13 great saints in the dark shadow. I have just killed one of them. Excluding me, there are 11 left. The commander is a powerful 5th grade great saint. There are 2 4th grade great saints, 3 3rd grade great saints, and the rest are 2nd grade and 1st grade great saints. The Earth Devil Beast didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words and answered truthfully. Humph. The lineup isn't small. Come with me to the Western Domain first. When we come back, we will eliminate the dark shadow. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He changed his original idea of returning to the Nebula sect. Now that he had obtained the powerful help of the Earth Devil Beast, it was necessary for him to improve his strength again. He was going to bring the Earth Devil Beast to the Devil Realm of the Western Domain to edify another 3rd grade Great Saint Devil. Given his current cultivation grade, the edifying light could only edify 2 3rd grade Great Saints at most. At that time, he would have 2 3rd grade Great Saints by his side. After that, he would go to Peacock King and eliminate the Dark Shadow together. The strongest cultivation grade of Dark Shadow was a 5th grade Great Saint while Peacock King was a 4th grade Great Saint. However, Peacock King's combat strength was very strong. His bloodline was much nobler than the Earth Devil Beast. Given his combat strength, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. I will kill whoever Master tells me to kill. The Earth Devil Beast said. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. This was the power of the edifying light. Once a demonic devil was edified, it would become Jiang Chen's slave. It would only listen to Jiang Chen's words and wouldn't dare show the slightest neglect. Very good. Earth Devil Beast, follow me to the Devil Realm. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body vanished into the void with a sway. The Earth Devil Beast followed Jiang Chen. Both of them were heading towards the Devil Realm at the fastest speed. It could be said that Jiang Chen was very cautious in his trip to the Western Domain. After all, he had a conflict with the Great Lightning Toon Temple last time. If the experts of the Great Lightning Toon Temple found his trail, it would be very troublesome. His main target this time was the Devil Realm. That was why he didn't stop when he passed by Green Lotus Mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From the outside, it looked peaceful and harmonious, and it seemed like the Great Lane Temple didn't cause any trouble for Great Master Ran Feng. This made Jiang Chen feel more at ease. If he brought trouble to Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant because of him, Jiang Chen would feel really bad. This wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen had come to the Devil Realm. Every time he came here, he would reap great rewards. Last time, he had edified a few minor devil saints to help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. This time, he had 2 objectives. One was to edify a powerful 3rd grade Great Saint Devil and the other was to use the Devil's Soul of the Devil to break through to the 8th grade Minor Saint. After obtaining the Blood Talisman, Jiang Chen's foundation was incomparably strong. Such a foundation was enough for him to use this kind of forceful method to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint. In order to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint, he would need to at least refine some 9th grade Devil Souls. He had a large number of dark spirits in his possession. These treasures could be used to advance to the 8th grade Minor Saint, but now, Jiang Chen was going to leave these dark spirits to Han Yen. Anyway, he was going to the Devil Realm soon. Without any obstruction, Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast went straight into the Devil Realm. Upon entering the Devil Realm and sensing the intense devilish energy, the Earth Devil Beast immediately became excited. The environment here was like heaven for the Earth Devil Beast. Roar! The Earth Devil Beast raised its head and let out a roar. Devil waves surged up to the sky. Feeling the powerful devil pressure, all the devils prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. They were so scared that they couldn't even lift their heads. Ordinary devils couldn't withstand such pressure. Earth Devil Beast, retract your chi and follow me to the deepest part of the devil realm. Our target this time is to deal with a third-grade Great Saint Devil. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked. Don't worry, Master. My bloodline is the king of devils. Ordinary devils will have to endure the suppression of my bloodline when they see me. Although he is only a second-grade Great Saint, his strength has already reached the peak of second-grade Great Saint. It won't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. The Earth Devil Beast said with incomparable confidence. Very good. You don't have to kill him when you meet him. Of course, it won't be difficult for you to defeat a third-grade Great Saint given your cultivation, but it will be much harder to kill him. You just need to suppress him and leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen reminded the Earth Devil Beast. I understand. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. It was truly obedient to Jiang Chen. The speed of the Heavenly Saint sword was so fast that it chopped off the devil's arm. The flame was like a tarsal bone, burning the devil's arm. Bastard! The devil was infuriated, but it was useless because Jiang Chen's next attack had arrived. This sword was even more powerful than the previous one. With the devil's current condition, it was impossible for him to block it. Pu Chi. Chapter 898. After killing the first-grade Great Saint Devil, Jiang Chen immediately withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Looking at the devil's soul in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Given his current cultivation grade, refining a first-grade Great Saint Devil's soul was enough for him to advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. Amazing! The Earth Devil Beast couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never seen anyone who could be so powerful. A mere 7th-grade Minor Saint had killed a first-grade Great Saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Earth Devil Beast, I am going to refine the Devil's soul to advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. You will guard me while we wait here. The commotion just now will surely attract more powerful devils. Once a 3rd-grade Great Saint Devil appears, we will have accomplished our purpose of coming to the Devil World. Jiang Chen said. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast nodded. His senses were keen. He carefully checked the surroundings and guarded the area, creating the best environment for Jiang Chen's advancement. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and began to refine the Devil's soul. Under the dual burning of the true dragon fire and thunder fire, the devil chi contained in the devil's soul was quickly purified by Jiang Chen, leaving behind the purest energy. Wing, the enormous amount of energy began to be refined by Jiang Chen bit by bit. Dragon marks began to form one by one. The speed of the dragon marks formation was very fast. In just a minute, 1,000 new dragon marks had been formed. The Earth Devil Beast's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. He was even more surprised when he sensed Jiang Chen's rising chi. He was considered as one of the most powerful beings in the world, but he had never seen such an abnormal monstrous genius. Not only was this person's combat strength strong, he could also advance to the 8th-grade Minor Saint so easily. The energy contained in the 1st-grade Great Saint Devil's soul was too enormous. The number of dragon marks continued to condense. Very soon, another 1,000 dragon marks were formed. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased from 72,000 to 74,000. A large number of high-grade true meta stones began to be refined by him. A monstrous chi suddenly burst out from his body like a tide, pushing him to the 8th-grade Minor Saint. After advancing to the 8th grade minor saint, the energy of the devil's soul was still not depleted. New dragon marks were still condensing. At this time, two incomparably powerful chi rushed towards them from afar. Very quickly, they arrived near Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast. They were two powerful devils with tyrannical cultivation. One was a 2nd grade great saint while the other was a 3rd grade great saint. They were attracted by the commotion just now. After they appeared, their eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Chen and the Earth Devil Beast. "Human, kill him," the 3rd grade great saint said. The 2nd grade great saint beside him immediately emitted a strong murderous intent. He turned into a ray of light and lunged at Jiang Chen. The Earth Devil Beast's chi fluctuated wildly. It was ready to kill the 2nd grade great saint. At this moment, Jiang Chen leaped up from the ground and took the lead in attacking the 2nd grade great saint. At the same time, he shouted at the Earth Devil Beast, "Leave this to me. You go and deal with the 3rd grade great saint." The current Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Not only had he advanced to the 8th grade minor saint, but he had also condensed another 1,000 dragon marks in a very short period of time. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 75,000. This 2nd grade great saint devil's soul and the dark spirit would be enough for his cultivation grade to advance by leaps and bounds. Roar! On the other side, the Earth Devil Beast was roaring incessantly. It had transformed into its true form. The gigantic Earth Devil Beast was a few hundred meters in size, like a small hill. Its 4 ghostly eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Earth Devil Beast was completely infuriated. 4 rays of cold light of hell were shot out from its 4 eyes. The 4 rays of light seemed to be able to penetrate through time and space, carrying the power to destroy everything. It was the light of death that came from the earth, capable of freezing a person's soul. The speed of the 4 rays of cold light was too fast. It reached the 3rd grade great saint in the blink of an eye. Earth Devil Beast! The 3rd grade great saint exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't identify the bloodline of this devil king, but he didn't expect it to be the king of all devils, the Earth Devil Beast. The 4 eyes of the Earth Devil Beast were called the Devil Eyes of Hell. The destructive power of the 4 eyes was unpredictable. Even though the devil was a 3rd grade great saint, which was a grade higher than the Earth Devil Beast, he didn't dare to underestimate the attack of the Earth Devil Beast. He gathered all of his devil power and exerted all of his skills to condense a black shield. The surface of the shield was engraved with countless devil marks, making it look like a ferocious ancient devil. Hoo-hoo! It was a powerful devil shield. The devil raised the devil shield and blocked the 4 rays of dark light. Hong Long! Unfortunately, even though the demon shield was incomparably strong and sturdy, it couldn't withstand the demonic eye of the Earth Devil at all. The demon shield that was completely enveloped by the Demon King was directly pierced through by the demonic eye of the Earth Devil. The powerful impact hit the demon's body and directly sent it flying. Barf! The devil's facial expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth and spurted out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His chi began to wane. If he was replaced by an ordinary 2nd grade great saint, he would have been pierced by the attack of the devil eyes of hell and died on the spot. Earth Devil Beast, suppress him. Don't let him escape. Jiang Chen was afraid that the devil would escape, so he quickly issued an order to the Earth Devil Beast. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the Earth Devil Beast pounced on the devil. Its huge body floated above the devil's head like a huge dark cloud, firmly suppressing the devil. Under such suppression, the devil couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Earth Devil Beast, how dare you help a human to deal with the devil race? The devil roared unwillingly, but the edified earth devil beast turned a deaf ear to his words. Now, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes, and he would only listen to Jiang Chen's command. Stop screaming. You'll soon become my slave, just like him. Jiang Chen came to the side of the devil and struck out the edifying light. Due to the suppression of the earth devil beast, the devil couldn't withstand the impact of the edifying light. He only struggled a few times before being edified by Jiang Chen. Master. The devil came to Jiang Chen and greeted him respectfully. Upon seeing this, the earth devil beast quickly withdrew its pressure and turned back into its human form, standing behind Jiang Chen. Alright, you two will follow me from now on. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. We have to leave now. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the exit of the devil realm with the earth devil beast and the devil. The shock waves from the battle just now were too intense. Very soon, more powerful devils would be attracted to them. If a fourth-grade great saint appeared, they wouldn't be a match for them at all. At that time, endless troubles would be brought to them and it would be extremely difficult for them to leave this place. The purpose of this trip to the devil realm had been achieved. Jiang Chen was ready to return immediately. Now that he had the help of two great experts, he was even more unscrupulous. If the great saints of the 5 major families wanted to attack him secretly, they would have to bear his punishment. Chapter 899. After exiting the devil world, Jiang Chen asked the earth devil beast and the devil to hide in his spatial ring. These two experts were his trump cards. It was better not to reveal them unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Jiang Chen himself now had the strength to fight alone. Green Lotus Mountain was as tranquil as ever. From this point of view, it could be seen that the Great Lane Temple still cared about their reputation. After all, the western regions was known as the Holy Land of Buddhism. If the Great Lane Temple attacked Great Master Ran Feng because of this, they would be really shameless. Moreover, the Great Lane Temple had always wanted to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ran Feng. Naturally, they couldn't be too ruthless. They had been dealing with Great Master Ran Feng for so many years, and they knew his temper very well. Furthermore, Ancestor Green Lotus's status and reputation in the Buddhist sect was too high. If the higher-ups of the Tempest Temple specifically made a move to deal with Ancestor Green Lotus disciple, it would probably cause dissatisfaction among the other monks of the Tempest Temple. Jiang Chen walked straight into Green Lotus Mountain and arrived at the main hall at the back. His eyes fell upon the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. If he only had one friend in his previous life, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. Although they didn't have much contact, they really appreciated each other. Little friend Jiang Chen, you are here. A voice sounded from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't need to think to know that it was Great Master Ran Feng. I have just gone to the devil world and happened to pass by here. So, I came to see you and Tyrant. Jiang Chen turned around. When he saw Great Master Ran Feng's cultivation, he nodded. The current Great Master Ran Feng had advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint. As the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally wasn't an ordinary disciple. Plus, the 9 Suns Les Ron pill had improved his physique, which made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. The strength of Jiang Chen's cultivation shocked Great Master Ran Feng to the extreme. He was an 8th grade minor saint. Such a speed of progress had rendered everyone speechless. Little friend, you are truly a peerless genius. This old monk has never seen someone like you before. Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. He had long known that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person, but it was still beyond his expectation that Jiang Chen would improve so quickly. However, if you were to look at it from a selfish point of view, the stronger Jiang Chen's performance was, the happier he would be. Grandmaster, I have a question I've always wanted to ask, but I've never said it. Today, I'd like to ask about Patriarch Green Lotus. Jiang Chen looked at Great Master Ran Feng. He had always wanted to know the news about Ancestor Green Lotus. If he could meet his old friend from his previous life again, it would be a very happy thing for Jiang Chen. This? Great Master Ran Feng knitted his brows. He still felt somewhat embarrassed. Great Master lives in Green Lotus Mountain, so you don't know what's going on outside. I have formed a good relationship with the ancient people and the demon race. Furthermore, my current strength is enough to kill a second-grade great saint. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, both of you can come out now. With Jiang Chen summoned, the Earth Devil Beast and the Evil Devil appeared in the main hall at the same time. At this moment, the entire main hall was filled with devilish energy. However, following Jiang Chen's signal, both of them quickly retracted their devilish energy. If not, with their powerful devilish energy, they would attract the attention of the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why Great Master Ran Feng didn't want to talk about it was because he felt that the time wasn't right yet. He felt that his strength wasn't strong enough. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary for him to show his strength. What? Sure enough, Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was no trivial matter. Without a certain level of strength, it would be better not to know it. Now that he had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength, Great Master Ran Feng was completely shocked. One should know that there was an insurmountable gap between a minor saint and a great saint. It was basically impossible to challenge a minor saint. However, Jiang Chen was able to kill a second-grade great saint while still being an eighth-grade minor saint. This was simply unheard of. Great Master, you must have heard from Tyrant that we received the edifying light at the same time. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were edified by me. Perhaps you might be wondering why I am so eager to know the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. After all, there is no reason for me and Ancestor Green Lotus to know each other. Now, I will tell you my true identity. Jiang Chen was shocked. He felt that it was necessary to tell Great Master Ran Feng his identity. There was no need to hide anything from Great Master Ran Feng. When he met Ancestor Green Lotus in the future, Great Master Ran Feng was certain that he would be recognized at first glance. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ran Feng became nervous. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. When Jiang Chen first came to Green Lotus Mountain and saw the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus, he had already felt that something was amiss. Furthermore, this young man was too heaven-defying. Whether it was the way he acted or the way he talked, he had the temperament of a young man. Jiang Chen turned to look at the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus and said faintly, "Old friend, it has been more than 100 years." Great Master Ran Feng's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. For a moment, he felt that his thoughts were frozen, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Jiang Chen turned around again and looked at Great Master Ran Feng. "You guessed it right. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. Back then, I fell on the sacred cliff, but my soul didn't die and was reborn. I walked all the way from the eastern continent to the peak of my previous life. When I was in the chaotic ocean, I met Tyrant. From the seal he cast, I found out that he was the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. That's why I saved him." Boom! This news struck Great Master Ran Feng's head like a thunderclap, making him feel dizzy. It turned out that the greatest saint under the heavens didn't die, and was standing in front of him with another identity. This must be true. Jiang Chen didn't lie. Great Master Ran Feng had met the greatest saint before. His bearing and domineering aura were somewhat similar to the young man in front of him. Moreover, if Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens, everything would make sense. This young man seemed to know everything, and there was nothing he didn't know. Who else could concoct the 9 suns less Ron pill? I thought that after more than 100 years, Brother Green Lotus would have ascended to the world of immortals. But now, it seems that's not the case. Great Master, I hope you can tell me the secret behind this. If Brother Green Lotus is in trouble, Jiang Chen, I'm the only one who can save him from his predicament. There's no one else who can do this. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said. Great Master Ran Feng didn't speak. He wanted to calm his emotions. With his cultivation base, his state of mind was as stable as Mount Tai. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last felt so agitated. After a long while, Great Master Ran Feng finally regained his composure. He had completely calmed down, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had changed as well. From the previous admiration, it had now turned into respect. For him, the person standing in front of him was no longer a junior, but a senior. Great Master Ran Feng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He suddenly didn't know how to address Jiang Chen. Great Master, you don't have to be so formal. I have already fallen in my previous life. My current identity is that of the junior in your eyes, the brother of Tyrant. You can address me as you used to. Also, I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Don't tell Tyrant about it. I don't want to affect the future relationship between us brothers. Jiang Chen said. He absolutely couldn't let Tyrant know about his true identity. If Tyrant knew that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there would be a gap between them when they started dating again, and this wasn't something Jiang Chen wanted to see. Initially, Jiang Chen didn't want to tell Nebula Kid about his identity. He had only revealed it twice. The first time was to Nebula Kid because he had no other choice. The second time was to Great Master Ran Feng. Great Master Ran Feng bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and said, Little friend, if there's a day that you can save my master, Ran Feng is willing to do anything for you. Great Master, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen said. He let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil return to the interspatial ring. Great Master Ran Feng was very excited. He finally saw hope. He didn't doubt what Jiang Chen said. If there was one person in this world who could save Ancestor Green Lotus, it must be Jiang Chen. That year, Master's cultivation had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given Master's ability, ascending to the immortal world wouldn't be a problem. Great Master Ran Feng seemed to be recalling the day before Ancestor Green Lotus transcended the tribulation. The day before Master transcended the tribulation, he told me, Ran Feng, that given Master's cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. However, Master has obtained a secret treasure that may bring me a tribulation. If I fail to transcend the tribulation tomorrow, remember that I won't die. Someone did it on purpose. If I don't come back tomorrow, I will be imprisoned. Great Master Ran Feng repeated what Ancestor Green Lotus had told him before. Then, the next day, Ancestor failed the tribulation and never came back. Is that right? Jiang Chen guessed. That's right. Just as Master predicted, the tribulation failed, but it must have been done by someone on purpose. It's probably because of the secret treasure that Master had obtained. Master never came back, and he hasn't appeared for decades. In the eyes of outsiders, Ancestor Green Lotus had failed the tribulation and died just like you. Basically, no one has mentioned Master's name all these years. Great Master Ran Feng smiled bitterly. The old ancestor's dharma is profound and can predict the future. Do you know where the old ancestor is imprisoned and who imprisoned him? Jiang Qin asked. Little friend, where do you think can imprison my master in this heaven and earth? With my master's strength, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to imprison him. Great Master Ran Feng smiled bitterly again. Saint Origin Palace. Chapter 900. That's right. Although Master didn't leave behind a clear place to imprison my master, the only place in the entire Saint Origin world that can imprison my master is Saint Origin Palace. All these years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple has been trying to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master, but I rejected them all. I asked them to go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about my master's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the people of Great Lightning Tune Temple thought that my master had died under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he's still alive, given the current strength of Great Lightning Tune Temple, they won't be able to touch Saint Origin Palace. Great Master Ran Feng's face was filled with helplessness. All these years, he couldn't forget what his master had told him before the heavenly tribulation. He knew that his master wasn't dead and was imprisoned in Saint Origin Palace. However, Saint Origin Palace was jointly established by the 8 major families. Not even the Great Lightning Tune Temple could enter it, let alone him. Therefore, Great Master Ran Feng had been cultivating Tyrant all these years. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to reach the highest level with his aptitude, let alone the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace. Therefore, he had placed all his hopes on Tyrant. However, although Tyrant was talented and had the ability to dominate the world, in Great Master Ran Feng's opinion, the hope was still slim. The 8 major families didn't lack geniuses like Tyrant. Saint Origin Palace was the most powerful existence in the entire Saint Origin world. Without absolute strength, even if one had the opportunity to enter Saint Origin Palace, it was impossible for him to get in touch with Ancestor Green Lotus. Ever since he met Jiang Qin, Great Master Ran Feng finally saw a glimmer of hope. That was why he tried his best to befriend Jiang Qin. To put it bluntly, he had his own selfish motives. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Qin was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, a good friend of his master, and that Jiang Qin still cared about Ancestor Green Lotus. This time, Great Master Ran Feng finally saw hope. He knew the abilities of the once greatest saint underneath the heavens. The current Jiang Qin looked even more frightening than he was in his previous life. The strongest warrior in the Saint Origin realm had returned, and the entire Saint Origin realm would be turned upside down once again. Don't worry, Grandmaster. It won't be long before I enter Saint Origin Palace. At that time, I will certainly inquire about Brother Green Lotus. Jiang Qin said. Now that he knew the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus and had even guessed the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, Jiang Qin would certainly go to Saint Origin Palace to find Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't know much about the internal situation of Saint Origin Palace, but Peacock King had told him that Saint Origin Palace was similar to Pure Land, divided into 8 forces. Now that he had a good relationship with the demon race and ancient people, he could rely on these 2 forces when he entered Saint Origin Palace. Alright, I'll leave the news about Master to you, little friend. Great Master Ran Feng's face was filled with gratitude. Now that I know about my old friend, one of my burdens has been lifted. Right now, I have more important things to do. Remember not to mention my identity to Tyrant. I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the place where Jiang Qin disappeared, Great Master Ran Feng was stunned for a long time. He looked at the statue of his master and said, "Master, I hope you are safe and sound." Jiang Qin left the western regions. There were 2 important things to do next. One was to go to the Nebula sect and hand over the Dark Spirit and the Devil Spirit to Han Yen. Then, he would go to the demon race to find the Peacock King. Together, they would attack the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and uproot this annoying organization to prevent future troubles. The existence of the Dark Shadow had always been a thorn in Jiang Chen's side. It was extremely uncomfortable. This organization was different from the 5 major clans. They were like ghosts walking in the dark, and they could jump out at any time to give him a fatal blow. The feeling of being targeted by the enemy all the time was extremely uncomfortable. The only way to avoid being targeted by the enemy was to completely eliminate the enemy and make the enemy disappear from the world. In the past, Jiang Chen was weak and couldn't defeat the Dark Shadow. Moreover, he didn't know where the stronghold of the Dark Shadow was. Now, he had truly grown up and had his own forces. Now that he had edified the Earth Devil Beast, he could successfully find the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. In that case, there was no need for him to wait any longer. He was ready to give the Dark Shadow a thunderous blow and destroy it. Ever since the Nebula sect defeated the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Nebula sect had become stronger and stronger. It had almost ruled a few big domains. In Xuanyu, it was the undisputed number 1. Jiang Chen returned to the Nebula sect soundlessly and found that Nangong Wendian was still in seclusion. Sensing that Nangong Wendian had broken through to the Minor Saint realm, Jiang Chen was happy for him. Nangong Wendian was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill. He would certainly become stronger in the future. However, if he were to be compared with Han Yan and Yan Chenyu, he would still fall short. After all, Han Yan and Yan Chenyu were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a strong physique that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Jiang Chen didn't disturb Nangong Wendian. He only stayed in the Nebula sect for a short while before heading to the Moyin cult. After the last chaos, Han Yan had returned to the Moyin cult. To him, the cultivation environment of the Moyin cult was far better than that of the Nebula sect. The Moyin cult was the ally of the Nebula sect. After the last war, they had gained great benefits. Their overall strength had improved tremendously. Compared to the other big domains, the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult had taken the lead. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, it was too easy for him to sneak into the Moyin cult. Not to mention the guards of the Moyin cult, even their master, Wu Emo, wouldn't be able to sense Jiang Chen's presence if he walked past Wu Emo. The place where Han Yan was cultivating was the Devil Blood Pool. It was a large pool with a circumference of 30 meters. It was filled with devil blood. The top of the pool was filled with blood-red devil waves. The blood below the pool was boiling hot. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Half of his body was submerged in the blood pool. With the continuous stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The current Han Yan had already reached the 3rd grade minor saint, which was much stronger than before. Jiang Chen silently appeared beside the devil blood pool. He couldn't help but nod when he saw the changes in Han Yan. Han Yan's improvement was much stronger than Nangong Wendian's. With the stimulation of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Han Yan would only get stronger in the future. Who is it? Han Yan felt something. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Chen grinning at him. Little Chenzi. Han Yan was overjoyed. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the devil blood pool and came to Jiang Chen's side. It was a joyous reunion between brothers. Little Chenzi, your improvement is too fast. Han Yan shook his head speechlessly when he sensed Jiang Chen's cultivation. He had advanced to the 3rd grade minor saint after a period of hard work. It was already considered very powerful, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be even more terrifying. It seemed like it was impossible for him to catch up to Jiang Chen. Ah Yan, you have been in seclusion all this while. I suppose you don't know what has happened outside. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Something big must have happened. Hurry up and tell me about it. Oh yes, where is De Huang? Han Yan didn't see De Huang dog with Jiang Qin. He was puzzled. One should know that the combination of a man and a dog was rarely separated. De Huang has obtained the totem of the demon race. Now, he has become the most important person in the demon race. Jiang Qin said. He told Han Yan everything that had happened during this period of time, including Void Triangular Domain, the enmity between him and the 5 families, the Huang dog situation in the demon race, and the relationship between him and the ancient people. Jiang Qin downplayed all these things, but Han Yan was dumbfounded. Because every one of them was an earth-shattering event that could shake the entire Pure Land. Han Yan sighed. He didn't expect so many things to happen in such a short period of time. Little Chenzi, you are very powerful. However, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. The 5 families will certainly not let you go. Although Han Yan was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. He knew Jiang Qin too well. Even if Jiang Qin did something big, it would be very normal in his eyes. Ever since he knew Jiang Qin, the places Jiang Qin went to had never been peaceful. The enemies he offended were getting stronger and stronger. However, no matter how strong the enemies were, they were all defeated by Jiang Qin and became the stepping stones for Jiang Qin. Don't worry. The battle in the Pure Land has just begun. I, Jiang Qin, have experienced all kinds of storms along the way. There are many people who want to kill me. However, the outcome will always be the same. Ah Yan, you need to improve your cultivation as soon as possible so that we can fight side by side in the future. De Huang has obtained the Totem Divine Seal and is now a 9th grade minor demon saint. I'm afraid that he is trying to break through to the Great Saint realm. Jiang Qin patted on Han Yan's shoulder and said. Motherfucking hell. That damn dog is so strong now. I'm really feeling pressured now. However, it's not going to be easy for me to raise my cultivation state so quickly. The demon blood pool is no longer of much use to me. Han Yan shook his head helplessly. Although he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he didn't have any good cultivation resources. If he only relied on the bloodline of Gu Tianma, his cultivation speed would be limited. The devil blood in the devil blood pool is too low. It won't be useful to you, but I have a treasure that is suitable for your cultivation. Jiang Qin said, took out the 2nd grade Great Saint Devil Soul and handed it to Han Yan. This is a 2nd grade Great Saint Devil Soul. It will be very beneficial to you. In addition, I have a lot of dark spirits here. Your bloodline of Gu Tianma can absorb all of them. Not only will your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, it will also stimulate the bloodline of Gu Tianma to reach another level. Jiang Qin took out all the dark spirits. He was now an 8th grade minor saint. These dark spirits were no longer useful to him, but they were very useful to Han Yan. Jiang Qin took out all the dark spirits that he had obtained. Chapter 901. Looking at the dark spirits that Jiang Qin took out, Han Yan could feel that his bloodline was throbbing with excitement. These dark spirits contained the purest dark force, which would be of unimaginable help to Han Yan. The 2nd grade Great Saint Devil Soul was even more powerful. It contained a large amount of pure devil qi. Not only could this devil qi bring a strong impact to Han Yan, it could also greatly stimulate his Gu Tianma bloodline, making his bloodline even more powerful. This is great. These treasures are what I need the most. Gu Tianma's bloodline can absorb all these treasures, allowing my cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Yan's eyes glittered. The devil blood pool was useless to him now. However, the treasures that Jiang Qin had brought to the Dark Devil religion were unimaginably huge treasures, not only to him, but also to the entire Dark Devil religion. Ah Yen, you stay in the Moine cult and continue your cultivation. I still have a very important matter to attend to. I won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder once more, then vanished like a ghost. When he left, there wasn't even a ripple in the void. This showed that Jiang Chen's control of the spatial force had reached an incredible degree. You're right. Han Yan kept the dark spirits and went into seclusion. The progress of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had given him a lot of pressure. He knew very well that even though he had the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still lacking compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. If he didn't work hard, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. After settling Han Yan's matter, Jiang Chen didn't waste any more time. He quietly went to the demon race. As for those geniuses on the sky ranking, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes anymore. Shi Han was dead, leaving only the little monstrous genius of the desolate family. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the first rank of the sky ranking was, but if he encountered him, he would certainly die because he had advanced to the 8th grade minor saint, no longer a 7th grade minor saint. If the first rank of the sky ranking appeared, he was confident that he could kill him in a second. Currently, the experts of the 5 major families hadn't taken any action, but every place in the Pure Land was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on the little monstrous genius of the desolate family and Jiang Chen. Almost everyone was guessing that the little monstrous genius of the desolate family would appear very soon. Shi Han was dead. Among the young generation of the Pure Land, only the guy from the desolate family could deal with Jiang Chen. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the battle. It was imaginable that if Jiang Chen killed the little monstrous genius of the desolate family, the 5 families would certainly go crazy. They wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Even if they didn't take action because of their reputation, they would still send the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. Regarding this, Jiang Chen didn't put it in his heart. It was a good thing that the guy from the desolate family hadn't appeared yet. It gave Jiang Chen the opportunity to deal with the dark shadow. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to settle the grudge between him and the dark shadow so that he wouldn't let this group of ghosts jump out at any time. When Jiang Chen arrived at the spiritual space mountain, the disciple in charge of receiving disciples didn't dare to show any neglect when he saw Jiang Chen. He bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and said, "Young Master Jiang." Today, Jiang Chen was a distinguished guest of the demon race. Putting aside the huge benefits that De Huang Dog had brought to the demon race, Jiang Chen alone had won their respect because he was a figure who could reach the 9th level of the suspended tower. Being able to reach this level meant that he was respected by everyone. The demon race had always respected the strong. Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei, hence, everyone respected him. Jiang Chen nodded as a greeting and immediately flew towards the spiritual space main hall. He had a good relationship with the Peacock King. This time, the Peacock King was the main force in dealing with the dark shadow. His purpose this time was to look for the Peacock King. The highest level of the demon race basically didn't care about the affairs of the demon race. Under normal circumstances, the Peacock King was enough to make the decision. Lang Xingtian basically didn't show up. Therefore, it was very easy for Jiang Chen to go to the spiritual space main hall to look for the Peacock King. "Jiang Chen, you are back. How's the matter with the ancient people?" the Peacock King asked. "The matter with the ancient people has been perfectly resolved. I am engaged to Gu Xuantian's niece. Now, I am on the same side as the ancient people," Jiang Chen said. "Good. The ancient people are willing to make friends with you. This means that Gu Xiantian isn't an idiot. He should be able to see your potential. I heard that you have killed Shi Han. That's really awesome. Your current cultivation grade has become even more powerful. You have advanced to the 8th grade minor saint in just a few days. You are truly amazing. The Peacock King praised Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's progress was just too fast. You would never know when he would advance to the next level. Peacock King, I have come to you this time because I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Qin went straight to the point. Speak. The Peacock King was also not a bashful person. He liked to speak his mind and speak his mind. Peacock King should have heard of the Dark Shadow, right? Jiang Qin said. There is an assassin organization in Saint Origin World. I have no interest in this organization. Why are you asking about it? Peacock King asked. Because I have offended this organization and destroyed one of their strongholds. Plus, all the assassins they sent have been killed by me. Not long ago, they sent a second-grade great saint to kill me. This group of ghosts is like a dog skin plaster. I can't get rid of them no matter how hard I try. You don't know when they will come out and bite you. It's very annoying. So, I want to eliminate this assassin organization and uproot them. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. What? They sent a second-grade great saint to kill you. Peacock King was a little surprised. He had heard about the assassins of the Dark Shadow. The means of this group of assassins were very scary and impossible to guard against, but Jiang Qin was safe and sound. In other words, a second-grade great saint failed to kill Jiang Qin. This surprised him a little, but Jiang Qin had created a lot of miracles. Such monstrous geniuses couldn't be measured with common sense. But Jiang Qin, I can understand that you want to eliminate the Dark Shadow, but this organization is incomparably mysterious. It's very difficult to find their stronghold. Plus, we don't know anything about the overall strength of this organization. How are we going to eliminate them? Peacock King said with a frown. I already know everything about them. Earth Devil Beast, come out. As soon as Jiang Qin called, the Earth Devil Beast appeared in the main hall. Its body was emitting monstrous devil chi. It greeted Jiang Qin respectfully, Master. Second-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast. Peacock King's eyes widened. As a powerful beast of the demon race, he knew the terror of the Earth Devil Beast better than anyone else. A second-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast was enough to kill an ordinary third-grade Great Saint, but this Earth Devil Beast was addressing Jiang Qin respectfully as Master. This had changed Peacock King's worldview. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin did it. For a moment, his admiration for Jiang Qin was like a torrential river. One should know that the Earth Devil Beast was brutal and unruly. Even if he could kill it himself, he wouldn't be able to make it submit to him and call him Master. Peacock King doesn't have to be surprised. When the Dark Shadow assassinated me, there was a second-grade Great Saint and an Earth Devil Beast. I have cultivated a secret technique of Buddha sect which happened to be the nemesis of the Earth Devil Beast. So, I used this secret technique to subdue it. Then, the Earth Devil Beast killed the second-grade Great Saint. Jiang Qin said, not hiding anything from Peacock King. Peacock King was stunned on the spot. No matter what method Jiang Qin used to do it, he began to admire Jiang Qin. The Earth Devil Beast is one of the higher-ups of the Dark Shadow. Not only does he know the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, he also knows the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Earth Devil Beast, tell Peacock King about the forces of the Dark Shadow. Jiang Qin ordered. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast said. The stronghold of the Dark Shadow is very secretive. I can take you there. The leader of the Dark Shadow is a 5th-grade Great Saint. There are 2 4th-grade Great Saints, 3 3rd-grade Great Saints, and the rest are 1st-grade Great Saints and 2nd-grade Great Saints. There are also a lot of minor saint assassins. Peacock King, I can see that your cultivation has improved a lot compared to before. You are only a step away from the 5th grade great saint. Perhaps you will break through at any time. Also, with your noble peacock bloodline, even if you are only a 4th grade great saint, you are more than enough to kill an ordinary 5th grade great saint. How about it? I wonder if you dare to follow me to do something big. We will wipe out the dark shadow in one go. Jiang Qin said with a smile, "Fuck, you little brat, you dare to provoke me. However, congratulations, your provocation is effective. In this world, there is nothing that I, your daddy, do not dare to do. How can I, the Peacock King, miss out on such a delightful and exciting thing like killing the dark shadow?" Peacock King's chi fluctuated and immediately agreed. Haha. Peacock King is really straightforward. Jiang Chen laughed. He knew people like Peacock King too well. He was a devil incarnate. Just like what Peacock King said, there was nothing in this world that he, Peacock King, wouldn't dare to do. But the forces of the dark shadow aren't small. I'm afraid that it won't be enough if it's just you, me, and this earth devil beast. At that time, I will definitely be held back by the leader. There are still 2 4th grade great saints and 3 3rd grade great saints. Given your current cultivation, you won't be able to deal with them. I will call the old Lion King along. Chapter 902. Old Peacock, why are you looking for me? Lion Yen asked. He looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Brat, not bad. You have already reached the 8th grade minor saint." Peacock King and Lion Yen belonged to Lang Xingtian's lineage. They had a very good relationship with each other, so they had a very good impression of Jiang Chen. No one would ignore a young man with infinite potential, including Lion Yen. But immediately, Lion Yan's eyes fell on the earth devil beast. He could feel the powerful devil chi exuding from the beast. He was as surprised as Peacock King. Earth devil beast. Old lion, don't be nervous. This earth devil beast has been subdued by Jiang Chen. How is it? Are you shocked to death? Peacock King said. What? Sure enough, after hearing that Jiang Chen was able to subdue a 2nd grade great saint earth devil beast, Lion Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He was more surprised than Peacock King just now. Peacock King felt much better after seeing Lion Yan's expression. Alright, old lion. Follow me to do something big. Do you have the guts? Peacock King said with a smile. What a joke. When have I ever been afraid of something that you, Peacock King, can do? Tell me, what is it? Lion Yen said loudly with unparalleled chi. Jiang Chen had already seen through Lion Yan's cultivation. His cultivation was the same as Peacock King's, a 4th grade great saint, but he was slightly inferior to Peacock King. However, he would be a great help to Jiang Chen. The patriarch of the lion race wasn't an ordinary person. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be able to lead the lion race. At that time, Lion Yen alone could deal with the 2 4th grade minor saints of the dark shadow. As for the rest, Jiang Chen, the earth devil beast and the devil would be enough to deal with them. We are going to eliminate the stronghold of the dark shadow. Peacock King said word by word. What? Lion Yen exclaimed. He knew very well what the dark shadow was. He didn't expect that Peacock King was going to eliminate the dark shadow. Who was the one who came up with this idea? Almost without thinking, Lion Yen looked at Jiang Chen. He knew that the Peacock King had no enmity with Dark Shadow and would not destroy their stronghold for no reason. In that case, it could only be Jiang Chen. Lion Clan leader, this is my intention. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Lion Yen and repeated what he had told the Peacock King. How about it, old lion? Do you dare to go? The Peacock King also began to use provocation because he knew very well that provocation was the most effective way to deal with people like Lion Yen. If you dare to go, why wouldn't I dare? If we can get rid of an ing, it will be an earth-shattering event. Lion Yan's interest was immediately piqued. The Dark Shadow was a major force and it had a symbolic meaning in Saint Origin world. It was the pinnacle of assassins. The collapse of any pinnacle would be a historical event and any disruptor would be remembered by the people. I have gone to the Devil world in the Western Domain and subdued a third-grade Great Saint Devil. With the combat strength of the 5 of us, it won't be a problem to destroy the stronghold of the Dark Shadow. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Peacock King and Lion Yen rolled their eyes and almost fell to the ground. This bastard had subdued a third-grade Great Saint Devil. How could he not be so heaven-defying? He was just an 8th-grade minor saint. If he advanced to the Great Saint realm in the future, how powerful would he be? As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen being able to edify the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil was a complete accident. With his current strength, it would be impossible to edify the Earth Devil Beast without the help of the Blood Talisman. Roar! Just as Jiang Chen and Peacock King were about to set off, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the sky above the spiritual space mountain. It's the roar of De Huang. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. The few of them hastily rushed out of the main hall and saw that the entire sky above the spiritual space mountain was covered with dark clouds and lightning. Then, the sound of thunder was heard. All of the dark clouds had gathered above the place where Big Yellow was in seclusion. Blood-red lightning was constantly flickering in the clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. The invisible heavenly might made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. It's the heavenly tribulation. De Huang has broken through to the Great Saint realm. Lion Yen was pleasantly surprised. Motherfucker. This is the 9 major tribulation. Don't tell me that this bastard is going to undergo the tribulation in the spiritual space mountain? Peacock King rolled his eyes. An ordinary saint tribulation that could attract the 9 major tribulation was enough to show that the one undergoing the tribulation was a super genius. In the past, when the greatest saint was undergoing the saint tribulation, it was also the 9 major tribulation. However, this kind of tribulation couldn't be carried out in the spiritual space mountain. Otherwise, when the tribulation was over, the spiritual space mountain would be in a complete mess and suffer heavy losses. This was what Peacock King was most worried about. However, the Huang Dog had obviously thought of this. Just as the dark clouds were condensed, the Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew out of the spiritual space mountain. The Huang Dog flew away and the lightning clouds quickly followed him. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body flickered and took the lead to catch up. It seemed that De Huang Dog had obtained great benefits from the Totem Divine Seal. He had directly broken through to the Great Saint realm in a very short period of time. This was really a great thing. After De Huang Dog passed the tribulation, he would have one more main force to attack the Dark Shadow organization. After passing the tribulation, even if he was just a first-grade Great Saint, De Huang Dog, with the mutated Dragon Horse Divine Beast bloodline, was enough to deal with an ordinary third-grade Great Saint. A second-grade Great Saint would die without any suspense if they encountered him. The birth of a Great Saint was a major event that was celebrated by the whole world. The lightning tribulation of De Huang Dog had alarmed almost everyone in the demon race. Both Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King had appeared directly. The relationship between the two had eased a lot. Now, both of them felt that the arrival of De Huang Dog was the lucky star of the demon race. The future of the demon race depended on this dog. Look, it's De Huang Dog. He has actually broken through to the Great Saint realm before Leopard Way. It's really terrifying. Looking at the power of this tribulation, it should be the 9 major tribulation. It's really powerful. The totem divine seal that he obtained last time has brought great benefits to the entire demon race. It seems that the heavens wants our demon race to prosper. That's right. De Huang is a divine beast. He represents auspiciousness. Now, because of his arrival, the internal conflict of our demon race has been resolved. It's a rare grand unification. This is a great thing for our demon race. Everyone didn't expect that De Huang Dog would advance so fast. They still remembered that when De Huang Dog first came to the demon race, he was only a third-grade minor demon saint. Before entering the suspended tower, he was only a sixth-grade minor demon saint. However, after coming out of the suspended tower, he immediately broke through to the ninth-grade minor demon saint. Only a few days had passed, and he had already become a great saint expert. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was really shocking. In a wilderness thousands of miles away from the spiritual space mountain, De Huang Dog's majestic body stopped under the thunderclouds. He raised his head and looked at the scene of thunder and lightning in the sky with a solemn expression. Even if he was confident, this was his first time undergoing tribulation after all. He couldn't be compared with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was a professional in transcending tribulation. He had been struck by lightning many times. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was a newbie in this aspect. Hong Long. The roar above the thunderclouds was incomparably violent. An incomparably thick blood-red lightning was condensed. The lightning was like a blood dragon. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. It aimed at De Huang Dog and was about to strike down. De Huang, you don't have to resist the first 6 lightning tribulations. Your body is enough to withstand them. Now, you have to use the power of these heavenly lightning to temper your body and cultivation. For cultivators, heavenly tribulation isn't just a tribulation, it's also a great opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It's an extremely rare opportunity to temper your body with heavenly lightning. Don't waste it. Moreover, you have to conserve your strength to deal with the last 3 lightning tribulations. Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang Dog's ears. In this aspect, Jiang Chen was indeed an out-and-out experienced person. Not to mention other things, he had experienced the 9 major tribulations twice. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog's state of mind became much more stable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's advice at the critical moment, he was prepared to resist the first lightning tribulations. Now that he thought about it, if he did that, not only would he not be able to obtain the corresponding benefits from the lightning tribulations, he would also gradually exhaust his energy. When the last 3 lightning tribulations arrived, his energy would not be able to keep up, and he would be in danger. In the 9 major tribulations, the most powerful ones were the last 3 lightning tribulations. The first 6 lightning tribulations were just like appetizers for an abnormal person like De Huang. Rumble, thunder roared. The first lightning tribulations poured down like a blood-red waterfall, directly bombarding De Huang Dog's head. Countless lightning bolts instantly submerged De Huang's huge body, making crackling sounds. Many people became nervous because they saw that in the face of this lightning tribulations, De Huang Dog did not even make a move to block it. He was completely withstanding it. Just a moment later, Big Yellow walked out of the lightning energetically, looking majestic. The strike just now didn't cause any harm to him. Instead, it tempered and strengthened his body, especially his head, which was already extremely hard and could be considered as a divine weapon. Now that it was tempered by the heavenly lightning, it became even more irresistible. Big Yellow, you're right. Amazing. He resisted the lightning tribulations head-on and didn't get hurt at all. Of course, De Huang has the body of a divine beast. His body is so strong that it can resist the lightning tribulations head-on. However, the most powerful 9 major tribulations are the last 3 lightning tribulations. I hope he can get through them unscathed. Many people were shocked and gave a thumbs up to De Huang's way of overcoming the lightning tribulations. Rumble. Chapter 903. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation descended. Its power was obviously much stronger than the first, but for De Huang Dog, it could not pose the slightest threat to him. It was only helping De Huang Dog to refine his body. Just like that, after passing through 6 heavenly tribulations in a row, De Huang Dog was still full of vigor and his momentum was even stronger than before. Obviously, these 6 heavenly tribulations not only did not cause any harm to De Huang Dog, but also brought him great benefits. Good, De Huang's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation is very smart. He has measured his own strength, and with his body, he can completely resist the first 6 heavenly tribulations. In this way, not only did he gain great benefits from the thunder tribulation, but he also preserved his strength. With this strength, the success rate of resisting the last 3 heavenly tribulations will be much higher. That's right, this is the smartest way of crossing the heavenly tribulation. After all, De Huang is going through the 9 revolutions major tribulation. One mistake and he will be in danger of collapsing. Now that his body has absorbed a lot of power of thunder and lightning, his body has a certain level of immunity to thunder and lightning. In this way, it will be much easier for him to withstand the next 3 heavenly tribulations. Peacock King and Lion Yen kept nodding their heads, praising De Huang Dog's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation. However, they did not know that this was all taught by Jiang Qin. Otherwise, no matter how smart De Huang Dog was, it would be impossible for him, who had no experience in crossing the heavenly tribulation, to deal with it so easily. Crackle. When the 7th thunder beam condensed, many people's expressions changed. Even De Huang Dog put away his narcissistic expression. He knew that the Real highlight was coming. From this heavenly tribulation onwards, the destructive power would begin to increase dramatically, and it would be much stronger than before. Roar. The thunder beam let out a roar, as if a primordial thunder dragon had appeared. With a long tail, it instantly arrived above De Huang Dog's head. Come on. De Huang Dog didn't show the slightest bit of fear as he shouted at the thunder dragon. Even if it was a powerful 9 revolution tribulation, he would still successfully pass it. The moment the lightning struck down, a layer of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of De Huang Dog's body. It was the purest form of energy. From now on, De Huang Dog had begun to resist the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, the sky above the wilderness had turned into a sea of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming an incomparably resplendent picture. It was extremely beautiful, but under this kind of beauty, there was an endless power of destruction. Every bolt of lightning could wreak havoc in a region. The entire wilderness had been ravaged beyond recognition. There were no mountains here. The only few sand dunes had been turned into nothingness by the impact of the lightning. They had been completely destroyed. De Huang Dog's entire body was submerged in the surging sea of lightning. No one could see through the sea of lightning to see what was happening inside. Rumble, the 9 revolution tribulation was very rapid. Before the 7th thunder tribulation disappeared completely, the 8th thunder tribulation had already condensed. This thunder tribulation was twice as thick as the 7th thunder tribulation. One could imagine how destructive it was. The area of the thunder tribulation had expanded by more than twice. De Huang Dog's shadow couldn't be seen anymore. However, one could still hear De Huang Dog's roars from time to time. This proved that he was still in good condition. The 8th thunder tribulation lasted for 3 minutes before it disappeared. The thunder sea also began to disappear gradually. The figure of De Huang Dog was once again revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, the Huang dog could be said to be in an extremely difficult situation. His body was covered in blood. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. It was a frightening sight. However, a mysterious mark was floating above the head of the Huang dog. Many people recognized it. It was the demon race's totem divine seal. Rays of white light shone from the totem divine seal and entered the Huang dog's body. Everyone could see that the Huang dog's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look, that's the totem divine seal. The totem of our demon race palace is helping him recover. The Huang has gained the favor of the totem. With the help of the totem divine seal, he can recover quickly no matter how serious his injuries are. It's really enviable. What's there to be envious about? The totem is a supreme existence in our hearts. The totem has found the Huang. That is the will of the totem. We can only revere it. Seeing this, all the members of the demon race breathed a sigh of relief. The reappearance of the totem divine seal made all the members of the demon race reveal expressions of respect. In the hearts of the demon race, the totem divine seal was a supreme existence that could not be violated or blasphemed, not even by words. In just a dozen minutes, the Huang dog's injuries had completely recovered with the help of the totem divine seal. He raised his head and let out a roar. His body was full of vigor and vitality again. The current the Huang dog's cultivation had reached the first grade great saint. What was even more surprising was that the Huang dog had obtained great benefits from the lightning tribulation, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the first grade great saint. He was only a step away from the second grade great saint. Perhaps, he would break through at any time. Haha, the dog laughed loudly, flying back and forth in the sky above the wilderness to show off. His narcissism and coquettishness had returned. Haha. De Huang, congratulations on advancing to the great saint realm. Sure enough, you are the chosen one of the totem. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were the first to come to De Huang to congratulate him. After that, the two of them left directly. Their status was noble and they wouldn't usually appear here. Today, when De Huang dog was about to break through to the great saint realm, they were attracted here. Many people of the demon race came forward to congratulate him, which made the Huang dog really coquettishly. His vanity was filled with pride. De Huang, enough. Peacock King and I are going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization. Are you going or not? If you don't, we will leave. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang dog's ears. As soon as he heard that they were going to eliminate the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, the dog stopped showing off. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Boy, what did you say? Go and kill the Dark Shadow. The Huang dog's eyes emitted bright rays of light. Yes, we have discussed it. Let's go now. Jiang Chen said. At the same time, he used divine sense to tell the Huang dog everything that had happened to the Dark Shadow, including the location of the stronghold of the Dark Shadow and the overall strength of the Dark Shadow. Motherfucker. This is too enjoyable. Fortunately, Master Dog has advanced to the Great Saint realm. Otherwise, I would have missed such an earth-shattering event. Master Dog is now at the peak of first grade Great Saint. It's just the right time for me to find those Dark Shadow guys and test my skills. The Huang dog was excited to the extreme. For this guy who was eager to see the world in chaos, there was nothing better than eliminating the Dark Shadow organization. Well, now that we have De Huang, our strength has become stronger. Let's go now. Peacock King said. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Under the lead of the Earth Devil Beast, they came to a mountain range. Earth Devil Beast, where is the stronghold of the Dark Shadow? Asked Jiang Chen. The earth devil beast that was edified by the edifying light was undoubtedly the most trustworthy because it wouldn't play any tricks in front of Jiang Qin. The stronghold of the dark shadow exists in a separate spatial zone. There is a node in this mountain range that leads to that spatial zone. We will enter from the node. Chapter 904. This was an extremely barren mountain range. It could be said that it was desolate and uninhabited. No one would come here on normal days. There was not even a demon beast in such a huge mountain range. It could be seen that the stronghold of the dark shadow was so secretive and formed its own space. It was no wonder that few people knew the specific location of the dark shadow assassin organization even though they had existed for so long. The node that connects to the stronghold of the dark shadow is constantly changing, so I have to sense it to find it. The earth devil beast said. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. He suddenly unleashed the true dragon palm, grabbing at the void in front of him. Come out! Jiang Qin shouted. A figure was directly caught by Jiang Qin. It was a minor saint. Jiang Qin killed him on the spot. This is the assassin of the dark shadow. It seems that he is a sentry here. Fortunately, he was caught by Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. Peacock King said. He and Lion Yen looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. The assassins of the dark shadow had always been good at concealment. If a minor saint assassin hid himself, they would definitely be able to sense it with their cultivation base. However, they directly ignored this point. Only Jiang Qin discovered it. It could be seen that Jiang Qin not only had an amazingly sharp perception, but also acted cautiously. He would not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. It's here. The earth devil beast quickly found the spatial node. Peacock King took a step forward. He attacked savagely and tore the spatial node. Then, they flashed and disappeared from the barren mountain range, appearing inside a space. At first glance, this space seemed to be created by a great saint expert. The scope of the space was not large. There were not many buildings in it. There was only a black palace. The entire space was filled with a strong murderous aura, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the gathering point of the assassins. Everyone here was a ghost walking in the dark. Everyone's hands were stained with blood. Who is it? The place where Jiang Qin and the others appeared happened to be seen by the two assassins. They immediately shouted. As assassins, they were born with a sense of danger. It was like a keen sense of smell. What's more, this was the hinterland of the dark shadow. No outsiders had ever come here. Even the assassins they trained were not qualified to enter this place. Shua! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took the lead and arrived in front of the two assassins in a flash. De Huang Dog's head hit one of the assassins, smashing his entire body into pieces. He was now a first-grade great saint. A minor saint was like an ant in front of him. He could pinch them to death easily. Jiang Chen's attack was equally ruthless and decisive. He crushed the head of the other assassin, and the two assassins died instantly. They didn't even have a chance to scream. De Huang, do you still remember Full Moon Restaurant? Jiang Chen looked at the black palace in front of him. Understood. De Huang Dog revealed a knowing smile, then disappeared in a flash. He and Jiang Chen had been together for a long time. The tacit understanding between them had reached the point where they could communicate with just a glance. The purpose of attacking the stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization this time was to uproot the organization and completely eliminate this organization from Saint Origin World. Using the same method that they used to deal with Full Moon Restaurant was undoubtedly the best. De Huang Dog had now advanced to the Great Saint realm. He was also proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formation Source. His attainments in formation had advanced further. He wanted to secretly arrange a large formation to seal off this space and not let anyone escape. What is De Huang doing? Lion Yan asked, puzzled. Cutting off their retreat route. Jiang Qin smiled. Then, the 5 of them strode towards the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast was the first to arrive at the stronghold soon. Outside the stronghold, there were 3 or 4 minor saint experts. They were stunned when they saw the incoming group, but they were relieved when they saw the Earth Devil Beast. 4 of them came forward and bowed to the Earth Devil Beast. This showed that the Earth Devil Beast's status in the Dark Shadow was still very high. Lord Earth Devil Beast is back. Who are these people? One of the assassins asked. His eyes swept across Jiang Qin and the others. He couldn't help but frown. One should know that this was the core location of the Dark Shadow. No outsider had ever come here. If it wasn't for the Earth Devil Beast bringing them in, they would have sent a signal just now. However, the Earth Devil Beast didn't answer their question. A devil wave rushed out of the Earth Devil Beast's body and enveloped all 4 minor saints. The 4 of them didn't even have the chance to scream. They were killed by the Earth Devil Beast on the spot, leaving not a single residue. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously in my Dark Shadow? At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the Black Palace. Then, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out one after another. There were more than 100 of them. More than a dozen of them were great saints, led by a man who seemed to be in his 50s. He was as skinny as a match and looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the murderous intent that overflowed from his body was the strongest. He is the supreme leader of the Dark Shadow, a 5th-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast said in a low voice. The senses of the people of the Dark Shadow were extremely sharp, let alone these great saints. Although the Earth Devil Beast didn't make any movement when it attacked, it was still sensed by the people in the stronghold. These should be all the assassins in the stronghold. The Earth Devil Beast spoke again. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with ice-cold murderous intent. These were the top assassins of Saint Origin World. Their combined murderous intent was enough to form a storm of murderous intent that could shake one's soul. In the face of Jiang Qin and the other uninvited guests, the people of the Dark Shadow shifted their eyes to the Earth Devil Beast, including the leader. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They had no idea why the Earth Devil Beast was with these outsiders. Earth Devil Beast, do you know what you are doing? The leader scolded. Master wants to destroy the Dark Shadow, so I will kill all of you. The Earth Devil Beast said. After being edified, he would listen to everything Jiang Qin said. He wouldn't care about anything else. He wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide if Jiang Qin asked him to do so, let alone kill the people of the Dark Shadow. In their opinion, Jiang Qin was just a puny 8th-grade minor saint. They could easily pinch him to death. The leader had given the order that everyone who came to the stronghold today must die. None of them would be spared. Because I am Jiang Qin. Chapter 905. What? You are Jiang Qin. No wonder you looked so familiar just now. Jiang Qin, we, the Dark Shadow, have been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect that you would come to us today and bring a few people to die with you. Jiang Qin, our Dark Shadow has suffered a heavy loss because of you. Your existence is a disgrace in the history of our Dark Shadow. Only with your death can this disgrace be washed away. However, I have to admire your courage. How dare you come to our stronghold? Don't you know that this is no different from courting death? Pu Qi. As soon as the sarcastic voice of a great saint faded, Jiang Qin moved. He moved like a cheetah. The sharp heavenly saint sword pierced through the chest of the first-grade great saint. Before the sarcastic expression on the great saint's face disappeared, it froze. He lowered his head to look at the sword that had pierced through his body. His facial expression changed drastically when he felt the life force in his body was constantly flowing away. No, this is impossible. The first-grade great saint assassin began to spurt out blood from his mouth. He shook his head and couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His opponent was just an 8th-grade minor saint. How could he have such a powerful attack? It was so powerful that he didn't even have the chance to react and was pierced through by the sword. This great saint probably didn't even dream that he would die one day. He didn't think that he would die in the hands of an 8th-grade minor saint. This was an incomparably funny thing. There are a lot of impossible things in this world, just like what you are doing now. Jiang Qin sneered. A powerful destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint sword. The first-grade great saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body exploded, turning into countless of blood mist that splashed on the others. What? The other 4 only reacted now. Their facial expression changed drastically. The change was too sudden. No one had expected it. However, Jiang Chen's thunderous attack made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't as weak as they thought. Only now did they remember that the dark shadow had suffered a heavy loss in the hands of this young man. Let's attack together and kill him. The 4 great saints were completely enraged. They immediately took out their combat weapons and attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body rippled as he fought fiercely with his opponents. Even though it was 1 against 4, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. As for the dozens of minor saint assassins, they could only stand there and watch the battle. They didn't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Their eyes were filled with shock. No one had thought that Jiang Qin could be this powerful. Most of them were 8th-grade minor saints. They thought that they were the rare geniuses, but compared to Jiang Qin, they felt that they were inferior to a piece of shit. What should we do? What else can we do? He is just an 8th-grade minor saint and he is so powerful. Even a great saint elder was killed by him. We don't even have the qualification to participate in such a battle. Let's wait and see. After all, there are only a few of them and the strongest among them is only a 4th-grade great saint. They are certainly no match for our leader. In my opinion, they are courting death by breaking into our stronghold. Each of these minor saint assassins was full of confidence and arrogance. In their point of view, those who came here were courting death. Just like what their leader had said, those who came here today wouldn't be able to escape. All of them were going to die here. High up in the sky, on the grandest battlefield, the Peacock King and the leader were locked in a stalemate. The leader was yelling in anger. He was a dignified 5th-grade great saint, but he was tied with a 4th-grade great saint. To him, this was a humiliation. Ha! The leader of Dark Shadow is just a so-so. You guys have lost your assassination skills. You are too weak. I, the Peacock King, will kill you today. The Peacock King laughed loudly. His body suddenly transformed into a peacock that was a few hundred meters in size. His body was radiating 7-colored light. His feather clothes were extremely beautiful. Peacock King. You are the Peacock King of the demon race. The leader exclaimed when he saw the transformation of the Peacock King. It's good that you know who I am. You will die a worthy death if you can die in my hands. The Peacock King's chi was unparalleled and domineering. Peacock King, I, Dark Shadow, have never offended you and your demon race. Why do you want to go against us? The leader's tone was no longer as tough as before. Although he had never seen the Peacock King before, he had heard of his reputation. This was a real devil incarnate, a ruthless man with a powerful peacock bloodline. Even if the Peacock King was just a fourth-grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Just now, they could barely fight to a draw, but now that the Peacock King had transformed into his true form, the gap between them was obvious. Cut the crap. I am entrusted by Jiang Qin to destroy your stronghold. The Peacock King was a peerless madman. He didn't need too many reasons to kill anyone he wanted. Jiang Qin. That kid is Jiang Qin. I didn't expect him to collude with your demon race. Very well, Peacock King. In that case, let's have a showdown. I would like to see how powerful the legendary Peacock King is. The leader was infuriated. He could already see that today's matter wouldn't be settled. Since the person who came was Jiang Qin, this grudge could only be settled with a massacre. Clang! A black longsword appeared in the leader's hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was extremely sharp. Immediately, he flung out streaks of ice-cold sword light. Each streak of sword light carried a strong murderous aura as it rushed towards the Peacock King. Peacock opens its tail, thousands of feathers fly together. The Peacock King spread out its feathered clothes, revealing two huge peacock wings that looked like a colorful barrier. Feathers shot out from the Peacock King's wings, looking even more terrifying than sharp swords. Clang clang clang. Thousands of feather arrows collided with the leader's black light, producing a large amount of sparks. The entire void was annihilated by the destructive chi. In the end, the Peacock King's technique had the upper hand. The leader had suffered a great counterforce. His body was pushed a dozen meters away before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed slightly, thinking that the Peacock King was indeed as terrifying as the legend said. Even though he was just a fourth-grade great saint, not even a fifth-grade great saint was a match for him when he was in his true form. And this was just the beginning. The second wave of attack had already begun. On the other side, Lion Yen was fighting two fourth-grade great saints alone, leaving them with no strength to fight back. One of them had already spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the two of them cooperated well with each other. Otherwise, one of them would have been killed by Lion Yen. Even so, the outcome of this fierce battle was imaginable. Ha! It's too easy to kill the two of you. Lion Yen laughed wildly. These two fourth-grade great saints posed no threat to him. Killing them was an incomparably easy task. As the patriarch of the Stone family, Lion Yen had the title of Living King of Hell. His means were cruel and ruthless. Even in the demon race, no patriarch would dare to provoke this living king of hell. Offending him was no laughing matter. On the other side, the three third-grade great saints were also complaining. Whether it was the Earth Devil Beast, the third-grade great saint devil or the Huang Dog, all of them were able to suppress their opponents. There was no need to mention the Earth Devil Beast. Back in the devil world, the devil wasn't a match for him, let alone these assassins of the dark shadow. As for the devil, he had a powerful devil body. Except for Jiang Chen's true thunder fire and true dragon fire that could suppress him, any ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the slightest advantage over the devil. Although the Huang Dog had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, he had already reached the peak of first-grade Great Saint. His divine beast bloodline was much stronger than Peacock King's. Given his current ability, he was able to suppress any ordinary third-grade Great Saint. Compared to these battles, the most ferocious battle was on Jiang Chen's side. 3 out of the 5 great saints had already died in his hands. Now, there were only 2 second-grade great saints left. It wasn't an easy task for Jiang Chen to kill a second-grade great saint. It was even more difficult to fight 2 of them at the same time, but it wasn't absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen had a lot of killing methods. The current situation was very clear. In order to kill these two, he must first disturb their minds. Judging from the current situation, their minds had already been disturbed. The fact that Jiang Chen had killed 3 first-grade great saints just now had a great impact on their minds. What he needed to do next was to attack them one by one. First, he would find a way to kill one of them, then the other. If he kept fighting 2 of them at the same time, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the chance to kill them. After all, his opponents were powerful second-grade great saints. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. The leader was being suppressed by Peacock King. The 2 fourth-grade great saints were being suppressed by Lion Yen. The other 3 third-grade great saints were being suppressed separately. Jiang Chen's side was even more bloody. Although the 2 second-grade great saints were still intact, their condition wasn't very good. Such a situation made those minor saint assassins anxious. Each of them had lost their previous pride and confidence. Now, their hearts were filled with worry. It was obvious that Jiang Chen came prepared today. Each of the assassins he brought was stronger and more abnormal than the other. If the battle continued like this, they were afraid that the Dark Shadow wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Arg! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The Earth Devil Beast had transformed into its true form and ripped half of its opponent's body apart. The third-grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling scream. Instinctively, he wanted to escape, but given his current state, how could he escape from the Earth Devil Beast's attack? Roar! Chapter 906. This scene frightened the other 2 third-grade great saints. They were already in a disadvantageous position when they were fighting against the devil and the Huang dog. Now that they saw the Earth Devil Beast devouring one of their own, their mood instantly fell to the bottom, causing their combat strength to drop. They were no match for the Huang dog and the devil. Roar! After devouring one of them, the Earth Devil Beast went berserk. Its huge body attacked the other. Under the joint attack of the Earth Devil Curse and the devil, the third-grade Great Saint couldn't put up any resistance. He was beaten half to death on the spot. The ferocious nature of the Earth Devil Beast was completely aroused. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the third-grade Great Saint as well. Earth Devil Beast, this is my opponent. Why the fuck are you interfering? The devil scolded. He was enjoying his killing, but the Earth Devil Beast had to interfere, causing him to lose his enjoyment. In his point of view, even if the Earth Devil Beast didn't attack, he would eventually be able to kill his opponent. The Earth Devil Beast ignored the devil. It had gone completely mad. All 4 of its eyes turned blood red. Then, it dashed towards the Huang dog's opponent. Earth Devil Beast, get out of here. This man belongs to Master Dog. The Huang dog bared his fangs at the Earth Devil Beast. He had just advanced to the Great Saint realm and needed a strong opponent to practice his skills. The opponent in front of him was the best one. If anyone dared to interfere, the Huang dog would never allow it to do so. Looking at the Huang dog's ferocious expression, the Earth Devil Beast quickly stopped. Although his bloodline was noble, it was still inferior to the Huang dog's. Plus, when he was still a first-grade Great Saint, he couldn't directly suppress a third-grade Great Saint. After witnessing the Huang dog's 9 revolutions major tribulation, the Earth Devil Beast was full of admiration for this dog. Adding the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, even the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't dare to provoke this dog for no reason. If he provoked Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be happy anymore. The one who felt the most depressed was the third-grade Great Saint who was fighting Big Yellow. He had the feeling that he was going to spurt out blood on the spot. He was a mighty third-grade Great Saint, but now, he had become a prey. Earth Devil Beast, let's go and help Master. The devil said to the Earth Devil. Get lost. I can handle this myself. As soon as the devil's voice faded, Jiang Chen's voice sounded. His current situation was the same as that of De Huang Dog. What he needed the most was a battle. Now that he had finally found two strong opponents, it had stimulated Jiang Chen's competitive spirit. He must get rid of these two opponents by himself. Just as the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were ready to attack, they were stopped by Jiang Chen's words, especially the Earth Devil Beast. Its ferocious nature had just been stimulated and it had no place to vent it. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. However, they couldn't ignore Jiang Chen's words. Their eyes fell on the battlefield of Lion Yan and found that Lion Yan didn't need them at all. He had already beaten his opponent to a pulp. Then, they looked at Peacock King's side. The Dark Shadow leader was also being suppressed by Peacock King. His chi was getting weaker and weaker. There was no place for them to intervene. Besides, they didn't seem to be able to intervene in a battle of this level. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Dark Shadow leader had been injured by Peacock King, it would still be very easy for him to kill them. Besides, they didn't dare to intervene in the battle of Peacock King. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Finally, the eyes of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil fell on the group of minor saint assassins. Their eyes glinted fiercely. The Earth Devil Beast stuck out its dark red tongue, looking incomparably ferocious. The group of minor saint assassins sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that their great saint experts would be defeated so thoroughly and miserably. It seemed that these two ferocious devils were going to target them, especially the terrifying Earth Devil Beast. Its 4 eyes seemed to have come from hell. Anyone who looked at it would feel their soul trembling. Even a third-grade great saint was eaten by the Earth Devil Beast, let alone them. Caca! You bunch of ants! I'm going to eat you all alive! The Earth Devil Beast laughed loudly. Its huge body that was like a small hill suddenly pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. The devil didn't want to be outdone either. At the same time, they also pounced at the group of minor saint assassins. They had received the order from Jiang Chen, which was to eliminate everyone here. Ah! 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 For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with flesh and blood flying in the air. Mournful screams lingered in the ears. The devil was still fine as he was just killing people cruelly. However, the Earth Devil Beast was simply a crazy guy. He would tear people into half and swallow them in one gulp. The scene was bloody and brutal, disgusting. However, to the ferocious Earth Devil Beast, such a scene was too common. Under the stimulation of the strong smell of blood, the Earth Devil Beast even felt great pleasure. Bastard! Earth Devil Beast! When the leader of the Dark Shadow saw this scene, he roared loudly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This mouthful of blood wasn't because of the Peacock King, but because he was angered by the Earth Devil Beast. Those assassins were elites that he had painstakingly trained. If these assassins died in the hands of the enemy, he might feel better. However, these assassins were all killed by the Earth Devil Beast. They died in the hands of their own people. However, the temperament of the Earth Devil Beast didn't change after being edified, but his attitude had completely changed. He only listened to Jiang Chen's order and completely ignored the leader. Ha! Die! The Peacock King let out a wild laugh. Its huge peacock body sprinkled out millions upon millions of rays of resplendent light, rendering the entire battlefield beautiful. However, under its beautiful appearance was an endless power of slaughter and destruction. Peacock King could see that those minor saint assassins were done for. None of them would be able to survive today. He knew very well what kind of existence the Earth Devil Beast was. Once it unleashed its demonic nature, it would be 100 times more ferocious than a devil. Once it attacked, it would be a massacre. How could those minor saint assassins survive after encountering the Earth Devil Beast? Arg! Just at this moment, another scream was heard on the battlefield. Lion Yen was holding a bloody arm of his opponent. He roared like a lion and his demonic chi soared to the sky. The fourth-grade great saint who had his arm torn off had an extremely unsightly face. These people who came here today were all abnormal. Even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for them. Given his current condition, he would be torn apart by this living king of hell if he fought Lion Yen again. Roar! Lion Yen roared angrily. He had been beaten to the point that his blood was boiling. He attacked crazily, breaking through the defense of a fourth-grade great saint in an instant, arriving in front of the opponent whose arm was torn off by him. A golden demon chi enveloped the great saint like a cage. Arg! Along with a scream, the fourth-grade great saint was torn to pieces by Lion Yen. Haha! On the other side, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The situation was just as he had expected. The outcome of the battle had basically been determined. None of the assassins here would be able to escape today. The two second-grade great saints who stood opposite of Jiang Chen were trembling with fear. Or it could be said that their minds were no longer focused on the battle. Their opponents were too strong. Their leader was completely suppressed by Peacock King. Their dream of relying on their leader had been shattered. Now that the fourth-grade great saint had been killed, they weren't far from death. The two of them exchanged a glance and nodded tacitly. Then, they turned into two rays of light and flew in two different directions. They weren't fools. They had already seen the situation clearly. If they continued to fight, there would only be one ending for them. In that case, they might as well run away. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Trying to run. It's too late. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He casted the spatial shift and caught up with one of them in a blink. As for the other one, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. It was simply a fantasy for a second-grade great saint to escape from the grand formation cast by De Huang Dog. Die! Jiang Chen's thunderous sword pierced through the body of the second-grade great saint in front of him. If the two of them continued to work together, they might still be able to fight against Jiang Chen, but now that they had chosen to escape separately, it undoubtedly divided their combat strength. Plus, they were in a state of confusion and had lost their will to fight. How could they be a match for the vigorous Jiang Chen? It was inevitable that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. On the other side, the second-grade great saint who was trying to escape was blocked by De Huang Dog's seal. Just when he thought that something bad was going to happen, Jiang Chen appeared in front of him after killing his companion. Jiang Chen, you, the great sage, was truly afraid. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but a devil. I have already said that no one will walk out of here alive today. From now on, there will no longer be a dark shadow in Saint Origin World. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he launched another attack at lightning speed. The Heavenly Saint Sword was like a heavenly sword that could kill anything that stood in its way. Killing a second-grade great saint who was scared out of his wits was as easy as blowing off dust. Under the envelopment of the sword net, the great saint only managed to put up a slight resistance before his head was chopped off. At this moment, all the minor saint experts had died tragically under the brutal attacks of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and came to the front of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil. Looking at the bloody scene, he couldn't help but say, "You two are really brutal, especially your Earth Devil Beast. It's not a big deal to kill them, but you even ate them." "Yes, Master." The Earth Devil Beast felt incomparably depressed. It seemed like you are also very brutal in killing people, aren't you? Why are you scolding us? Besides, wasn't it your order to kill all of them? Of course, the Earth Devil Beast only said these words in his heart. He didn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's order. Hong Long. At the same time, the Huang Dog casted his innate ability. A lightning-like beam of light was shot out from his dragon horn, hitting the third-grade Great Saint heavily. If he was in his peak state, he might be able to withstand it, but in his current state, it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to withstand this attack. Dark Brilliance. However, the Shadow Leader was a powerful 5th-grade Great Saint after all. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The black longsword in his hand also rippled with countless light. The Black Brilliance collided with the Peacock King's attack. Destructive power was everywhere, shattering the void completely. Countless sword lights collided with each other, creating large amounts of sparks. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, and it looked like it could collapse at any time. And at this moment, in the center of the chaotic sea of swords, an incomparably resplendent light suddenly appeared. The 7-colored light was extremely fast, like a rainbow-colored heavenly river, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before the leader. That ray of light was the Peacock King and the long sword in his hand. Pu Chi, the long sword of the Peacock King, penetrated the Shadow Leader's head. The sea of swords behind him collapsed. This was the most powerful attack of the Peacock King. The sea of swords was just a disguise. He was like a drop of water in the ocean, drifting freely and giving his opponent a fatal blow silently. No, the Shadow Leader could feel the rapid loss of his life force. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his life, he had always been the one who killed others. He had never thought that he would die one day, and this day would come so quickly. I have said it before. It's a worthy death to die in the hands of the Peacock King. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Dark Shadow organization in Saint Origin World. The Peacock King returned to his human form and crushed the head of the Dark Shadow Leader. Looking at everything that happened here, Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. In his opinion, this was the inevitable ending of the Dark Shadow. From the day the Dark Shadow provoked him, this ending was already destined. In Jiang Chen's mind, enemies were always meant to be destroyed. Exhilarating. It's fucking exhilarating. The Huang Dog was excited. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm, but he had already carried out such an exhilarating battle and destroyed the Dark Shadow organization. If this was spread out, it would be an earth-shattering event. However, they weren't prepared to spread this news. The Dark Shadow wasn't a glorious force. A force that existed in the dark would disappear in the dark. Peacock King and Lion Yen looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. They knew that Jiang Chen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Today, Jiang Chen alone killed 5 Great Saints, including 2 2nd-grade Great Saints. For an 8th-grade minor saint to be able to do this, it wasn't just heaven-defying. Peacock King and Lion Yen couldn't imagine how strong Jiang Chen would be after he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Now, it seemed that befriending Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog was a very wise choice. They almost believed that in the near future, the entire Saint Origin world and even the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace would undergo earth-shaking changes because of the existence of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked to the front of Peacock King and Lion Yen and clasped his fists at them. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, Jiang Chen thanks you for today's matter. After getting rid of the Dark Shadow, one of my worries has been resolved. The Dark Shadow has existed for so many years. There must be a lot of treasures and wealth in this stronghold. All of these treasures will belong to both of you. As for the combat weapons in the hands of these assassins, I don't want them. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yan's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They could already feel that there was a lot of wealth in this shop. Plus, these combat weapons were minor saint weapons and some were even great saint weapons. If they could bring them back to the demon race, it would certainly enhance the overall strength of the demon race. In addition, both of you have reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Saint. I have a sacred heavenly demon art here. After you comprehend it, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the 5th grade Great Saint in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said and transmitted the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to Peacock King and Lion Yan using divine sense. This was the supreme scripture of the demon race that he had obtained in his previous life. To the demon race, it was a peerless treasure. Back in Red City, Jiang Chen had imparted part of the chants of the sacred heavenly demon art to the Black Hawk, causing the Black Hawk to undergo tremendous changes in a short period of time. However, the Black Hawk's talent and bloodline couldn't be compared to Peacock King and Lion Yan. Only with their comprehension ability could they display the true power of the sacred heavenly demon art. Hong. After receiving the mantra, the two of them immediately trembled. They confidently felt the mantra of the sacred heavenly demonic art. Their eyes gradually widened and their faces were filled with shock. Even with their temperament, they actually showed a temporary state of stupidity. From this, it could be seen how shocked they were by the sacred heavenly demonic art. The sacred heavenly demon art. I can't believe that there is such an amazing secret art in the heavens and earth. I have a feeling that I will be able to break through to the 5th grade Great Saint in 10 days, and my future achievements will only get higher and higher. That's right. I will be able to break through to the 5th grade Great Saint in a month's time. This secret art is too mysterious and wonderful for words. Peacock King and Lion Yan were shocked. When they regained their senses, they stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen, we owe you a favor today. Your gift is too generous. That's right, Jiang Chen. We have nothing to repay you with, but as long as you need us in the future, we will never refuse. Peacock King and Lion Yan said solemnly. Given their status, it was rare for them to make such a promise. Peacock King and Lion Yan were extremely excited. They couldn't wait to return to the demon race and go into seclusion to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon art. Today's trip was really worth it. Putting aside the wealth and the combat soldiers in the stronghold, the sacred heavenly demon art alone was an inexhaustible wealth that they wouldn't exchange for no matter how much wealth they had. Ha! We are all friends. Don't say such words. I, Jiang Chen, have always been like this. I will treat my friends the way my friends treat me. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. As a matter of fact, this sacred heavenly demon art wasn't of much use to him. The dragon transformation skill that he cultivated was the truly terrifying cultivation technique. He had actually forgotten about this secret art of the demon race. Just now, he suddenly recalled it, so he gave it to Peacock King and Lion Yan. Firstly, to thank them for their help, and secondly, to do them a favor. Besides, the stronger Peacock King and Lion Yan's cultivation base was, the more help they could provide him. Let alone a minor saint, any combat emperor could destroy the purgatory space 100 times over. How could such a small place attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Wasn't this nonsense? Moreover, Jiang Chen was sure that there was no ancient battlefield in the purgatory space except for the Inferno City. He had stayed in the purgatory space for quite a long time. It seems like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the spiritual main hall to see the Patriarch first. The news from Saint Origin Palace must be unusual. Peacock King said and flew towards the spiritual main hall. Lion Yen followed closely behind him. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and followed. They were very concerned about everything related to Eastern Continent. That was Jiang Chen's hometown. In the spiritual main hall, the higher-ups of demon race were gathered. Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting on the main seats, while dozens of great saint experts were sitting on their left and right sides. Each of them had a pivotal position in demon race. This was the first time that the lineage of Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting together peacefully ever since the conflict broke out in demon race. Peacock King and the others entered the main hall. Everyone turned to look at them. Such a grand scene meant that something big was about to happen. Patriarch, what's the situation of the opening of the purgatory space? The Peacock King asked. According to the news from Saint Origin Palace, there's a place called Inferno Hell Space in Eastern Continent. There's an ancient battlefield ruins there. It's said that there are endless treasures in there. There are also many inheritances left by great saint experts. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the other 7 major families are also preparing to go to the Inferno Hell Space. It's said that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace will also be going there. For many of them, this is a rare opportunity to gain experience. If they're lucky, they can get a lot of benefits. Our demon race can't fall behind. Lang Xingtian said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog frowned again. There was a battlefield in the purgatory space. And the legacy of the great sage. How was that possible? He knew too well what was inside the Inferno Hell Space. If there was an ancient battlefield inside, and there were inheritances and treasures left by great saint experts, he and De Huang Dog would have found it long ago. As for Lang Xingtian, he was the reincarnation of a great saint. If there were treasures inside, it was impossible for him to not find them. Furthermore, De Huang Dog was an expert in finding treasures. One should know that back in the Inferno Hell Space, a combat soul earth devil beast was enough to dominate the entire Inferno Hell. How could such a small place attract the interest of Saint Origin Palace and the 8 major families of the Pure Land? This was ridiculous. Patriarch, De Huang and I have been to this Inferno Hell Space. After listening to Peacock King's words, Lion Yen nodded. Now that they had obtained the sacred heavenly demonic art, they had no interest in the ancient battlefield anymore. Chapter 909. That's right. The 2 of us will help you protect Martial Saint Dynasty. We shouldn't be any weaker than them. Lion Yen said. After obtaining Jiang Chen's sacred heavenly demon technique, they felt that they owed Jiang Chen a favor. If they could help Jiang Chen, they would feel more at ease. Just like what Peacock King said, it didn't matter where they went for seclusion. Their cultivation now had little to do with the density of the heaven and earth yuan qi. The key to their cultivation was to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon technique. All right. In that case, I will have to thank you both. Jiang Chen held his fists at the 2 of them. It couldn't be better if Peacock King and Lion Yen could help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Not only were they powerful, they also had a very high status in the Pure Land. In other words, it was a great honor to ask them to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. In the entire Saint Origin world, Jiang Chen was afraid that he was the only one who could ask them to help. All right. Since you 2 are going to help Jiang Chen, I will handle the matters here. Lang Xingtian said. As a matter of fact, there wasn't much to handle. All they needed to do was to open a spatial passageway from the demon race to the Inferno Hell Space. By then, those who wanted to enter the ancient battlefield could go through that passageway. In that case, let's go. Peacock King said. How about this? Since I am going back anyway, let's go to Marshall Saint Dynasty together. De Huang, go to Xuanyumoyin cult and inform Ah Yen to return to Eastern Continent. I will wait for you two in the Inferno Hell space. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog agreed and disappeared. In any case, the opening of the Inferno Hell space was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. There might be a lot of benefits left in the ancient battlefield. How could they miss such a good opportunity? This guy possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianmo. He might be able to obtain some benefits from the ancient battlefield. Shua, Jiang Chen, Peacock King, and the others left the spiritual space mountain with a sway of their bodies. They locked onto the direction of the eastern continent and prepared to move forward at full speed. This was an extremely urgent matter. They had to return before the 8 families of the Pure Land left for the eastern continent. The journey from the spiritual space mountain to the eastern continent was too far. However, with their speed, they could basically travel thousands of miles in an instant. It was extremely easy for them to return to the eastern continent. Brother Qin. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Yan Qinyu flying out from the demon race. He immediately blamed himself. Yan Qinyu had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon race. During this period of time, he was too busy dealing with the matters of the demon race, Gu family and Dark Shadow. He had neglected Yan Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's hand. Currently, Yan Qinyu's cultivation had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint through seclusion, which was considered pretty good. Brother Qin, where are you going? Yan Qinyu asked. Going home. Back to the eastern continent. Jiang Chen told Yan Qinyu about what happened in the Inferno Hell. Hearing that they were going back to the Marshall Saint Dynasty, Yan Qinyu's face lit up. Their speed was extremely fast as they flew towards the eastern continent. The Marshall Saint Dynasty was as peaceful as ever. As the first great overlord of the eastern continent, its position was unshakable. Ever since the Heavenly Sect caused a certain amount of damage to the Marshall Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen had Yi Sha and the other 2 stay behind to protect the entire Marshall Saint Dynasty. The next day, outside the Marshall Saint Dynasty, a few silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, the Marshall Saint Dynasty is in front of us. The 2 of you should hide yourselves. I don't want to give them too much pressure. Jiang Chen said to Peacock King and Lion Yen. These 2 were too powerful. If they appeared directly, it would bring a lot of pressure to the people of Marshall Saint Dynasty. Therefore, Jiang Chen asked them to protect them secretly. To them, it was too easy to find a place for seclusion. Any spatial zone would suffice. All right. Just go into the Inferno Hell. Leave the Marshall Saint Dynasty to us. I guarantee that not even a fly can enter. Peacock King patted his chest and promised. If that's the case, I will have to thank the 2 of you. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the 2 of them. No need to be so polite with us. Lion Yan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared with Peacock King. Xiao Yu, let's go home first. We will go to the Inferno Hell later. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's shoulder with one hand and flew towards the Marshall Saint Dynasty. Stop! Who dares to trespass the Marshall Saint Dynasty? The Marshall Saint Dynasty was heavily guarded. There were sentries a dozen miles away. 2 guards in golden armor stood in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu, yelling at them. Behind them, there were more than a dozen guards flying towards them. When the leader saw Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu, his expression changed drastically. He immediately walked forward and slapped the 2 guards who dared to yell at Jiang Chen. You 2 are blind. This is young Master Jiang Chen and Miss Yan Chenyu. After that, the guard quickly bowed to Jiang Chen and said, Young Master, you are back. These two are new here. Please don't mind them. It's all right. You have worked hard to protect the martial Saint dynasty. This is your reward. Jiang Chen casually threw out a storage ring containing 10,000 heaven elixir pills. 10,000 heaven elixir pills were nothing to him, but to these guards, it was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Captain, is this young Master Jiang Chen? He is so young. The guard who had just been slapped said cautiously. Although he was slapped, he didn't feel angry at all. One should know that the person they had offended was Jiang Chen, the god in the eyes of all the people in the martial Saint dynasty. His status was far higher than the emperor's, and they felt lucky that they were still alive. That's right. Of course. You two better open your eyes in the future. Our young Master Jiang Chen is a good man. He won't argue with you. He even gave us some wealth as a reward. The captain held the storage ring in his hand. Captain, how much wealth is inside? Someone asked. With a thought, the captain opened the interspatial ring. When he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, his expression immediately changed. Oh my God! This is heaven elixir. 10,000 heaven elixir pills. Oh my God! Young Master Jiang Chen has given us so much wealth. If you don't pay attention, you won't be able to see it. Chapter 9-10. Wu Jiu's words reminded Jiang Chen of the characteristics of Inferno Hell. One could enter the Inferno Hell at any time, but the exit would only open once a year. So, even if Wu Jiu could summon the people inside, he wouldn't be able to get them out. Therefore, Jiang Chen was preparing to enter Inferno Hell as soon as possible. One should know that there were a lot of people training in Inferno Hell. Once the experts of the Pure Land arrived, it would be a disaster for them. Even if the experts of the Pure Land didn't want to attack them, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. If two experts clashed, the shockwave released would be enough to kill them. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the entire eastern continent was his hometown. He had left too many memories here. This place and Pure Land were two completely different worlds. The dispute of Pure Land shouldn't involve eastern continent and disrupt the peace here. In the hearts of the cultivators of eastern continent, Jiang Chen was the supreme being, their guardian. So, Jiang Chen didn't want to cause any harm to the eastern continent because of the appearance of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Chen rested for a while in Saint Origin World before heading to Inferno Hell with Yan Chenyu. There was a passageway that led directly to Inferno Hell in Martial Saint Dynasty. When Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu arrived at the entrance of the passageway, De Huang Dog and Han Yan had arrived at the same time. De Huang Dog's speed was already unparalleled. Now that his cultivation grade had advanced to the peak of first grade Great Saint, his speed was unimaginably fast. So, he returned as fast as he could after notifying Han Yan from Moyne Cult. It's good that you are back. Let's go to Inferno Hell now. We have to evacuate the people inside before the experts of Pure Land arrive. Jiang Chen said. All right. De Huang Dog and Han Yan nodded. The four of them turned into light and flashed into the passageway. In the next moment, the scenery changed abruptly. They had already arrived at the Inferno Hell. They couldn't be more familiar with this purgatory space. However, at this moment, they could sense an ancient and distant aura from the void. It seemed to be a primordial aura, which was clearly different from the purgatory they had encountered before. Just as Lang Xingtian said, there is a huge ancient battlefield relic in this purgatory space. I can already smell the scent of an ancient battlefield. The Huang dog's spirit shook, and he thought to himself, we actually didn't notice it in the slightest when we were here. It can be seen from this that this ancient battlefield has always been concealed very deeply. Let's go to Inferno City first, Jiang Chen said. With a sway of their bodies, they immediately appeared where Inferno City used to be. With their current cultivation base, entering Inferno Hell gave them a completely different feeling compared to when they were in the past. Now, when they looked at Inferno Hell, they didn't feel any sense of danger at all. What surprised Jiang Chen and the others was that the huge Inferno City had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a stretch of ruins. At the place where Inferno City used to be, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. There were at least a few thousand of them. These people were all cultivators from the eastern continent. They came to Inferno Hell to train themselves, and many of them were exiled here. At this moment, these cultivators all had their eyes fixed on an illusory barrier in front of them. The barrier was transparent, like a heavenly barrier. Standing outside the barrier, one could feel the cold and gloomy aura inside the barrier. It had a trace of ancient and primordial aura. It seems that everyone is here. Behind this barrier is the ancient battlefield relic. Inferno Hell is really just a gateway. However, why has Inferno City disappeared? It seems like it has been destroyed, the Huang dog said. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Inferno City was extremely sturdy, and it was protected by the blood talismans. Currently, the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had yet to arrive. Who would have the ability to destroy Inferno City? This was too strange. However, it was impossible for them to guess. They could only ask about what had happened here. Hong. A powerful pressure suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. This invisible pressure hovered above Inferno Hell. For a moment, everyone felt as if a great god was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those cultivators who were staring at the barrier were also startled. They turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others, then knelt down with a puff. The pressure on their souls was too strong. They couldn't resist it at all. All they could do was to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Chen. Don't be afraid. I am Jiang Chen. I believe you have heard of my name. I have returned to save your lives, Jiang Chen said. What? Jiang Chen is back. It's him. I have seen him before. He is Jiang Chen. His appearance hasn't changed, but his strength has become more and more terrifying. Yeah. The aura he released made us feel like we were falling into hell. He is too powerful. But he said he wanted to save our lives. What does that mean? Are we in a dangerous situation now? What kind of existence is behind the barrier? We have no way to enter it. Many people were shocked. Some of them raised their heads, but when they saw Jiang Chen, they quickly lowered their heads again. Let me ask you, who destroyed Inferno City? Jiang Chen asked. Young Master Jiang Chen, no one destroyed Inferno City. It collapsed by itself. Someone answered. What? It collapsed by itself. Han Yen was shocked. That's right. Not long ago, a barrier suddenly appeared here. After that, Inferno City collapsed by itself. We saw a blood-red light rushing into the barrier. We tried to enter the barrier, but we were blocked by an invisible force. None of us could enter. That's why we are standing here and guessing. Another person said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were shocked at the same time. What these people said must be the truth. They wouldn't dare to lie in front of them. It seemed like that blood-red light was the blood talisman. It seemed like after the ancient battlefield appeared, the blood talisman had collapsed Inferno City and entered it directly. As for why these people couldn't enter, it was easy to explain. They must be too weak and were blocked by the barrier. However, this was still a good thing. They should be glad that they were blocked by the barrier. No one knew how long the ancient battlefield had existed. There must have been many powerful evil spirits and creatures born in it. With their cultivation, if they were to enter it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 9-11. Jiang Chen and the other three entered the ancient battlefield without encountering any obstacles. It was as if the barrier didn't exist at all. Jiang Chen could feel that the barrier only blocked cultivators below the minor saint realm. Cultivators above the minor saint realm could enter at will. Hoo-hoo. Cold wind blew from all directions, bringing with it a strong smell of decay. It was ancient and ancient. In this place, they could vaguely hear the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. This place used to be a land of death, filled with blood and slaughter. Brother Chen, the atmosphere here makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yan Chenyu said with a frown. This is an ancient battlefield, a land of death and slaughter. It would be strange if the atmosphere here was good. The Huang Dog said. Little Chen, the void is full of variegated marks and spatial nodes. This ancient battlefield isn't as simple as you think it to be. That's right, Little Chen, Little Chen. Han Yen looked at the void and said. That's right. There are many spatial zones here. Different spatial zones have different existences. If we look at it this way, this ancient battlefield is just too big. Jiang Chen nodded. The spatial zones here were overlapping. It was basically impossible for a powerful great saint to go through all the spatial zones in this place. Ah Yen, Xiaoyu, let's do the same as before. We will look for our own opportunities. Both of you have special bloodlines. Once you get any opportunities, it will be very beneficial to you. Jiang Chen said to Han Yen and Yan Chenyu. All right. The two of them nodded and chose a direction respectively. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. No matter if it was Han Yen or Yan Chenyu, they were all people with great luck. However, if they followed him, their luck would be suppressed by him. After Han Yen and Yan Chenyu disappeared, Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog also disappeared. In order to avoid encountering the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, they went into a random spatial zone. It was a gray spatial zone. Before Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu had the time to observe the surroundings, they sensed a great danger. A huge mouth suddenly appeared above Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog's head. Damn it! Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog couldn't help but curse at the same time. Both of them were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they flew to both sides and avoided the huge mouth. Bang! The gigantic mouth slammed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Black smoke rose up from the crater. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow saw a gigantic creature suddenly appear there. It was a ferocious-looking monster, and its body was covered with black airflow. This kind of airflow could allow the monster to hide well in this gray environment, making it impossible for its enemies to detect its existence. Just like Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, before the gigantic mouth appeared, they didn't notice anything. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by the gigantic mouth. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were shocked. Although the gigantic mouth appeared in front of them, they didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for their fast reaction, they would have been swallowed by it. Swoosh! The Huang Dog's body flickered and came to Jiang Chen's side. He said, "What kind of creature is this? I have never heard of it before. It's a first-grade great saint that has merged with the spatial chi here, making it very difficult to detect. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a creature born in this ancient battlefield." This monster must have eaten the corpse of a great saint. That's why it's so scary. Jiang Chen said. Roar the monster seemed to be very angry after missing its attack. It furiously roared at Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. A pungent stench immediately sprayed out from the monster's mouth. The stench was like a deadly poison, causing those who smelled it to feel nauseous. It was an indescribable discomfort. Motherfucker. This thing is too disgusting. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. The Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Immediately, he turned into a golden light and rushed at the monster. Hong Long. The indestructible head of the Huang Dog collided with the monster's head at the fastest speed. The monster let out a shrill scream. Its giant head was crushed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. It died on the spot. The huge body of the monster fell into the big pit that was created by its own attack. After wriggling a few times, there was no more sound. The monster was dead, but what surprised Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog was that this monster didn't have a demon soul. A great saint monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was too surprising and unexpected. Why doesn't it have a demon soul? The Huang Dog was very depressed. Initially, he thought that he could get a lot of benefits from killing a first-grade great saint and devouring its demon soul, but he didn't expect that this monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The monster's energy is all in its body. Its body has a huge amount of essence qi, which is supported by essence qi. This essence qi is actually very precious. If it could be condensed, it would be even more precious than a demon spirit. It's a pity that this essence qi completely dissipated the moment the monster died. It's impossible to collect it, what a pity. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was indeed a pity to get nothing after killing a first-grade great saint. Many great saints have fallen in this so-called ancient battlefield. At least, there should be a few powerful great saint weapons. If I can get a peerless divine weapon, this trip won't be in vain. The Huang Dog's eyes were rolling. A great saint weapon was extremely precious. One should know that it was extremely difficult for a mighty third-grade great saint to own a great saint weapon. Moreover, great saint weapons were divided into different grades. The value of a peerless saint weapon was immeasurable. If one could get one, even if it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be a terrifying trump card. It could unleash unimaginable lethality at the critical moment and cause fatal damage to the opponent. I'm not interested in ordinary treasures now. What I need to do now is to find the location of the blood talisman. I have an intuition that if the two blood talismans come together, it will probably bring me unimaginable benefits. It might even push me to the 9th-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said. But there are countless spatial zones here. Where are you going to find the blood talisman? This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Huang Dog said. I have a blood talisman in my body now. These two blood talismans belong to the same origin. They should have a certain connection with each other. Let me try. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 9:12. This youth looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The name Desolate Yuan represented the pinnacle of the young generation of the Pure Land. It represented a kind of power. He was the existence that countless of young people looked up to. The number 1 on the sky ranking was his nickname. He was born with the star tyrannical body. He was the youngest and most terrifying genius on the sky ranking. That was why he was called the little monstrous genius. In the sky ranking of the Pure Land, the most powerful genius was a half-step great saint. The so-called half-step great saint was a half-step great saint and had begun to comprehend the unique domain of a great saint. However, this realm actually didn't exist for Jiang Qin. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. In other words, after Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 9th grade minor saint, he could directly break through to the 1st grade great saint, skipping the hurdle of half-step great saint. However, the current desolate Yuan was exuding the strong qi of a great saint from head to toe. He had already surpassed the category of half-step great saint and had become a true great saint. A 1st grade great saint with a star tyrannical body, a young 1st grade great saint and the youngest monstrous genius of the desolate family. The combat strength of such a figure was unimaginable. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill someone who was a higher grade than him. Jiang Chen could already kill a 1st grade great saint when he was still a 7th grade minor saint, but he wouldn't be a match for desolate Yuan. However, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 8th grade minor saint and could kill a powerful 2nd grade great saint. If he were to fight with desolate Yuan, it would be hard to tell who would win. He had already heard about the matter of Jiang Qin challenging the geniuses of the Pure Land. He was even ready to attack when Jiang Qin killed Shi Han. However, because he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Great Saint realm, he refrained from doing so. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Great Saint realm and coincidentally, the ancient battlefield had opened, he was sure that Jiang Qin would appear here. Therefore, apart from searching for treasures and opportunities, his biggest purpose in coming to the ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Qin. Xiao Yuan knew that at this moment, everyone in the Pure Land, especially the younger generation, had their eyes on him and Jiang Qin. If he couldn't kill Jiang Qin, then it would seem that there was no one in the younger generation of the Pure Land. There were so many geniuses on the heavenly list, but none of them was a match for Jiang Qin. Xiao Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Qin just for this reason alone. Moreover, Jiang Qin had killed so many people from the Xiao clan. This debt must be settled. Not only Xiao Yuan, there were many people who wanted to kill Jiang Qin this time. The experts of the 5 major clans had already made up their minds that they must not let Jiang Qin walk out of the ruins alive this time. Through the things that happened during this period, they had truly seen Jiang Qin's potential. Such an evildoer freak was too terrifying. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would be a great threat in the future and cause endless troubles. Xiao Yuan broke into a space. This was a ruin left behind by the ancient battlefield. There must be a lot of treasures. Of course, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. The more treasures, the more dangers. No one knew how many years this ruin had existed. Many evil creatures were born in it. Even some great saints who had died tragically in the past had turned into terrifying evil spirits. They would appear and disappear at any time. It was horrifying. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog flew through more than a dozen spaces in a row. Apart from killing some evil spirits, they gained nothing. They didn't get any top-notch treasures. Jiang Chen's real target, the blood charm, also didn't have any news. The blood charm in his Qi Si was still as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't have any reaction. It seems like the blood charm isn't nearby. Let's go deeper into the space to have a look, Jiang Chen said. He was almost certain that if the blood talisman was nearby, the blood talisman in his Qi Si would be able to sense it. But the blood talisman in his Qi Si didn't sense anything, which meant the blood talisman wasn't nearby. A man and a dog kept shuttling through the deeper layers of the spatial zone. Even if they encountered some evil spirits, they would avoid them. Jiang Chen's mind was on the blood charm because he knew his current situation very well. The appearance of the ancient battlefield had attracted countless experts. The enmity between him and the 5 families couldn't be resolved. The experts of the 5 families wanted to tear him apart and eat him. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for him. Facing such a situation, he couldn't place all his hopes on the two allies of the demon race and the ancient people. No matter when or where, strength was the most important thing. Only by improving his strength could he deal with everything. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the 8th grade minor saint not long ago. If he wanted to advance again, he would need to find another blood charm. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so he could faintly sense it. He was almost certain that as long as he found the other blood charm, the benefits he would get wouldn't be as simple as advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. It was highly possible that there would be other great rewards. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all the treasures in the ancient battlefield weren't as important and precious as the blood charm. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered another spatial zone. Roar. As soon as they entered the spatial zone, they heard a tragic roar. An extremely tragic scene rushed into Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes. In front of them, a youth in blue clothes was carrying a mountain uprooting chi, tearing a powerful evil spirit into two halves. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already noticed that the evil spirit was a first-grade great saint. The youth in blue clothes was also a first-grade great saint. Under the same situation, the youth was able to tear the evil spirit apart with his bare hands. It showed how heaven-defying this youth was. Can't even withstand a single blow. The youth said proudly, then turned to look at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who had just appeared in the distance. When he saw Jiang Chen's appearance and the majestic big dog next to him, his eyes sparkled instantly. "You are Jiang Chen?" the youth in blue clothes asked. This youth was none other than the monstrous genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuan. He was ranked first in the Sky ranking. He had long heard about the appearance of Jiang Chen and had a vague idea of his appearance. If he met Jiang Chen alone, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance, but the symbol of De Huang Dog next to Jiang Chen was too easy to recognize. "Yes," Jiang Chen said. "Very well. I didn't expect to meet you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Desolate Yuan. I'm ranked first in the Sky ranking. Now that you have met me, you should know what will happen to you." Desolate Yuan had a sneer on his face. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. After all, he was too powerful and had a confidence that no ordinary person could surpass. Damn it. So this kid is the first in the Sky ranking, the little monstrous genius of the Desolate family. Wasn't he a half-step great saint? How did he become a first-grade great saint? De Huang Dog was a little depressed. Encountering the genius of the Desolate family here meant that a battle was inevitable. It seems that he has already advanced to the great saint realm. But this is also good. It will make things more interesting. Otherwise, it will be boring if he ends up like Shirhan. Jiang Chen moved his body casually. He was ready for battle. He knew very well that if he and Desolate Yuan met, there would only be one ending, either you die or I die. Chapter 9:13. Xiao Yuan's hair was fluttering. His eyes were extremely bright. His azure blue eyes were like two bright stars. The powerful star's overlord body could absorb the power of the stars without limit. Although there were no stars in the ancient battlefield, Xiao Yuan's own energy was already extremely terrifying. "Both of you, come at me together. You are a very important target of mine in this trip to the ancient battlefield. It is a worthy death for you to die in my hands." Desolate Yuan was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, threatening to fight both of them alone. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. He was ranked first in the Sky ranking, the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family and the most promising genius of the Desolate family. It would be abnormal if such a figure didn't have any arrogance. Desolate Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. If De Huang joins in, it will be bullying you. That day in the spiritual space mountain, Jiang Qin declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. No matter who they are, I will fight them one by one. I have killed Shi Han, and today, I can kill you too. I don't put the geniuses of the Pure Land in my eyes. Jiang Qin placed one of his hands behind his back. His tone was even more arrogant than Desolate Yuan's. Looking at the entire young generation of the Pure Land, perhaps only Jiang Qin dared to speak to Desolate Yuan in such a tone. Good. You are indeed arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, like to kill people like you. I would like to see what kind of tyrannical means you have to kill Shi Han. Desolate Yuan unleashed all of his qi in an instant. The vast energy of the stars bloomed like an ocean. Every trace of energy carried unparalleled lethality. On the other side, Jiang Qin had also transformed into his dragon form. There was basically no need to say anything when facing Desolate Yuan, because it was useless to say anything. In the end, it all depended on who was more powerful. The battle between Jiang Qin and Desolate Yuan was the same as the battle between Jiang Qin and Shi Han. It was a battle of life and death. Given Jiang Qin's current strength, he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with an ordinary first-grade great saint, but it wasn't enough to deal with a star-tyrannical body like Desolate Yuan. He had to use his dragon transformation to increase his combat strength by 10 times. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. Little Chenzi, this kid doesn't look easy to deal with. Can you do it? Otherwise, the two of us will attack together and directly beat him up. De Huang Dog said. His voice was loud and he didn't even try to conceal it. Desolate Yuan's blood spurted out when he heard the word bastard. Immediately, it was followed by intense anger. He stared at De Huang Dog with incomparable anger and said ferociously, "Stupid dog, after I kill Jiang Qin, I will skin you alive." Given his identity, he was a high and mighty existence even in the Desolate family. Today, a dog dared to disrespect him. This dog simply didn't know how to write the word death. The word bastard was a great humiliation to him. Desolate Yuan secretly swore that after he killed Jiang Qin, he would definitely skin this dog alive. No need. Just watch the show from the side. Jiang Qin said that as the greatest saint, he had his own dignity. This was a battle between him and the genius of Pure Land. This was the competitive spirit that existed between geniuses. He had to fight personally. Only by doing so could he prove his strength. Come on, Jiang Qin. I would like to see if you can withstand 3 moves from me. Desolate Yuan grabbed the void with his big hand. An incomparably bright star was formed. This star was incomparably beautiful. It was blooming with azure blue luster. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a small blue mountain. The moment the star was formed, the entire void trembled, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the star. Go! Desolate Yuan threw the star with all his might. The huge star immediately let out a loud roar and rushed towards Jiang Qin. This was a mountain-like strike. No one knew how much force it carried. If one was hit by it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a first-grade great saint would be smashed into pieces. However, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. He now had 75,000 dragon marks. Basically, he was at the peak of the 8th grade great saint. His dragon form had increased his combat strength by 10 times. Although Desolate Yuan's star attack was powerful, Jiang Qin's attack wasn't weak either. He struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 powerful golden dragons spiraled and danced vividly, like real heavenly dragons descending from the heavens. The three golden dragons overlapped with each other and rushed towards the huge blue star. Hong Long. This was the collision of two extreme combat strength. The shockwave caused by the collision could only be described as earth-shattering. The entire spatial zone was smashed. Many evil spirits were attracted. Some of them didn't have high intelligence. They rushed over when they sensed the shockwave of the battle. Unfortunately, they were crushed on the spot by the shockwave and died tragically. There weren't any powerful evil spirits in this spatial zone. There was only a first-grade Great Saint monster, which had been torn apart by Desolate Yuan with his bare hands. The golden and blue light intertwined and filled every inch of the interior of the spatial zone. The shockwave of the battle was too powerful. There was destructive energy everywhere. Many evil spirits that rushed over were killed instantly. Jiang Chen and Desolate Yuan's body trembled at the same time. On the surface, they seemed to be equally matched in this collision. What? Desolate Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to fight him head-on without losing. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. One should know that he was now a true first-grade Great Saint, no longer a half-step Great Saint. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily pinch an ordinary first-grade Great Saint to death, but now, he was tied with an 8th-grade Minor Saint. This was too funny. While Desolate Yuan was shocked, Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. He was very clear about his combat strength and the power of the Golden Dragon Seal. He had killed a 2nd-grade Great Saint, but now, he was tied with Desolate Yuan. This showed that Desolate Yuan wasn't the number one on the sky ranking for no reason. The mighty star's tyrant body was actually this powerful. This is interesting. Jiang Chen moved his body casually, producing cracking sounds. A strong combat intent was aroused instantly. The stronger Desolate Yuan's performance was, the more Jiang Chen liked it and the more his fighting spirit was aroused. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. An 8th-grade Minor Saint was able to withstand my attack just now. You should be proud of this. However, no matter what Desolate Yuan, want to kill you today, you will die for sure. That was just a probing attack. I won't be polite next time. Desolate Yuan said loudly. Jiang Chen's strength had made him retract his underestimation of Jiang Chen. He now treated Jiang Chen as an opponent. In the beginning, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He didn't put Jiang Chen on the same level as him. Whatever means you have, just use it. Jiang Chen's combat intent was soaring. It wasn't easy to encounter a truly powerful opponent. Since he had encountered one, he must have a hot-blooded battle. Meteor filling the sky. Xiao Yuan's body floated in the air. Suddenly, countless brilliant meteors appeared around his body. These meteors emitted a deep blue radiance. Each one was as big as the previous one, like a blue mountain. Xiao Yuan was like a real star, able to create an endless stream of meteors that would never run out. Swoosh, 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 the meteors swayed rapidly. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with meteors. Countless of blue light filled every inch of the spatial zone. Each of these meteors possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the number of meteors increased, under Desolate Yuan's control, countless meteors began to attack Jiang Chen. This was a large-scale attack. The innumerable meteors formed a sea of stars, the chaotic star ocean. The boundless energy was going to wreak havoc in the entire spatial zone, annihilating all living beings. This bastard really has some tricks up his sleeves. The Huang dog, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but say. This guy was indeed worthy of being the number one on the heaven list. His powerful star's tyrannical body far surpassed ordinary geniuses. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin shouted. Countless dragon silhouettes that emitted 5 different colors spiraled out from Jiang Chen's body and rushed into the sea of stars, colliding with those meteors. Especially those golden dragons, they were too strong. Some of them directly opened their huge mouths and swallowed the meteors. The powerful 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was a true dragon combat skill. One could imagine how tough it was. Now that Jiang Qin had unleashed all 5 combat skills at the same time, the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other was immediately revealed. The power of the 5 elements increased once again. With so many true dragons, the sea of stars created by Desolate Yuan was smashed into smithereens. Countless meteors were directly shattered. The explosive energy destroyed half of the spatial zone. If anyone were to witness this battle, they would definitely open their mouths wide in shock. It was too explosive. Dang dang dang. Chapter 9:14. What other tricks do you have? The star tyrant body is just a so-so. Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Yuan and said indifferently. Just a so-so. Upon hearing such an evaluation, Desolate Yuan had the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. Ever since he was born, he had been living under the dazzling light. He was a supreme genius, the object of love from the higher-ups, the object of worship from the youths and the idol of countless people. No one had ever used such an evaluation on him. It was a humiliation. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, will never be defeated, at least not by you. Desolate Yuan's hair was dyed by the blue star power. This was the first time in his life that he was really angry. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Desolate Yuan moved again. He spread both of his hands. In between his palms, the blue star power was at least 3 times denser than before. Amidst the flickering light, a solid blue star spear appeared. It was condensed by the star tyrant body, but it didn't look any different from a real combat weapon. Jiang Chen, have a taste of my star spear. Desolate Yuan roared. He raised the 30 meters long star spear and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. This star spear had an incomparably terrifying destructive power. It was the most powerful technique condensed by the star tyrant body. It was even stronger than the meteor attack just now. This attack was enough to pierce through a powerful second-grade great saint and kill him on the spot. Clang! Jiang Chen was even more fearless. Immediately, he took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The Heavenly Saint sword made a melodious sword whistle and turned into the shadow of a blood dragon, rushing at Desolate Yuan's star spear. The Heavenly Saint sword had already merged with the 5 fragments of its original body. It could unleash the true power of the Heavenly Saint sword at will. This was also Jiang Chen's most powerful technique. It had no problem dealing with Desolate Yuan's star spear. Hong Long. The sword and the spear collided. Once again, an unparalleled power erupted. This was an extreme confrontation. Desolate Yuan's star spear was indeed powerful. It pushed Jiang Chen back a dozen meters before he could regain his balance. However, Desolate Yuan's situation was worse than Jiang Chen's. His star spear was shattered and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Desolate Yuan wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and left a ruthless sentence before disappearing in a flash. Desolate Yuan was a very smart man. He might have other trump cards, but after the battle with Jiang Chen, he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. If the battle continued, he might be the one to die. Therefore, Desolate Yuan decided to give up on killing Jiang Chen for the time being. He would wait until he had obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield to improve his strength before killing Jiang Chen. Why did you let him escape? The Huang dog came to Jiang Chen and complained. Once a person like Desolate Yuan escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although I had the upper hand in the battle with him, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. With his ability, if he wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. This person is very smart. When he saw that there was no chance to kill me, he immediately retreated. If he continued to fight with me like Shirhan, would destroy his mental defenses and exhaust his fighting strength. Then I would find an opportunity to kill him. However, if he chose to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed like he could only wait for the next time to get rid of this powerful star's overlord body. If I had taken action, I would have definitely been able to stop him. The Huang dog felt that it was a pity. It should be said that it was a great pity. However, that Desolate Yuan was indeed smart. He had been watching the battle from the side and was enjoying the show. He didn't expect that this bastard would suddenly stop the battle and run away. It doesn't matter. He is just a defeated opponent. I have the confidence to deal with him the next time we meet. Let's go and find the blood talisman now. As long as we find it, we will kill Desolate Yuan the next time we meet. Jiang Chen kept his dragon sword and dragon form and continued to search for the blood talisman with the Huang dog. Desolate Yuan couldn't kill him now, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Desolate Yuan either. He had the same idea as Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan wanted to find some opportunities in the ruins to increase his combat strength and then turn around to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's goal was the same. He was searching for the blood talisman in order to increase his cultivation grade. If he advanced to the 9th grade minor saint, killing Desolate Yuan would be a piece of cake. As a matter of fact, if Jiang Chen released the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil just now, he could have killed Desolate Yuan. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to rely on external forces to deal with Desolate Yuan. He wanted to kill Desolate Yuan with his own hands. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog turned into two rays of light, shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones like ghosts. Jiang Chen ignored all the evil spirits and treasures as he searched for the blood talisman wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, he and the Huang dog had been shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones for a few hours. Wang suddenly, the blood talisman in his chi si vibrated and produced a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen stopped moving and summoned it. The blood talisman flew out of his chi si and floated in front of Jiang Chen. I can sense it. The blood talisman must be here. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Finally, he found it. As long as he could find the blood talisman, he would be able to refine it. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 9th grade minor saint. The blood talisman circled around Jiang Chen, then it chose a direction and flew towards it. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He hastily followed the blood talisman. Obviously, the direction that the blood talisman chose was the direction where the other blood talisman was located. The two blood talismans could sense each other. That was why such a situation occurred. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog didn't say a word. They just followed behind the blood talisman and flew for a few hundred miles. When they arrived at the center of this spatial zone, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog gaped at the same time when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was an altar that was a few meters tall. Normally, an altar wouldn't be too shocking, but this altar was completely different from the ordinary ones. It was built entirely with corpses. There were at least a few hundred corpses piled up like a small hill. What was even more horrifying was that the lowest grade of these corpses was an 8th grade minor saint while the strongest was a 7th grade or 8th grade great saint. So many corpses piled up to form an altar. This was truly horrifying. Chapter 9:15. Such a scene stunned Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. The scene was horrifying and mysterious. An altar piled up with great sage corpses. The air was filled with the breath of death. However, behind this frightening scene, this was a treasure land. Although these corpses had been dead for a long time, with so many great sage experts piled up together, their bodies alone contained unimaginable powerful energy. With so many corpses piled up, the energy could no longer be described as huge. However, what Jiang Chen couldn't figure out was why the blood mark would choose to appear in such a place. Could it be that the blood mark was very interested in these great sage corpses? Little Chenzi, this scene is too scary. What is this blood mark? It feels so mysterious. De Huang Dog shrank his neck. Even for him, this was the first time he saw such a scene. It was somewhat scary. How would I know? Jiang Chen shook his head. The blood mark's actions were too mysterious. Even for him, he now thought that the blood mark might have found this corpse altar on purpose. However, he didn't know what the connection was. At this moment, the blood mark that led the way also rushed up to the altar. Jiang Chen clearly felt that the blood mark had a sense of excitement when it rushed up to the altar. He didn't know whether it was because of the excitement of meeting another blood mark or the excitement of meeting this corpse altar. Buzz, the two blood talismans gathered together, giving off countless rays of blood-red light that enveloped the entire altar. The two blood talismans spun at a high speed, looking as if they were about to fuse together. However, something seemed to be missing and they were unable to fuse together. Little Chenzi, did you see that? These two blood marks want to merge, but there seems to be an invisible existence blocking them, so they can't really merge. Said De Huang Dog. I know, the thing that's stopping them from fusing is me. I've already refined one of the blood talismans and absorbed its energy. It's almost connected to me by blood. As for the other blood talisman, I haven't refined it yet. So, as long as I refine that blood talisman, the two blood talismans will completely fuse. At that time, all the problems will be solved. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, he was feeling excited right now. He knew that obtaining two blood talismans at the same time would bring him unimaginable gains. Now, with the appearance of the altar, the blood talisman became even more mysterious, and this mystery was definitely related to what Jiang Chen had expected. Therefore, as long as he absorbed the blood talisman, he would be able to find out the secret behind it, and why it appeared in a place like this. Jiang Chen waved his hand and summoned the two blood marks. Immediately, the two blood marks left the altar and flew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed the blood marks in his hand and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Back in purgatory, it was impossible for him to control these blood marks. Now that his cultivation base had grown stronger, the blood marks didn't reject him at all, especially after he refined the blood marks in the suspended tower. De Huang, help me guard the altar. I will refine the blood marks now. Jiang Chen said to De Huang. De Huang Dog nodded. He wouldn't dare to be careless at this critical moment. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and fused the two blood marks into his body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. As if it had sensed the existence of the dragon transformation skill, the blood marks became restless all of a sudden. Jiang Chen could see the shadow of a dragon flickering in the blood marks, roaring at the sky. It was very domineering. The blood marks seemed to contain the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Traces of energy overflowed from it and seeped into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind out of nowhere. Zulong Tower, True Dragon Supreme Divine Weapon, 99 floors Zulong Tower. Once it is condensed, it will destroy the heavens and earth, and it will dominate the universe. This was the legend of the supreme divine weapon and the method of condensing it. Before Jiang Qin had the time to savor it, the 2 blood marks rushed out of his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless rays of blood-red light began to rush out from the blood talisman. Each ray of blood-red light was incomparably dazzling. As the amount of blood-red light increased, the blood talisman directly disappeared, as if it had completely turned into blood-red light. After that, a blood-red ancient tower appeared. Or rather, it was only the prototype of an ancient tower. It was just an illusion made of blood-red light, not a real existence. Even though it was illusory, it still gave people a shocking feeling. The top of the ancient tower pierced through the sky. The ancient and noble Qi was revealed, making people have the urge to worship it. My God, what is this tower? Although it is illusory, it is countless times more noble than the suspended tower. This ancient tower gives people a feeling that it has existed for eternity, higher than the sky, and above all the laws. The Huang dog looked at the marvelous sight. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin murmured. He knew that the fusion of the 2 blood marks had turned into the prototype of the Zulong Tower. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had given him the method of condensing the Zulong Tower. In other words, he still needed to condense the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower in the future. According to the secret of the Zulong Tower, there is only one way to condense the tower, and that is to absorb energy. It can absorb all kinds of energy. There is nothing in the world that the Zulong Tower can't absorb. If my guess is correct, I already know the use of these corpses. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He moved his mind, and the illusory Zulong Tower suddenly floated above the corpse altar. A blood-red light beam sprinkled from it. Suddenly, the countless energy contained in the corpses were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Those corpses all disintegrated and turned into energy. The body of a great sage, even if it had been dead for a long time, still had unimaginable energy. The superposition of so many great sages' energy was enormous. In the blink of an eye, the corpse altar that was dozens of feet high was completely refined and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Rumble. The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. The lowest level of the pagoda began to solidify gradually. However, with such a large amount of energy, only half of the first level of the pagoda was condensed. The half of the pagoda that was condensed was like a blood-red city wall. There were blood-red dragon marks engraved on the surface of the pagoda, emitting dazzling rays of light. Oh my God, what the hell is this Zulong Tower? The energy contained in so many great sage corpses only condensed half of the first layer. This is too heaven-defying. The Huang dog sat on the ground with his mouth wide open in surprise. Not only him, even Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. One should know that the Zulong Tower had 99 layers. He originally thought that such a corpse altar could condense at least 8 or 10 layers, but it was only half a layer. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog now finally understood why the blood mark chose this place to appear. This corpse altar was prepared for the Zulong Tower. In the face of this situation, Jiang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. The first layer of the Zulong Tower required such a huge amount of energy. If one wanted to condense the 99 layers of the Zulong Tower, how much energy would be needed? It was simply an astronomical figure. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which required the support of ruthless and endless energy. Now, the Zulong Tower was like a vampire. Previously, when Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation skill to refine demon spirits, he was always worried that his foundation would be unstable. However, the enhancement that the Zulong Tower could bring to him came from the source of the dragon transformation skill. It was equivalent to stimulating his potential. Not only would it not cause his foundation to be unstable, it would also make him more powerful. Kid, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? How can it be so abnormal? The Huang dog was getting more and more interested in the cultivation technique that Jiang Qin was practicing. No matter what, he also has the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of cultivation, he could be said to be blessed by the heavens. However, compared to Jiang Chen's abnormal cultivation technique, it seemed like it was on a completely different level. Peerless divine technique. Jiang Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower instantly turned into a speck of dust and entered his body. He carefully observed the Zulong Tower and discovered that the condensed Zulong Tower was a huge space filled with energy fluctuations. Jiang Chen simply sent the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil into the Zulong Tower for cultivation. It was indeed a very good cultivation environment. If the Zulong Tower wanted to absorb any energy in the future, they would also be able to obtain some benefits, which would be of great help to them. Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Let's go. I have something to do in the ancient battlefield this time. The Zulong Tower needs a large amount of energy to attack. If anyone dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The Huang dog was jumping up and down excitedly. It seemed like the emergence of the Zulong Tower had made the opening of the ancient battlefield a bloody one. All of a sudden, the void flickered. Two silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were two elders who seemed to be in their 50s, but their cultivation wasn't weak. One of them was a second-grade great saint while the other was a third-grade great saint. The two of them were in the adjacent spatial zone. They sensed a huge fluctuation in this spatial zone, so they came to have a look. Coincidentally, they bumped into Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. You are Jiang Chen. The third-grade great saint elder looked at Jiang Chen and asked loudly. His tone was filled with cold killing intent. You're right. I'm Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. Sure enough, it's you, you little bastard. We are the elders of the Narong family. You're courting death by killing the people of our family. There are many people who want to kill you in the ancient battlefield. Fortunately, we got here first. Jiang Chen, are you going to commit suicide or do we have to kill you? You're right. The elders of Narong family were incomparably arrogant. Given their cultivation grade, they indeed had the capital to look down on Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the current Jiang Chen was no longer the Jiang Chen of the past. Jiang Chen was now a peak 9th grade minor saint. Killing a third-grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. There was no need for the Earth Devil Beast or the Devil to do it. The two of you really shouldn't be here. The Desolate family is very powerful now. Your Narong family should join hands with me, Jiang Chen. I won't kill the two of you. If the two of you disappear from my sight now, you can still live. Jiang Chen said plainly. Among the 8 major families, the Desolate family was the most powerful one. He was more than willing to join hands with the Narong family. After all, he had only killed the experts of the Narong family in Void Triangular Domain. He hadn't killed any geniuses of the Narong family after he returned. However, Jiang Chen was obviously thinking too much. Given the arrogance of the Narong family, there was no way they would let him go. Ha! This is hilarious. Jiang Chen, no one has ever been able to live after killing the people of our Narong family. Me, you are no exception. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will consider giving you a quick death. The third grade great saint laughed. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was a joke. He was a dignified third grade great saint. Killing Jiang Qin was a piece of cake. Chapter 9:17. It seems like there is nothing more to say. Jiang Qin shook his head. In that case, he didn't want to say anything more. Anyway, he had a lot of enemies, including the Narong family. If these two old men wanted to kill him, there would only be one ending for them. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this little beast? I'll make a move and kill him first. The second grade great saint said and appeared in front of Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. An enormous qi was unleashed perfectly, enveloping Jiang Qin completely. Pu qi, however, a horrifying scene happened. The second grade great saint had only unleashed his qi, but before he could attack Jiang Qin, his body stopped abruptly. He lowered his head to look at his chest. A blood-red dragon claw had pierced through his chest. The elder was horrified. He had never dreamt that such a scene would happen. He, a mighty second grade great saint, would be instantly killed by a junior that he didn't even put in his eyes. No, the elder let out a roar. It was the pain of despair. He couldn't even move when he was controlled by Jiang Qin. He could only let Jiang Qin do whatever he wanted. Remember, never be too confident, especially when you don't know how strong your opponent is. Jiang Qin's voice was very cold. The powerful force shattered all the vitality of the elder. Then, Jiang Qin circulated the Zulong Tower. All the energy, essence, and battle spirit of the elder were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. After absorbing a second grade great saint, the Zulong Tower became even more excited. Under the stimulation of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin condensed another 10 dragon marks. The energy of a second grade great saint wasn't comparable to the ordinary corpses on the altar. Although those corpses also contained a great amount of energy, they had been dead for too long and most of the energy had already been lost. Plop! Jiang Qin threw the second grade great saint's corpse on the ground. At this moment, the great saint's corpse was just an ordinary corpse. All the essence had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin was being merciful by not absorbing the great saint's corpse. Be merciful. I will leave your corpse intact. Jiang Qin said, then shifted his gaze to the third grade great saint of the Narong family. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? The third grade great saint widened his eyes, looking at his companion who was lying on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that Jiang Qin's cultivation had reached the terrifying level of a 9th grade great saint. However, even a 9th grade great saint couldn't kill a 2nd grade great saint in an instant. Besides, wasn't this person said to be able to transform? After transforming, Jiang Qin was able to kill a 2nd grade great saint in an instant without transforming. If he transformed, wouldn't he be able to kill the 3rd grade great saint too? How could a man be so powerful? What shocked Elder Narong the most was the way his partner died. He had seen it clearly. His partner's energy and essence had been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin, turning him into an ordinary corpse. This scene was just too horrifying. At this moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly emerged in the old man's mind. Elder Narong, you're right. You're right. Hee, leave this old man to me. The Huang dog chuckled. Let me do it. Jiang Qin stood in front of the Huang dog. He had just advanced to the 9th grade minor saint and he needed a powerful 3rd grade great saint to practice. Furthermore, he was no longer an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. He had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and was only a step away from advancing to the great saint realm. Killing an ordinary 3rd grade great saint was almost effortless. However, there was an insurmountable gap between a minor saint and a great saint. Jiang Chen would need to transform into his dragon form to kill a third-grade great saint. Jiang Chen's body swayed and transformed. He cast out the true dragon palm, shrouding the third-grade great saint. I don't believe that I, a third-grade great saint, can't defeat a ninth-grade minor saint. Brat, die. Elder Narang was also enraged. A black broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword exuded a strong great sage aura. It turned out to be a rare great sage weapon. The saber danced, emitting a cold sound. The saber in the hand of the third-grade great saint tore the void apart and slashed at Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Qi-La, both of them collided, producing a deafening sound. Countless spatial waves were set off. The dragon claw that Jiang Chen conjured was torn apart. The combat strength of a third-grade great saint combined with a great saint weapon was indeed terrifying. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. He swung his arm and the heavenly saint sword roared, lunging at Elder Narang like a thunderbolt. Jiang Chen had the strength to pick up a mountain. His body was filled with endless energy like a vast ocean. Elder Narang's facial expression changed dramatically. He could already feel the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Without delay, he raised the huge blade in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. The huge blade was repelled by the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint sword, but the Heavenly Saint sword's attack didn't diminish. The elder was caught off guard and one of his arms was cut off by Jiang Chen. Arg! The elder let out a miserable cry. Then, he was beaten to death by Jiang Chen's crazy attacks. The remaining energy in his body was absorbed by the Zulong Tower along with the Great Saint weapon. It was obvious that the first floor of the Zulong Tower had grown a little more. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body were condensed by dozens more. However, along with the rotation of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen's qi gradually became brutal. Both of his eyes started to turn red. A wave of brutal qi burst out from his body. The newly condensed dragon marks were obviously more brutal than the previous ones. Little Chenzi, what's wrong with you? The Huang dog noticed the change in Jiang Chen. His facial expression changed immediately. He had never seen Jiang Chen like this. The current Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast that was about to lose its mind and become a killing machine. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a deep roar. He looked at the Huang dog. The look in his eyes scared even the Huang dog. Motherfucker, so that's how it is. Jiang Chen felt that he was about to lose his mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to chant the Lotus Sutra. This Lotus Sutra was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. It could purify the soul. In this way, Jiang Chen sat there cross-legged and chanted the Lotus Sutra for half an hour. Only then did he recover. What happened to you just now, kid? It was too scary. The Huang dog still had a lingering fear in his heart. Because the Zulong Tower absorbed the essence of human beings. Although I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill, I'm still a human being. Humans can kill each other, but stripping away their essence, qi, and spirit after killing them is undoubtedly a violation of the heavenly Tao and human ethics. If this continues, I'll be no different from a bloodthirsty demon. I left their corpses, saying that I should be lenient to others, but they lost their essence, qi, spirit, and fighting spirit. In fact, I've already gone too far. This method of killing my own kind can only be described as inhumane. The Zulong Tower and I are connected by blood and merged into one. After absorbing the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings, it began to accumulate a certain tyrannical aura in my body. This tyrannical aura can directly affect my mind, turning me into a beast that only knows how to kill. It's really terrifying. Jiang Chen also had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the Lotus Sutra, he might not have been able to control his emotions just now. Maybe he would have attacked the Huang dog directly. Just now, the Zulong Tower had absorbed so many great sage corpses, but those corpses had been dead for a long time. There were also many corpses of demon beasts and devils among them, so the influence wasn't that great. However, the two elders of Narong clan were real living people. Jiang Chen had killed them personally and then absorbed them. This was an inhumane method. Therefore, the dragon mark that was condensed was also tyrannical. It brought a tyrannical aura to him and seriously affected his mind. I see. Then you have to pay attention in the future. The Huang dog hurriedly reminded him. The instantaneous change of Jiang Chen just now made the Huang dog feel incomparably strange. That kind of feeling was really not good. That's right. It seems that if I want to upgrade the Zulong Tower in the future, I can't absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of human beings. After all, my origin is also human. However, if I refine and absorb demon beasts, devils, and anything beyond the scope of my own kind, it will be fine. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of the Zulong Tower. Although it was the supreme treasure of the real dragon, it was now Jiang Chen's treasure. It was connected with Jiang Chen's bloodline. Therefore, he had to accept the fact that Jiang Chen's origin was human. You should be able to suppress the tyrannical aura generated in your body, right? Asked the Huang dog. He was still a little worried. There was no way he wouldn't be worried. Jiang Chen's appearance just now was too terrifying. If that tyrannical aura was still there, he might turn into a homicidal maniac at any time. The tyrannical aura just now was very little. After all, it was only the first time. I have already used the Lotus Sutra and the edifying light to eliminate it. It won't affect me anymore, said Jiang Chen. With his current ability, it was still very easy for him to eliminate this bit of tyrannical aura. However, that tyrannical aura just now was really terrifying. If it was someone else, they might have been controlled directly. However, Jiang Chen was after all the greatest saint in the world. He cultivated the great soul derivation technique, so his will was incomparably firm. That's good. You scared this master dog to death just now. The Huang dog was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that this guy would become a madman one day and even do him. Hee, come. Let me rub your dog head to help you calm down. Jiang Chen chuckled. Without any explanation, he pressed down on the Huang dog's head and rubbed it furiously. Jiang Chen, fuck you. How dare you rub Master Dog's head? The Huang dog struggled desperately. He then opened his huge mouth and bit Jiang Chen's butt. Ha! Chapter 9:18. Layers upon layers of space nodes were everywhere. It was like a maze. A black shadow was constantly flashing, shuttling through different spaces. It was a white-haired young man. He was none other than Han Yen. Not long after Han Yen entered the ruins, he felt a mysterious summoning force. He followed this summoning force and moved forward. At this moment, he was already deep into the depths of the ruins. With Han Yan's current cultivation, going deep into the depths of the ruins was undoubtedly very dangerous. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit, he would die without a doubt. However, it seemed that the mysterious summoning power was guiding Han Yen. Han Yen followed the guidance of the summoning power and flew through the various large spaces. He did not encounter any danger. There were too many spaces here, and many of them were empty. There was nothing in them. What is it that is summoning me? I have been flying for such a long time, but I still haven't found anything. With my current cultivation, if I encounter a powerful monster in such a deep space, I will die without a doubt. However, there is no way out now. I can't remember the way back, so I can only follow the mysterious summoning force and move forward. I want to see what is it that is summoning me. A trace of determination appeared in Han Yan's eyes. Since he had already come this far, there was no possibility of turning back. Moreover, he had a feeling that the mysterious summoning force might be an opportunity for him. At the same time, in another space, the most intense and cruel scene was unfolding. The entire space was filled with a pungent smell of blood. At a glance, there were more than 30 powerful evil spirits surrounding 5 or 6 people. These 6 people were wearing the same clothes and looked very young. They were the people of the ancient people. Around them, there were a lot of evil spirits' corpses. These evil spirits were incomparably ferocious. They looked ferocious and walked like zombies. However, their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. They had an extremely strong destructive power. The faces of the 6 people of the ancient people were extremely ugly. There were 2 dead bodies of the ancient people lying on the ground. One of them didn't even have a head. He was eaten alive by the evil spirits. The 6 people who were still alive were covered in blood. Their injuries were extremely serious. Some of them even had their arms broken. The leader of the group was Gu Lufeng, but his current condition wasn't ideal. He was panting heavily. It was imaginable that he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. They were walking in different spatial zones when they suddenly encountered a spatial whirlpool and were sucked into it. There were evil spirits everywhere. They could still deal with the evil spirits that appeared in the beginning, but as the strength of the evil spirits grew, they couldn't resist them anymore. After Gu Lufeng tore a first-grade Great Saint evil spirit into pieces, the truly powerful evil spirits appeared. The strongest evil spirits in front of them had reached second-grade Great Saint and there were 2 first-grade Great Saints. The rest of the evil spirits were also incomparably strong. Although the young geniuses of the ancient people weren't weak, they weren't on the same level as these evil spirits. Now that they were surrounded by the evil spirits, they were letting out ear-piercing screams that made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The terrifying evil spirits stuck out their long tongues and regarded them as their prey. Big Brother Lufeng, it seems like we are going to die today. Yeah. I didn't expect that we would be trapped by these evil spirits when we came here to search for treasures. Unless there's a miracle, we are going to die for sure. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. The ancient people were disheartened. Everyone was in despair. Gu Lufeng was their backbone, but no matter how powerful he was just a half-step Great Saint. It was already very impressive that he could kill a first-grade Great Saint. Now that a second-grade Great Saint evil spirit had appeared, Gu Lufeng couldn't even protect himself, let alone take care of them. Shut up, all of you. Gu Lufeng reprimanded without turning his head. What's there to be afraid of if we die? Even if we die, we still have to fight. Gu Lufeng drew out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden shield. Under his control, the golden shield burst out a strong roar. He shouted at the evil spirit opposite him. Come on. Putting everything else aside, Gu Lufeng's current performance was enough to make people admire him. In this world, how many people could remain so calm in the face of death? Jia Jia, the evil spirits let out a sinister laughter that was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel like their hearts were being scratched by 100 claws. They felt as though they were about to go crazy. Following that, the evil spirit leader let out a roar, and all the evil spirits pounced towards the 6 ancient race members. Upon seeing this, the ancient people were in complete despair. Some of them had already closed their eyes and given up resisting. Gu Lufeng laughed, but there was some sadness in his laughter. He was a heaven's pride of the ancient people, the number one genius of the younger generation of the ancient people. Today, he was going to die in such a place. How sad and stirring was that? The second-grade great saint Evil Soul stretched out a terrifying sharp claw and appeared in front of Gu Lufeng in a blink. Gu Lufeng knew very well that even if he exerted all of his techniques, he would still die in his current state if he were to face this second-grade great saint Evil Soul in front of him. Hong Long. However, at the most critical moment, a giant dragon claw descended from the void. It was a blood-red dragon claw that blocked Gu Liufeng's path. At the same time, it enveloped the second-grade great saint Evil Soul. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The powerful evil spirit was smashed into pieces by the dragon claw. What was even more horrifying was that the broken body of the evil spirit was taken away by the dragon claw and disappeared. At the same time, a series of golden beams of light burst forth from the void, smashing the bodies of the evil spirits in the surroundings into pieces. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil spirits that were surrounding the ancient race tribesmen were killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. In fact, none of their corpses were even intact. The scene stunned the 6 people of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was still holding the golden shield in his hand, but his opponent had disappeared. Killing a second-grade great saint with a single strike and killing all the evil spirits in an instant. How terrifying was the attacker? The scene was surprisingly clean. The 6 people of the ancient people hadn't recovered from the shock just now. They stood blankly on the same spot with the same expression. They couldn't believe everything that had happened in front of them. Looking at the bodies of the evil spirits that were scattered on the ground, apart from shock, they felt more joy. They had been in complete despair and thought that they were going to die today, but they didn't expect a miracle to happen. The huge contrast between death and rebirth was enough to excite a person to the point of madness. At the same time, they were thinking about a question. Who saved them? Was it the expert of the ancient people? No, the ancient people didn't have such means. The huge blood-red dragon claw just now gave them a familiar feeling. At this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. It was a man and a dog. The dog might be unfamiliar to them, but they couldn't be more familiar with the white-clothed youth, especially Gu Lufeng. He was defeated by this white-clothed youth in the clan gathering of the ancient people. Jiang Qin. It's you who saved us. The ancient people were very excited to see Jiang Qin at this time. If they were to reject Jiang Qin, an outsider, after the marriage between Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu, then at this moment, they had completely regarded Jiang Qin as one of their own. We happened to pass by just now. Are you two all right? Jiang Qin said. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the corpses of the 2 Gu family experts lying on the ground. However, this wasn't a big deal. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had always been a dangerous place. They should have known that there would be danger when they came in. Plus, death was nothing in this place as it happened all the time. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life. I, Gu Lufeng, owe you my life. Gu Lufeng kept his golden shield and clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. This was a life-saving grace. Even Gu Lufeng wouldn't dare to neglect it. Gu Lufeng was an upright person. Back in the clan gathering of the ancient people, he was defeated by Jiang Qin wholeheartedly. He didn't have any complaints about Jiang Qin. Today, Jiang Qin had saved his life. Of course, he was grateful, but at the same time, he was shocked to the extreme because the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than when he was in the clan gathering of the ancient people. At that time, Jiang Qin could only kill someone like Shi Han. In just a short period of time, Jiang Qin could easily kill a second-grade great saint. Gu Lufeng knew that the gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. It would only get bigger in the future. He would never be able to catch up with Jiang Chen in this lifetime. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I'm not as good as you. Gu Lufeng smiled and shook his head. Brother Gu, don't be so polite. Ancient people and I are already a family. When you are in trouble, how can I, Jiang Chen, just stand by and watch? Jiang Chen smiled. What young Master Jiang said is right. He and Miss Ningzhu are engaged. We are a family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, we are a family. The other geniuses of the ancient people said hastily. In front of Jiang Chen, they didn't have any arrogance. I can see that your injuries aren't light. Take these pills. It will help your injuries a lot. Jiang Chen took out a few pills and gave one to each of them. This was a healing pill that he concocted using the wood spirit. Although the injuries of Gu Lufeng and the others were serious, it didn't affect their foundation. As long as they took this pill, they would be able to recover very quickly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chapter 9:19. The ancient people swallowed the pill. Their facial expression changed immediately. As the geniuses of the ancient people, they had a lot of healing pills with them. However, compared to Jiang Chen's pill, all of them were rubbish. What a powerful pill. I have suffered such a serious injury, but half of it has been healed in an instant. My injury has been completely healed. This pill is really scary. It gave me the feeling of a withered tree coming back to life. It's really amazing. Not only did young Master Jiang save our lives, but he also gave us such a high-grade healing pill. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. The geniuses of the ancient people were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful healing pill before. As one of the 8 families of the Pure Land, the ancient people had a strong foundation. They had countless healing pills. There were also many alchemists in the family. As the top geniuses of the ancient people, they had access to more resources than ordinary people. However, they were still shocked by Jiang Chen's pill. Naturally, they didn't know that Jiang Chen's pill contained a large amount of spiritual herbs. It also contained a certain amount of wood essence. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Jiang Chen smiled. His eyes fell on the corpses of the evil spirits. He secretly operated the Zulong Tower to absorb the energy contained in the corpses. However, most of these evil spirits were minor saints. The advancement of Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower complemented each other. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, absorbing the energy of minor saints wouldn't help him much. However, after absorbing these evil spirits, Jiang Chen figured out a puzzling problem. It was the problem of how the Zulong Tower could absorb energy. Previously, he had absorbed the essence, qi, and soul of the 2 elders of the Narong family. His body had produced a violent qi, but after absorbing so many evil spirits, there wasn't even a little bit of violent qi. In this case, Jiang Chen was clear about the method to condense the Zulong Tower in the future. Humans' essence, qi, and soul must not be absorbed. After all, they were of the same kind. The Zulong Tower could absorb any energy other than human beings. Upon seeing this, Gu Lufeng and the others revealed a surprised expression. They didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to keep the corpses of the evil spirits, but they didn't ask. This was Jiang Chen's personal matter. There was no need for them to know too much about it. Today, Jiang Chen was no longer at the same level as them. Brother Gu, since all of you are fine, I will take my leave. The other evil spirits in this spatial zone aren't strong. You should be able to deal with them. Moreover, a place with a lot of evil spirits will also have a lot of treasures. It is possible that there are treasures left behind by an ancient great saint. All of you should look for them carefully. Also, try to find the experts of the ancient people when you get out of this place. Don't separate from them. There are too many spatial zones in this spatial zone. The degree of danger is far greater than what you can imagine. Jiang Chen said to Gu Lufeng and the others. Alright, we understand. It's true that we didn't understand the situation here. Gu Lufeng nodded. When Jiang Chen was about to leave with De Huang Dog, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Gu Lufeng again and said, Brother Gu, I wonder if Sister Ning will come with us this time. Ning Zhu didn't come with us. Gumu went to the southern continent to pick up her father. Now that their family has just reunited, they didn't come to the ancient battlefield. Gu Lufeng said. Farewell. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he disappeared with De Huang Dog. Gu Xiantian was a man of his words. He asked Gu Mu to pick up Wu Tianyang from the southern continent. He strode forward and came to the front of the ancient devil. He bowed deeply to it and greeted, Senior. Although Gu Tianma was dying, Han Yan could still feel the power of Gu Tianma when he stood in front of him. It was a kind of peak power. Due to the influence of his bloodline, Han Yan could sense the true cultivation grade of Gu Tianma. Because of this, Han Yan was even more shocked and respectful. This mighty Gu Tianma was actually a mighty 9th grade great saint. Very good. I have sensed your bloodline the moment you entered this ruin. Listen, I'm now an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm dying and will die soon. You have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in your body. Before I die, I want to transfer my bloodline to you and impart all my cultivation grade to you. Only those who have the true bloodline of Gu Tianma will be able to bear my inheritance. You are only a 3rd grade minor saint now, but after receiving my inheritance, you will benefit immensely. Your cultivation grade will advance by leaps and bounds and you will break through to the great saint realm. Gu Tianma said, I'm already at the end of my rope. I don't want my skills to be lost just like this. Let me know your name. Junior Han Yan. Han Yan said. Good name. Now, release your divine sense completely. I will use a special technique to communicate with the origin of your bloodline. Our bloodline is connected, so you can receive my inheritance directly. Gu Tianma said. Han Yan knitted his brows. According to what Gu Tianma said, he had removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his soul to Gu Tianma. If Gu Tianma had any evil intentions, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Gu Tianma? Child, don't worry. I don't have long to live. Now, I just want someone to receive my inheritance and you are the most suitable candidate. Don't hesitate. Gu Tianma's voice became lower, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. All right. Han Yan nodded, not suspecting anything. Immediately, he removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his bloodline to Gu Tianma. However, he didn't notice that a trace of cunning flashed across Gu Tianma's eyes. That was the feeling that his plan had succeeded. Very well, I will give you the inheritance now. Consider it as sowing some good karma before I die. As the ancient devil spoke, a black spot of light rushed out from between its eyebrows. This black spot of light directly shot into the space between Han Yan's eyebrows. Soon, it reached the depths of Han Yan's origin and connected with Han Yan's bloodline. Buzz buzz, however, at this moment, the black speck of light trembled violently. Han Yan suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yan sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Gu Tianma. Foolish child. You're too naive. Now that you've been hit by my ancient demon soul-absorbing technique, I have complete control over your soul and bloodline. You're at my mercy. As long as I refine your bloodline bit by bit, I'll have a chance to return to my peak. Ha! Chapter 920. Despicable. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. When he thought about how he had taken the initiative to release all his defenses and even allowed the other party's soul seed to enter the depths of his soul and control his bloodline, he felt a deep sense of regret. He wanted to slap himself in the face. No matter what, he had experienced so many things, but he didn't expect that a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He had been so gullible at such a critical moment. As a matter of fact, Han Yan's mind was completely affected by the bloodline of Gu Tianma. He thought that Gu Tianma had taken a fancy to his bloodline and was looking for a successor. Moreover, Gu Tianma was indeed in a dying state. That was why Han Yan didn't put up his guard and thought that Gu Tianma was really doing him a favor. Only now did Han Yan realize that the opponent was Gu Tianma. What kind of existence was Gu Tianma in the ancient history? He was ferocious and insane. He was the ancestor of the devil race. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't create a good karma for others. Although Jiang Chen also possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still a human and had been living like a human. Even the bloodline of Gu Tianma was slowly awakened later on. There was an essential difference between him and the true Gu Tianma. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. This Gu Tianma was a mighty 9th-grade great saint. Now, he had cast the ancient devil soul seizing technique on Han Yan, trying to extract his soul and bloodline by force and even occupy his body. Han Yan felt like he was trapped in a cage. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Han Yan was filled with regret. Although Gu Tianma was a 9th-grade great saint, his condition was extremely bad. If he didn't release his defenses, Gu Tianma wouldn't have the chance to get close to him, let alone control him. Despicable. Little doll, you're still too inexperienced. I advise you not to resist. Let me directly occupy your corpse, corrode your soul, and fuse with your bloodline. From then on, I'll be you, and you'll be me. Isn't that great? Gu Tianma's face was filled with a sinister smile. His plan had succeeded, allowing him to see the hope and future of his survival. He had already stayed in this broken place for who knew how many years, so naturally, Gu Tianma was extremely excited. Dream on. Han Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't give up. Even if he had to die, he couldn't let the other party obtain his bloodline and soul so easily. Humph. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You've been struck by my ancient devil soul seizing technique, which means that you're destined to be corroded and refined by me. Pointless resistance will only bring you endless pain. I have plenty of time now. I can torture you to death bit by bit and let you taste all the sufferings before you die. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He had already succeeded. In his point of view, it didn't matter even if Han Yan resisted. He could spend some time to refine Gu Tianma's soul bit by bit. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, it was an incomparably refreshing thing. Old devil, you won't succeed. Han Yan gritted his teeth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. A golden talisman in his chi si suddenly exploded. He then sent his divine sense into it. Inside the overlapping space, there was an incomparably cold space. A massacre was taking place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were fighting with dozens of evil spirits and monsters. They were absorbing all the essence of those evil spirits and monsters to condense the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's cultivation was getting more and more tyrannical as the massacre continued. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Sage realm. The first floor of the Zulong Tower was also condensed little by little. Motherfucker, isn't the speed of the Zulong Tower condensing too slow? The Huang dog said a little gloomily. So many evil spirits and monsters had been killed, but the growth of the Zulong Tower was very little. I have an intuition that the first floor of the Zulong Tower might not be condensed if I don't advance to the Great Sage Realm. If I advance to the Great Sage Realm, not only will the first floor be completely condensed, but the second floor may also be condensed. Jiang Chen guessed. Now it seemed that it was extremely important for him to advance to the Great Sage Realm. Little Chenzi, come and save me quickly. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He stopped what he was doing and gave up fighting with the evil spirits in front of him. What's wrong? The Huang dog asked. Not good. Ah, Yan is in danger. Let's go. Let's hurry up. Jiang Chen's expression was very dignified. He once left a messenger talisman for Han Yan. The message that was about to cry for help just now was sent by Han Yan through the messenger talisman. Jiang Chen knew Han Yan too well. The little devil king Han Yan was a very strong-willed person. Now that Han Yan sent a call for help, he must have encountered a very critical situation. What? The Huang dog's expression also changed. He didn't dare to be negligent. He and Jiang Chen turned into two afterimages and rushed in the direction of Han Yan. Since Han Yan's messenger talisman was personally refined by Jiang Chen could feel Han Yan's specific location. Gu Tianma's laughter filled the entire space, making people's hair stand on end. This was an extremely special space. It was very small and the space nodes were extremely hidden. Ordinary people couldn't find this place at all. The reason why Han Yan could come here was because he was summoned by Gu Tianma. Little kid, give up resisting. You can't change the outcome even if you do this. You will only suffer more pain. Gu Tianma used the ancient demon soul assimilating technique to deal with Han Yan. He didn't forget to provoke Han Yan with words. At this moment, Han Yan was sitting on the ground. His body couldn't stop trembling. He was suffering from the most basic pain. His soul was being torn apart at every moment. Even his blood vessels were about to leave his body. This kind of pain was 100 times more torturous than the pain brought by his flesh. No, I will never give up. Han Yan clenched his teeth and persisted, trying his best to keep his mind clear. He was very clear that once his mind became blurry, he would be finished. He would be completely controlled by Gu Tianma. However, Han Yan had already persisted for more than 10 minutes. He felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. This was the most dangerous experience he had ever experienced in his life. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Tianma was very proud of himself. He liked the feeling of watching people being tortured until they died. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.